It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, April 25th, 2016. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani. Inside our New York City studio. Wow. When I said goodbye to you around 160 hours ago, last Monday, when we signed off, could you have ever in a million years predicted that the next 7 days would turn out the way they did? I mean, honestly, I talk often at the very top of this show that this sport is unlike any other, that covering this sport, that being on this beat, if you will, is unlike any other, at least in sports. Last week takes the cake. Last week was probably one of the most bizarre weeks in the history, at least the short history, the recent history of the UFC, at least since I've been covering it. And I've been around for at least 8 years now, and I've seen some weird things, but this is some kind of drama, my friends, and it continues to turn and it continues to get better. Wow. Who could have predicted it? Okay, in short, Tuesday, Conor McGregor sends out a tweet that he has retired. Later that day, Dana White says that he has been pulled from UFC 200. On Thursday, Conor McGregor comes out with a pretty heartfelt statement explaining why he was not interested in coming to Las Vegas to do all the media stuff, the promo stuff, etc. Friday, there's the UFC 200 press conference. They show up with an empty seat and Nate Diaz. Dana says at the top of the press conference that Diaz will remain on the show, will remain on the UFC 200 card, and then he says shortly thereafter that he is not interested in remaining on the card. Late last night, Conor McGregor says he's back on the card. Earlier today, Dana White tells the world that's not true. What in the world is going on? It is a wild and wacky time. And oh, by the way, in the midst of all of that, John Jones' return looked somewhat ordinary, but won the interim light heavyweight title. He defeats OSP via unanimous decision at UFC 197. And Demetrious Johnson, all of a sudden, is everyone's sweetheart. All of a sudden, everyone's saying he's the best in the world because he starched Henry Cejudo in the first round via TKO. What in the world is going on? And oh, by the way, Benson Henderson made his debut in Bellator on Friday and lost 5 rounds to none to Andrei Koreshkov. That didn't go as planned. What in the world is going on? All right, let's make sense of it all. I can't wait for today's show. There's a pep in my step. This is big. We have a lot to discuss, a lot to get to. So let me run it down quickly and get to our first guest. I know a heck of a lot of you want to hear from him. At around 4 o'clock, we will hear from the newly retired, yes, I said the newly retired, Paddy the Hooligan Holohan. He retired this morning. Shocking stuff. Paddy Holohan, who was supposed to fight in less than a month, in a couple of weeks in Rotterdam, his career is done. One of our favorites. We will talk to him and get an explanation as to why. At 3:05, Michael Venom Page, who was victorious on Friday night in Bellator, will join us in studio. MVP in studio. How about that? Yes. Can't wait. 2:05, the Sledgehammer, Ilir Latifi, will join us in studio as well. How fun is this? 2 in-studio guests. What a time to be alive. 1:45, Daniel Cormier, the UFC light heavyweight champion, who did a fantastic job on the mic on Saturday night. He will join us at 1:45. At 1:25, Dominick Cruz will join us as well. How about that? Dominick Cruz, who was on everyone's mind on Saturday. Everyone's saying that they want to see Demetrious Johnson fight Dominick Cruz now in a rematch. How about that? Dominick Cruz is going to stop by at 1:25. And in a matter of moments, we are going to be joined, my friends, by Conor McGregor's head coach, the head coach over at SBG Ireland, the one and only John Kavanagh, who is coming on to make sense of this great world for us. Trying to connect with him. There is obviously... Oh. He's giving me a new number. His old number, apparently. That's how big things are these days for that team. His old number is incommunicado. This is the soap opera to end all soap operas. I mean, Wednesday, when this was all settling in, was one of the crazier days of my career. And I'm not just saying this because I'm trying to puff my chest out, but doing 14 interviews about a topic that was still very much in the air was dizzying, to say the least. That's when we thought that Conor was retired. Oh, here we go. Whoops. All right, I got to do this. This is great. Jeez. Just give me a second here. My eyesight sucks. Now you see me. This is live radio at its finest, my friends. What a way to start. Try that, Eric. I hope your typing is quick because we are loaded. Back to back to back. Can't wait to hear from Dominic about Demetrius Johnson. Can't wait to hear from DC about where he stands regarding UFC 200. Will Daniel Cormier versus John Jones be the new main event for UFC 200? Will they figure this thing out with Conor and Nate? How about Nate Diaz showing up and flipping the script? How about Dana White using the fair excuse? That, to me, was the most shocking turn of events of all. Known him a long time, had the pleasure of covering him, or have had the pleasure of covering him for a very long time. Never thought I'd hear that one. Theater at its finest. Did I type this right? For God's sakes. Did I get it? My eyesight sucks. I really need to get it checked. Please talk to me. I guess I typed it wrong. All right, here we go. Let's go to line one right now. He made me sweat there for a second. I thought his tweet was a sign of things to come. But yes, we do have him. The head coach over at SBG Ireland is here, Mr. John Kavanagh, here to make sense of this crazy world. John, are you there?
What's up, Ariel? How are you?
I'm doing great, John. You know, usually we have you on the show before a fight, after a fight. But this time, we like I said, we need you to help us understand what's going on. There's a lot of things going on regarding your guys. You are the center of attention. Everyone's talking about your guys. So let me start with the new news, and then we can work our way backwards, if you don't mind. What is going on as of late? Conor sends out a tweet late last night that he's back on, and now Dana White is saying that's not true. Can you help us make sense of this all?
I'll do my best. So I'll tell you what I do know.
Okay.
I do know that we left Iceland very early this morning, which I guess was that time, and we ended up getting separated. We went different ways, and I turned my phone on. I was with Gunny and Paddy Holohan, and things started going crazy. I saw this message. Now, I didn't know about this, and neither did his manager, so it was news to both of us when we saw it. I haven't been speaking to Conor since because I've had a bit of a day with Paddy, as I'm sure we'll get to, and then also getting Gunny settled into house here. So I presume I'm going to see Conor this evening in training and find out the exact news. But that's how I heard about it.
Well, when you separated, when you went your separate ways, what was the last that you heard? That the fight was off, that it was on, that they were working towards fixing it? Where did it stand the last time you spoke to him?
He was still kind of positive that there was going to be good news coming, and I just seen there an article that Conor being on the card would add 45 million to it. ESPN have estimated. So there's a lot. I think it's moving in the right direction. I'm not sure. I guess they're holding out for the John Jones and maybe DC too to try and fill that spot. I don't know what the latest on that is. I don't know if you can tell me that.
Well, you'll tune in later in the show because Daniel Cormier will be joining us. How about that plug?
Oh, okay. Wow. This is the show to be on.
Yes.
So I think there's a lot of positive momentum going in that direction. It really is. It seems to be coming down to maybe not ego is the right word, but I guess standing for a point. But at some stage, you've got to see that maybe it's pointless just to upset so many fans that want to see this fight and ignore the kind of numbers that are going to be brought in over, and press conferences I know are fun to a lot of people, but tends to be more or less the same questions asked every time. But like I said in the article I wrote, it's not the same for Conor having to travel halfway across the world as for his opponent having to go basically down the road to do these things. So there seems to be swinging in the right way, and we're aiming for, and we're training for 200. So I just hope we get some good news.
You've been around this game a long time. Are you honestly shocked that it's gotten to this point, that they can't seem to find middle ground, can't seem to figure it out, that it has turned into this with the empty chair and the back and forth? I mean, it feels as an outsider like this could have been avoided long ago. Are you surprised that it's gotten to this point?
Yeah, I am. I guess maybe that's what it came down to, was like a communication error, and maybe this could have been avoided with a couple of weeks out, more direct conversation between everybody involved, and let's see if we could do, have them there on Skype, or the way the world is now, you don't have to be physically at places in order to be involved in things. You did that video for the MMA awards. Like I said, it's just, I don't know what this obsession is with Vegas. It's UFC is a global sport. It's not a Vegas sport. And I don't see why everything has to be done there, especially when one fighter who's beginning a 12-week training cycle has to really mess up a couple of weeks' worth of training. So I really hope that they can, because of his past goodwill he's built up with taking all these late notice fights and never causing a problem with them, and generating so much money and being such a large charismatic character in the show, in the UFC, that for the sake of one half-hour press conference, they can't let what would be a fantastic fight and one that everybody's excited to see happen.
Okay, now let's start at the beginning. As his coach, as one of his closest friends, when did you find out that Conor was sort of being summoned to Las Vegas, that he was required to be there? When did this all start for you? We've just come back from 7 days in Iceland. And then before that, we were 7 days in Portugal. So we've been basically on the road for 2 weeks now. And it was the beginning of the Portugal trip that I started hearing about this. Like, I'll be honest, I don't involve myself in a lot of the kind of media or management side of what Conor does. I'm just there for the training, and I have a big team. It's not just Conor, although everybody obviously asks me about him, but I do have a lot of fighters, and I have a busy gym, and there's a lot of stuff going on back home as well that I have to be involved myself with. So I try to focus on what I can control rather than what I can't control. But I did start hearing about them wanting to do this in Vegas, and Conor and I guess his manager Audie were kind of back and forth with them, trying to figure out, is there a way around this, or can we reschedule it? I thought we were going to be out there for 5 weeks before the event, so why not do it during that 5 week period rather than having to add in, like I said, that long back and forward journey, just when we're starting our like real training for this fight, only to have to readjust again a few weeks later when we move out there for 5 weeks. So I thought there was pretty good alternatives being offered, and then New York was agreed to. That was no problem, because it's a lot less stressful of a journey. You can kind of go over on Friday and be back by Sunday. It'd just be a weekend kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But everything was more or less being rejected, and I guess the standoff came, and there you go. Here we are. So it seemed like the shit, as you will, hit the fan on Tuesday. Conor gets ahead of it, puts out the tweet that he has retired. Did he at any point ever really consider retiring? Was that like, did he change his mind there?
Yeah, no, that was not a joke. For tell you how I found out was I was coaching in Mjolnir in Iceland, and he showed up late for the session, and I was kind of berating a little bit, telling him to hurry up, get on the mat where we're started, and he went, "Oh yeah, I just retired." And I said, "Okay, well, let's just do the session and then we'll talk about that." So we trained for a couple of hours. We went outside. I turned on my phone, and I seen that he'd actually put it out there. But yeah, he was content to leave it at that. So yeah, no, that was not a joke.
And as you know, again, as his coach and one of his best mates, what was your reaction once you know, I know you went on Twitter and everything, but he can't retire now. He's 27 years old. He has a lot more left in him. He's got a whole legacy to build still and all that. Like, did you try to say, wait a second, let's fix this situation? Were you the one that tried to help him out?
I'm sometimes a little bit of the handbrake on his enthusiasm. So we had a conversation, something similar to that. You know, I thought it was a little bit rash, but Connor's a very special individual, and these people that are have extremes in all arts tend to have a mindset of it that's hard for me to understand, but that's what made him brilliant and what makes him interesting to follow.
Once this starts to, you know, hit the news cycle and Dana White goes on SportsCenter here in the U.S. and says that he has been pulled from the card, there was an explosion. I mean, the amount of retweets, fine, that's all well and good, but the amount of interest from the general news media around the world, to me, was shocking. It was stunning to see how many people were following the story. What was it like for you? I'm sure everyone was hitting you guys up as well. How crazy was it from your end on that Tuesday, Wednesday front?
You saw that when you tried to call me there, you couldn't ring me because I changed my number.
Wow.
I've had the same number I've had the same number now for 15 years, and I changed it overnight because it was just too much.
Wow.
I couldn't turn on my phone. I guess over the years, you're the first and will remain the only journalist that has it. Over the years, you kind of give it out as you're going along, and then suddenly I realized about 200 journalists had my phone number because they were all just. My phone, I couldn't plug it in because it would just ring and ring and ring till the battery died, and then that would repeat. So
wow.
I had to ring my provider, and they normally don't do it, but the guy on the phone heard who I was, and he was like, "Okay, I understand where you're coming from," and I was done within an hour. So there's about 10 people have my number now.
Wow.
But anyway, so it was very extreme. I'm used to the build up to a fight, and I'm used to, you know, post fight, and there's the same couple of people that call or the same couple of messages, but it was networks in Australia and all around Europe, Italian TV, all over the States, Canada, South America, everybody, and it was insane. I guess that was the only word I can use.
Now, in that piece that you just referenced for the 42.ie, it's a great piece. I suggest everyone checks it out. You mentioned that you actually reached out to Dana White on your own to try to salvage all of this. When did you do that?
I did it on Wednesday.
Okay.
Last Wednesday.
And
I
messaged
him.
And what was he saying? Like, what's he been?
I just tried to put my case across and sort of explain, like we're doing everything different for this fight. There's a really new approach to what we're doing. As you know, I have a book, Win or Learn, and I don't really mind losses. I see it as a necessary step towards success, and no matter what you're doing in life. But only if you learn from the loss. If you lose and you don't see what went wrong and you don't make changes, well then you will continue to lose. Whereas we very much made a lot of changes, and we were in a really great place. Some new members on the team, and we were really hitting the ground running in Portugal, and we were getting some great stuff done. And I knew it would completely throw everything off because this was a very structured layout where we'd never done that before. Our structure was Conor would just kind of sleep all day and then sometime emerge in the evening, and then we'd drift down to the gym and do a lot of training. This was Conor getting up at 7:45 a.m.
Wow. And
I can't tell you how unusual that is unless you know him as well as I do, and maybe people listening would know some of the stories about trying to get him up and such. And he'd become this soldier. And I basically said, look, if it comes down to the press conference or the fight, we've got to let this one go because I don't think it'll be his best version showing up. So I'd rather let that go as much as I want that fight than to kind of half-ass do it again. And yeah, maybe some cool a TV ad or whatever they were doing. But really, Ariel, is there anyone in the MMA world that didn't want to see that fight? Was there a need to spend $10 million on an ad? Like everybody wants to see that fight and more. Mm-hmm. You know, if anything at this stage, it's grown even bigger. And for me as a coach, I said to Conor, I genuinely felt that if he'd have gone his whole career undefeated, it would have been great, but it wouldn't have been a touch on what I believe could happen with this fight, and to show a real turnaround and to show his true character and how he deals with adversity and how he comes back and then go on a really exciting run. So I actually thought that this was going to be the biggest positive of his career, what was initially a defeat.
So he puts out that statement on Thursday, and it sort of speaks for itself. But I'm wondering if you can tell us, what's he like now? Because it's clear that, he doesn't feel like doing as much media. He's been pulled in 1,000 different directions, 1,000,000 different directions. And he pretty much stated his case as clearly as possible. It was a fascinating read. But as someone who's been conversing with him and seeing him, I mean, is he mentally, is he there? Because you can't really tell from reading it. Like, has he had enough? Is he on the verge of a breakdown? How would you describe his sort of mental state right now?
No, he's in a great place. We did two great weeks training. We did a really good week in Portugal, and then we did a great week in Iceland. And we're there as well, obviously helping Gunnar, and he always gets a real buzz out of being in his company. Media-wise, I've seen that a lot of people message me. Oh, that's part of the job, and he's not against doing media. I mean, as much as any fighter is against doing media, he's not particularly, or not a new amount against it. It was just at that particular time, that amount of travel and losing the momentum of what we were starting was just going to be detrimental physically, and I believe psychologically as well. That when you're making that walk to the cage, or it's night before, and you after weigh-ins, and you're lying in bed on your own, you can't lie to yourself. You can't trick yourself into that you did everything that you possibly could. You either did or you didn't, and we just want to make sure that we can do that. When we're walking in, we've given it everything, and then you can live with the result. Even if it's a loss, you can live with the result. But you can't if the truth is that that you didn't do everything that you could have. And so no, it's not like against the media obligations. And if they had a crew in Iceland, we would do our usual job, and then give the interviews and let them fill on the practice. And I'm sure that was all going to come down the road. And then, 5 weeks out, we're in LA and do the TV shows and all that. It wouldn't have been a problem. But for anybody interested in sports science and knowing how you break up a 12-week training camp and know how important that first cycle is, to have that pretty much ruined, it was better to let the fight go, as painful as it was.
Did you guys watch the press conference on Friday, and what did you make of it? In particular, the reasons that were given as to why they weren't going to bend, why they weren't going to make this fight, putting out the empty seat, even what Nate said, somewhat, flipping the script on everyone and siding with Conor. What did you and him make of the whole scene there in Las Vegas?
Yeah, much respect to Nate. I think it's he's a true fighter, a true warrior, and he can see that in Conor, and as much as Conor can see that in him, there's a lot of mutual respect between those two guys. And obviously Nate, I'm sure, could have probably named his own price to fight anybody he wanted, and for him to stand up there and say he was only interested in fighting Conor was incredible. I'm not surprised, because that's, again, him and his brother are just like that. They enjoy fighting a hell of a lot more than they enjoy even the financial rewards that come with it. They don't seem to be that much motivated by that. They're just motivated by testing themselves, and that came across there. As for the rest of the press conference, I think I know maybe it's different for fans, but for me, they're just kind of bland. Like same questions, and I have to be honest and just say I find them kind of boring. Conor has a wish about him, so that makes them watchable. But
sure.
Aldo being asked questions about Edgar and vice versa, it was just anybody, you'd know what their answer's going to be. Yes, I'm training hard as I can. This has been the best fight camp I've ever had. I respect my opponent, but I'm going to win. It's the same old. I think the UFC did an incredible job at the beginning, and they've become pretty much number one combat sport now. Everybody, because they get people involved with the character. He's become invested in them. Well,
yeah.
Come on, could you be any more invested in Conor at this stage? time for this fight. It just wasn't necessary. I could understand maybe for the up-and-coming guys, they need to get their face out there. We need for the fans to hear them speak and hear their background stories. But I don't think anybody doesn't know this background story at this stage. And if you're sitting down and you're putting in your pros and cons column and you're saying, well, pro, we get him here and he gives his witty answers and stuff that everybody kind of knows, but con, we've potentially damage his training for this fight. Surely you have to say, okay, look, let's let the top guys slide on this one because that fight's sold anyway. Let's put a bit of attention on Edgar Aldo, which is going to be technically a great fight. I don't think anybody is, any true MMA fan is not super excited about that fight. I am, and I'm going to be studying it, but also numbers-wise, I might be wrong. Someone can, no doubt, will tweet me a correction, but I believe it was the lowest ever gate for a pay-per-view, certainly in modern times. So you can see that there's not that interest in that fight from the general MMA people. So maybe they have to do a bit more on this one and get to know them a little bit better. Like Aldo's starting to tweet a bit more now than he has in the last 10 years. He's starting to see a bit of his personality come out now. And I think Edgar, when it's Edgar tweeting, not the other fellow, but when it's Edgar tweeting, I think he's good fun and he's interesting. So let those guys carry it for a little bit. Let them build it up. But the McGregor fight, regardless of who he's against, but especially against this one coming back from a loss, that's sold. People are in. Everybody's in. And again, don't bother tweeting me that he has to do it. He was going to do New York, so there has to be a bit of it has to be even. That would be more or less equal travel. So at least make it even.
So as far as you're concerned right now, since that press conference on Friday, Dana, Lorenzo, anyone from the UFC reach out to Conor or vice versa? Is there any kind of dialogue? Because it would seem right now that things aren't going so well as far as the relationship is concerned. Is there any? Is it dead at the moment? Is there some glimmer of hope? What can you tell the people?
Yeah, I mean, the messages I've had back and forth with Dana, it's all positive. I mean, he always says how much of a fan he is, and he, as a promoter, obviously having someone like Conor is a dream that. And all these late changes, he's never blinked. He's never hinted at not doing the fight. He's always just done it. So there's still the massive amount of respect there. But, I suppose they're trying to make a point that, well, if that's the rule, that's the rule. But I don't know. Like I won't pretend. The UFC have done an amazing job over the last decade or so in building up. So they obviously know what they're doing. They're definitely doing something right. But I do think they are dealing with somebody different than they've ever dealt with before, and it is different. That's just how it is. It is different. But as it is right now, I don't know. And that ESPN report coming out, and then I'll definitely be staying on to hear what DC has to say. If maybe he's about to announce him and Jones are the new main event. Yeah, it's MMA is in the exciting times, I guess. We have another few days of this drama playing out, and let's see where it ends up. But I'm 51% optimistic and 49% pessimistic.
Oh, wow.
If you want to know my feelings on it, so I'm
51% is not too bad.
Tipped towards.
And by the way, what do you make of Dana saying that he won't be on the New York card? Because I know that was important to you guys.
Yeah, that was hard to hear. I really think that's going too far. He was bold, but I mean, he didn't. It wasn't anything that bad. So if we get the slap on the wrist for 200, we definitely can't be put on the naughty step for New York. I mean, as an Irish guy in New York and the first card at Madison Square Garden, I mean, I think Conor will show up anyway and fight someone in the changing room. He doesn't put him on the card, so we have to be on the New York card.
Are you worried at all that this relationship may be broken for good, or do you feel like they'll fix it at some point? Do you feel like Conor will still fight in the UFC at some point?
Nothing. I don't think we've gone past any point of no return. There's mutual respect on from both parties, and everybody's Dane and Lorenzo and those guys are sensible businessmen, and this is just one of those things. And I've no doubt that we'll we'll continue with the tradition. After his next fight, Lorenz will bring in his bottle of Middleton, and we'll do our usual toast, and we'll carry on.
Okay. Well, a lot of people are following this story. A lot of people wondering what is going to happen next. It has become a soap opera, if you will. Let's end on this note. Some sad news regarding Paddy Holohan, a guy that you think very highly of. Can you even describe the I mean, I can't even imagine what's going on in your head between this Conor stuff and now with Paddy. Can you put into words how you feel about this announcement that he has had to retire at a very sudden, time and just 2 weeks before his next fight? Young guy, looking good, and then all of a sudden you get this news.
Yeah, I was genuinely heartbroken. It's just some super rare genetic disorder, and like he said in his own statement, you've got guys that can take PEDs and it's a fine or a small ban and they come back, but this is just something, a sort of a roll of the dice when he was born, and he just happened to have this, and it's been pretty incredible what he's been able to achieve with it, but for it to be cut short, and he had a few. There was things that were changing in training for him that I felt he was going to give it a good run. Now, in saying that, we obviously had the absolute tragic situation with John Kavanagh.
Sure.
I guess it's 2 weeks ago now, and that's real tragedy. This is a sports career cut short, and the selfish side of me is somewhat not absolutely broken up about it, because we're opening up this mega gym together in a couple of weeks, and now he's 100% focused on that and not kind of half focused on fighting and half on that. So I'm looking forward to a new relationship with Paddy. We're two coaches now, and we're more buddies than student and coach, and I'm very excited to see him direct this energy towards getting his own gym successful and producing his own little team of fighters and making a real positive impact on his community. He's so proud of where he's from, and I know he's going to do great things there.
Well, one of my favorite people, hard news for me, one of my favorite people that I've ever met in life, period. Just an unbelievable human being, and I look forward to talking to him later on today. For now, we have to say goodbye, John. Thank you so much. I know you're very busy over there, and I really appreciate you coming on. I know you have that book coming out in July. Perhaps we need a couple of new chapters. Don't print it just yet, because...
Yeah. I think it's actually, they put it off till September now, the book. So
okay. Well,
who knows? Maybe there's an extra chapter to go in.
Win or learn. I do suggest pre-ordering that as soon as possible. Can't thank you enough. Appreciate the time, John, and keep making sense of things for us. And no more troll tweets, okay? Because I can't handle those anymore. My heart is feeling like a 90-year-old at this point. But really, thank you so much, and good luck to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ariel. Let's speak soon.
Okay, always a pleasure to talk to John Kavanagh. Let's move along now. Let's keep this rolling. Let's go back to the phone lines. This man was on everyone's mind Saturday night for different reasons. Let's talk to Dominick Cruz right now. Dominick, how are you?
Good. What's up, Ariel?
I'm doing great. I know you're short on time, so let's get right into it. Your name came up a ton Saturday night. Demetrius Johnson beats Henry Cejudo. I asked the world, who do you want to see Demetrius fight next? And you were the unanimous decision. I mean, the pick from everyone. Everyone said you, the rematch with you, no one else. Did you watch his performance? And I know you're preparing for a fight, but I'm wondering if at this point you're even interested in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you look at DJ, and you can't deny that he's the best flyweight ever. I mean, he's done great things. He's defended the title. He's going after a record of Anderson Silva right now. He said himself he's pretty focused on that more than anything, and I kind of understand that. But at the same time, I don't pick my fights, Ariel. I never really have. And I'm not opposed to a fight. I mean, if that guy wants to come up to 35 and try to challenge me, I mean, I don't run from anybody, so I'm there. But right now, I mean, you look at who I'm facing, the landscape of the 135-pound division is probably looking the best that it's looked in the past 4 years, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And it's looking really good. And I got plenty of guys in this division that are my size, my weight, that want to scrap and are in line and knocking at the door and saying they want to beat me up already. So, I mean, if you really look at the things, I got a long list of guys that want to fight.
Do you think then it would be unfair at this point because, as you mentioned, 135 is deeper than ever, to have a guy come up from 125 and sort of skip the queue, if you will, because he's not fighting at bantamweight? Do you think that's somewhat unfair? And I know fair is sort of the term of the week in MMA, but do you think that would be unfair to guys like Aljamain and Sun Tzu and Dillashaw, et cetera?
Well, we all know that life isn't fair, so MMA definitely is not
Very
fair.
well said, Dom. Kudos, my man.
Let's start with that, So, but besides that, I don't think there's anything like that because super fights are at their highest demand right now. People want to see them. People like them. And that's what the fans want to see, that's what the people are going to buy. Throw us on a pay-per-view. If, 1 million people want to see that fight, when we sell it, maybe I could be the first time DJ has some of the best sales he's ever had in his career. And because people want to see him fight me. I'm not opposed to it, Ariel. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I got a lot of guys in line to fight me right now. I don't pick my fights. It's about the demand of what the fans want to see, and if they're willing to pay to see that fight, I'm willing to fight anybody.
It's been around 5 years since you fought him. I'm wondering, when you watch him with your careful eye, your analytical eye, do you say to yourself, okay, this guy is a lot better from when I fought him in Washington, D.C.? He's changed a lot. He's a much better fighter now?
What I see is he's the same size as the people that he fought. So, like, when you look at him at 135 pounds, he was beating a lot of people. But there was always a size advantage that gave him trouble that he had to work around. At 125, he has nothing to work around. These guys are his size, they're his height, and he can use his fundamentals, his technique, and his speed at the fullest potential because of that. When he comes up to 135, things are different. I mean, he's lost to me and he's lost to Brad Pickett. And that's because of size advantages and then technique on top of that. So he is good. He's the best flyweight ever. I agree with that. But when you're coming up to 135 pounds, that's my division, period.
Is he the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world right now?
I think that he's done things that in his division that can prove that. And then I think John Jones has done a lot that can prove that also. But then you look at the things that I've done, and I've beaten him, and I've done things too. But me being out for so long, not competing, kind of throws me out of that equation.
Yeah.
So, I can't really speak on who's the best because, I'm kind of in the mix of it in my personal opinion. But I've been out so long, I have a lot to prove. I got to beat some people. I got to stay more active, and I get that. So he is one of the best pound-for-pound fighters on the planet. I'd say top 3, no doubt.
If you were in his position, essentially cleaning out a division, there's nothing, there's no, let's be honest, there's no challenges for him right now unless he's fighting the same guys over and over again. Would you test the waters? Like, if that happened to you at 135, would you go up to 145, or would you just keep collecting those paychecks?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Ariel, I think right now the fans are wanting to see these super fights, and I think people want to see Demetrius move up because he's just smashing these guys at 25. Everybody wants to see that untouchable guy beaten. It's just the way the world works. So they want to see him move up and see how great he can do also. Like, is he that good against bigger guys too? That's what the people are curious of. Would I move up? I already said I would, but it's similar to what Conor's doing too. I mean, he's moving up to 170. You look, I mean, you're taking away, it's not just about technique anymore. You got to deal with 3 other things. You got to deal with size, length, reach, all these other things. It just adds so much to the equation. Plus, these guys that we're fighting are the best in the world. It changes the fight so much. You have to respect body mechanics. And when size, length, reach, all that stuff is added into the fight, it changes the fight's dynamics completely. It doesn't matter how good you are because body mechanics can change everything.
You mentioned the C word. So let me ask you, what is your take, if any, on this whole Conor McGregor UFC saga? Do you side with Conor? Do you think that he has a point? Are you sympathetic towards him? Or do you side with the UFC who says it's not fair for you to skip out on this media stuff when everyone else has to do it?
You can't really side with anybody. I put myself in Conor's shoes. I've lost a fight before, and when you lose a fight, it kind of puts you back to the drawing board. You hear that all the time. I'm going to go back to the drawing board. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And it's like when you lose a fight, you got to change something. And, he realizes he's human now after that loss. He realizes he can lose. He hit Nate with everything and the kitchen sink in that first round. And Nate did not back up for 1 second. That's a different type of fight. Not to mention, we have never seen anybody stand up to Conor McGregor's antics in the pre-fight. Every single person he faced prior to Nate Diaz was broken mentally, shattered mentally, before they even stepped in the cage. You can't break Nate. He does not care. He fights for a different purpose. And he's a real OG, for lack of a better term. The guy just doesn't care. Nate, you're not going to break him. You're not going to get him out of the fight. You know when you're fighting him, you're going to be in it from the beginning until the end. You have to push the button on him. And then you realize he's got a heck of a chin, too. So I get where Conor's at. He wants to put his head down, train, focus, be the best Conor he can be. Because of that last loss, it can shake you when you lose like that. And his mind is focused on being the best him he can be. So I understand that. On the other end of things, when you look at what the UFC wants, they want you to do the media. Conor's a failure of his own success. He's so good at this media that they're going to ask him to do a ton. But I'll be honest. If the UFC said, hey, Dominick, we're going to pay you 100 times what you're getting paid now, and you're going to make Conor McGregor money, I'll go live with Ariel Helwani for my entire camp, eat everything you eat, do every radio interview you do, go out there and be ready to fight. So it's kind of a mixed thing, He's getting paid a lot of money to do this stuff, a lot of money, and people want to see it. He's at high demand. So because he's at high demand, that makes him a failure of his own success, if you get what I'm saying.
When I spoke to you in Boston after the win over Dillashaw, we talked about what's next. You said that you want to sit down with the UFC brass and essentially get paid what you're worth. Now you have a fight. It's coming up. Have you had that conversation with them? Have you sat down with them? Do you have a new deal? Are you happy with what you're getting paid?
Yeah, let's be real. We always want more money.
Yeah.
But I get paid. I'm involved with the pay-per-view in this next fight. That makes me happy.
Yep.
The UFC took care of me. We sat down. Lorenzo was perfectly cool with adjusting my pay scale because I was still on a pay scale from when I was injured for my last couple fights, and he even things out with me. And I'm happy with the contract that I've been given, and I'm going to keep moving forward to fighting.
How long after that fight did you guys sit down and talk?
Well, right before I got this next fight going with Faber, we sat down and talked. He came out to California, and in his jet.
Nice.
Probably spent more money flying out in his jet than he paid me that day, but that's okay. The thing is, they took care of me for this fight. They were willing to work with me and give me what I'm worth. I've been out a while, so it is important that I get busy.
So you've been around Faber for the last few weeks, doing all this media with him. How painful has that been for you? Have you enjoyed it at all, or did it suck every step of the way?
After a while, Ariel, you learn that I was out of this for a long time,
Yeah.
So I have fun poking and prodding at that guy. He's just, he loves himself so much that it's fun to just pick and pick and pick at him. And he says it all the time. I'm one of the most annoying people he's ever been around. And that's by plan. That's by purpose. I plan to make his life a living hell as long as I'm in it.
He has been taking some shots. He has been accusing you of some stuff. Has he crossed the line? Right. Has he made this too? I don't know if it's possible to make it more personal between you two, but has he actually accomplished that?
No, he hasn't, because this is the thing, Ariel. You could say whatever you need to say about me. I understand. All is fair in love and war. I get that he's going to come and attack me. I get that he wants to attack my character. He's been doing this to me since 2007. This is a Faber game. He wants to turn everybody against you and make himself the good guy. He can't handle being the not liked guy. But at the same time, this is all based off of fear. Judgment is the main act of fear. And if I'm on it, what is everybody on it? Everybody is lost to? This is his excuse. He's setting up excuses for the loss that I'm about to serve him. And on top of that, Faber's showing his true colors. He has no professionalism, no loyalty. He's trying to before he said anything about me, he attacked Dillashaw on the Hurt Show and tried to deny it and say he didn't. But it's like he's trying to destroy Dillashaw's career. And this is somebody who's supposed to be his family, his best friend. They were brothers at one point. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Dillashaw. He's got his own things. That's needless to say. I mean, you could see our last post-fight build-up that he's not my favorite person either. But, I mean, he does mentor kids in wrestling, and he does do stuff. And his own best friend is accusing him of using PEDs. And it's like, what are you doing? I mean, that's a scumbag move. That's your ex-friend, all because he left your camp. I mean, that shows the true colors of Faber. When you're attacking me, I can understand that because he wants to ruin my face because we're fighting. But when you're attacking a friend because he left your camp, I mean, you're just a scumbag. It's a lack of character, and that's something that I haven't liked about Faber since day one. And we're finally seeing the true colors of Faber come out when he makes accusations with absolutely no proof of anything. And one of the best doping agencies on planet Earth, there's just no proof to anything that he says. And again, they're excuses. I mean, this is typical Faber style. Make excuses with no proof and no facts, and they're just all accusations on his part.
Let's end on this because I know you have to go. Love talking to you. It's so great. You're just one of the most real interviews in the game, and I appreciate that very much. Whether or not we agree or not, it's always great to have you on, Dom, so I appreciate it. Are you hoping that this is his last title shot? This is something that Dillashaw has talked about, you've talked about. Are you hoping that on June 4th, or after June 4th, I should say, Uriah Faber never fights for the belt again?
Yeah, you know, the thing is, he promotes fights, and that's why he's in this situation, you know? And besides that, it's also because I don't like him. That's why he's in this situation. Faber got this fight because I don't like him. And because of that, people want to see me beat him up. You know, everywhere I went, Ariel, it wasn't like, you know, who are you fighting next? It's like, when are you going to beat up Faber again and shut him up? That guy talks so much. He makes a bunch of excuses. People want me to beat him up. And he could say whatever he wants about me not having fans. Everywhere I go, I got people asking me to beat him up. So it's like, I don't really care what he does. But I know that I'm going to go out there and stop him again from touching the belt. And that's something I can control. And I'm going to put a beating on him. And, you know, he could say whatever he wants about my body and all that stuff that he was saying and how it's changed. It's like, man, I was out for 4+ years. That's like 1,500 days. Maybe a quarter of those, maybe like 700 of those days I got to work out. I was sitting behind a desk studying fights, analyzing fights, breaking things down. There was a point where I hit 175 pounds. I was depressed at times. There's a lot going on in my life that I let go of fighting. When I got that Dillashaw call to fight, I wasn't going to tell the UFC no. I just said, screw it, let's go. I was rehabbing still when they asked me for that fight at 9 months of my third ACL reconstruction. I got ready off the couch, off the analyst desk, went out there and fought and did my job while he's making excuses about PEDs, you know? So it's like, I'm doing my job, and that's all I can do. And on June 4th, I'm going to do my job and shut that idiot up.
Wow, June 4th cannot come soon enough. Dom, really appreciate it. I know you have to go to practice, so we'll let you go. Thank you so much for the time, and we'll talk very soon prior to 199. Can't wait for it. Thank you very much, and good luck in training.
Thanks, Ariel.
All right, there he is, the UFC bantamweight champion. You feel the passion there. Wow, there's nothing like that rivalry between Dominick Cruz and Uriah Faber. Perhaps I should take that back. I will correct myself. There are a few things in MMA like it. And maybe the hottest one at the moment is John Jones versus Daniel Cormier. So let's go from one DC to another. Let's go to the reigning and defending UFC light heavyweight champion, Daniel Cormier, who is starting things off with a shot of his belts. There you have the Strikeforce Heavyweight Grand Prix title. You have a couple of UFC titles. I'm not even sure if he's done this on purpose, but it's a fantastic way to start this fight. Of course, this interview, I should say. John Jones was victorious, his first fight in 15 months on Saturday night. He defeated OSP. OSP broke his arm, his left arm, in the second round. John Jones did not finish him, but he won via unanimous decision. It was fairly one-sided. Daniel Cormier was on commentary, did a fantastic job, I thought. And as John Jones left the cage, he flipped him the bird. And now we await news as to when they will fight again. DC, are you there? Is he making a point? Is he telling the world that this is all he has to say? He is the king? Oh, there he is.
Hey.
Hey, Daniel. How are you?
What's up?
I wasn't sure if you did that on purpose or not.
I was talking to Selena. You didn't hear me in the background?
No.
I was holding a conversation, and I'd been sitting here for 2.5 minutes. You kind of big me and just had me waiting. So I was I was like, well, I guess I have a few minutes. We're on Ariel's time.
No, it's your colleague, Dominick Cruz, who went a little long with his last answer. So I apologize for that. Okay, the world wants to know. Everyone's watching. Even John Kavanagh is watching himself. He wants to know. Will you fight John Jones at UFC 200?
Yeah, of course. I would love to. If I get the clearance this afternoon, I would definitely love to fight him at UFC 200.
So you're going to the doctor today?
Yes, I am. Going to get a new MRI. I feel pretty good, man, honestly. If I got to be 100% honest, I feel pretty good. I don't know if I could do everything 100% right now, but I could do some things, and I think the things that I could do right now would give me enough to actually start preparing. It's still quite a bit of time, like 11 weeks or so. So 10 weeks of training. If I had to take another 3 to 4 weeks to heal more, I think that's sufficient time.
UFC 200 is a big deal, and clearly the UFC is now looking for a new mega main event after what happened with Conor last week. But in a perfect world, is this a little too soon for you? Like, if this wasn't the date, if you could just pick your return, would you be coming back in August or September?
Nah, man, I don't want to wait so long to fight. I'm 37 years old. I'm not getting any younger. So I would have loved to fought last weekend.
Yeah.
But when the doctor said, you need 4 to 6 weeks to get to the point that you can move around, and I started looking at dates, and John started saying UFC 200. I'm like, well, that may work, because I feel like as long as I have 10 weeks, 8, 9 weeks, I'm fine, because if I have more time, I'll do more stuff. And then eventually I run the risk of burning myself out. So I may be forced into doing a camp in the right amount of time frame.
So are they essentially waiting on you at this point? Is that why they haven't made this official? They're waiting for your okay?
I guess, John said after the fight, last weekend, he still wanted to fight. So it's a matter of health, so if we get the clearance today, yeah, I'd be glad to go. My team's excited. I'm excited. Kane's fighting. Luke's fighting in June. So we would have all of our guys fighting in a matter of a month. It'd be great for us.
Before or after your commentary duties on Saturday night, and by the way, I told you this in private, but you hit a grand slam, my man. I mean, you were a natural for your first time ever doing that. It was just great. I love the WWE references. I mean, the whole thing was just a lot of fun. I'm just wondering if backstage, wherever, you had a conversation with the UFC brass. Did they say, okay, this is yours if you want it, like this is what we're doing, this is what we want?
They're trying to tell me to still be easy. Don't go so fast after having to sit next to the octagon, knowing that UFC 200 is on the table. All these things that could make a guy want to go, well, I'm running today. I'm starting training camp right now. They're like, calm down. If this is going to happen, it's going to happen. Don't push this thing faster than it needs to be pushed if you're not going to be ready to go. Take your time, see what the MRI says. And even if they say, well, Daniel, you're healing, you could make this fight date, make sure you don't do too much to where you re-injure yourself.
So do you feel pressure? Do you feel pressure on saving this card? You're not feeling that kind of pressure?
No, there's no pressure on me for saving anything. I mean, I just got to fight when I'm healthy, and this is a great opportunity. If this was to happen, for as long as I live, the biggest fight card in the UFC history to date will always have me at the marquee. Cormier, the first name on the marquee, UFC 200, Cormier versus Jones 2. My name on the marquee, first name listed, that would always be there in history. It would always be a part of history. And as I've said time and time again, legacy and everything means something to me. And having that would also be pretty big, a big deal in my mind.
So like I said, you nailed it on Saturday night. You called it down the middle for the most part. It was a lot of fun to watch. But can you take us inside your mind? You're watching John Jones for 25 minutes. Is it eating you up inside? Are you saying, golly, if I was in there on April 23rd, I would have beaten this man. I'd still be the champion on the 24th. I would have beaten that John Jones without a shadow of a doubt. Are you thinking like that as you're working on Saturday?
Not the whole time. After a while, I started to feel like that a little bit because I saw that he was a little tentative. I saw that, hey, 1 second, my computer has 5%. I'm going to go and grab the charger. You guys can stare at my belts for a couple seconds.
Okay.
Hold on a little bit. I'll be right back.
All right, we'll see how fast you can run. So as Daniel Cormier is going to get his computer charger, we're going to see how spry he is. In case you missed it, he said at the top of the interview he has a doctor appointment later on today. He is going to find out if he is good to go on July 9th. If they give him the A-OK, he wants to compete at UFC 200. And look at that. I mean, this looks like the Daniel Cormier who I saw compete in the NCAA championships against some guy named Kale. That's what that looked like right there.
Yeah, right.
I remember watching that live, by the way. I was just a youngster. What a time that was.
Hey, you're lying. You're lying. Don't you lie. During the NCAA tournament, I did say to watch it. But again, back to the question.
Yes, go ahead.
I wasn't thinking that the whole time. But as the fight went on, I was like, well, he was a little tentative. And he seemed to tire a lot faster than he usually does. So I was like, man, this is a great opportunity to fight this guy. But then, as the fight went on, I just went back to doing my job. I was there for a reason, even talking to the people backstage, the powers that be, the people that matter in terms of my TV career. They said, we expected you to call it down the middle. We hoped you would. But at times, it seemed as though you maybe were a little too nice. So,
oh, wow.
I was being honest. I was just being honest, like, for everything. And I've said this since day one. I respect what John does inside of the octagon. I always have, So on Saturday night, there were no outside of the octagon issues. This was all him in a competitive field, and I can appreciate that.
Considering his layoff and everything he has been through out of the cage, out of the gym, when you were preparing for him for April 23rd, were you expecting that kind of John Jones? Like, is this, to us, we were surprised. Wow, he actually looks ordinary. Did you expect this? Were you not surprised?
Not really. If you go back and watch some of the interviews I did before, I said the muscle may affect him. And he did look physically bigger on Saturday night, but he also looked a little slower. If I got to be honest, he looked, and I did say he looked like he tired a little bit faster. And that could have just been nerves, getting readjusted to being back in the octagon. So it really didn't surprise me all that much. I figured he would have a little bit of rust, and not only because of that 15 months, but in the since April 2014, he had only fought me and Glover Teixeira. So it wasn't only just the 15 months off. It was in the last 2.5 years, he had 2 fights, so it's not very active for a guy that was super active early in his career when he was really running through guys. He was fighting 3 times a year. So I thought there were some factors that could have come into play on Saturday. Considering
how he looked in the fight, do you think that took some of the luster away from the rematch?
No, because people are realists. They're saying, well, it's a little ring rust and he'll be better next time.
Okay.
I say no. I don't think he'll be better next time. I think this is John. This is the new John. This is John Jones with all the muscle. This is John Jones that likes to lift weights. This is John Jones who's a big guy that's cutting weight and can't rehydrate under these new USADA rules. This is John Jones in the new UFC. This is John Jones in the real world today. So when we fight in July, he's going to look the same. He is going to look like the guy that he looked like Saturday. And he's going to have questions. And he's going to be in there questioning himself as you saw him kind of processing things. And he'll go home now and wonder, why did I look like that? Well, guess what, bud? You look like that because that's who you are now. Mm-hmm. And that's how he's going to look in July when I'm kicking his ass.
Is a part of you worried that, okay, 3 more months, 2.5 more months, like, I just want him to get to this fight? Are you worried that, he'll mess up again? Does that come into play?
No, I don't think so. I think he'll be okay. I think that, and I said this Saturday on the broadcast, I'm hoping that the last time was the last time that we hear of John Jones getting himself into trouble. So, right. I believe he'll be okay. Look, a lot of that stuff came with immaturity, a lot of success at a young age, and you hope that now he after hitting rock bottom, that's all it takes. You hit rock bottom and you get better. So maybe he'll get better.
Now, how about him flipping you off on his way out? I mean, were you? That was my favorite moment of the whole night. That was just the best.
Well, it's like, the only issue with that is like, I don't care. I really don't care. Obviously, I really don't care. I thought it was funny, but just like, it's like, when you think of John, it's like, well, John, okay, you're the PR lady that he has. Greatest PR lady of all time. She's doing a phenomenal job of rebuilding his image. But John goes in there. It's like almost like she should be in there to watch him because he post-fight interview, great, very humble, very gracious, cared, was excited to be back. He apologized. He told the fans how he loved them. Look, PR 101, Ariel.
Yeah.
Thank the fans. Thank your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Be happy to be there. The one thing that they forgot in the PR manual they gave John Jones is you don't flip off the commentator when you're walking out of the octagon. It was like, what the hell? I was like, well, good on John. So as he was walking out, I'm looking at the dang monitor, and I'm like, you know what, man? Good on John. He just said he was gracious, can't wait to fight me again. And in my ear I hear, oh, Daniel, he's staring at you. Because if you notice, he was like staring for a second. When I finally look over, he flipped me the bird. I was like, oh, well, that went his PR 101,
yeah. Why didn't you go in the cage? I thought you guys were going to have a little tete-a-tete.
You see, so that's kind of dangerous when it comes to John and I. I mean, most people keep it together in those situations. Sure. John and I, that's a little dangerous. So I don't know what would have happened. They might have jumped me again like they did in the MGM Grand that one time.
Damn. They might have jumped you. Wow.
I'm just messing around.
So when you found out that he was in the wheelchair, did you start to get worried?
I panicked a little bit because I want to fight. Because the thing is this, like, it scares me to think that if we can't fight in July, they would make us wait all the way to UFC 200 in Madison, or whatever, in Madison Square Garden, which would be great. It would be huge to be a part of that, but that would put me out for over a year. I've never done that in my whole career. And at 37, you don't want to be sitting out for a year. So for me, the ideal situation is to fight in July, win, and then fight him again in November in Madison Square Garden.
What about him saying that you were just hurt and not really injured, and sort of questioning you pulling out of this fight, and even afterwards saying that he was preparing for you and that's why he didn't look good, and if it was you in there, he would have essentially smashed you. What do you make of some of those comments?
From a guy that again said, I want to thank my Lord and Savior for getting me here, to flipping me off not even 2 minutes later, you understand he flip-flops. In the octagon, he said the issue was he was preparing to fight me, and Vince was a southpaw. Well, if you watch the fight, Vince fought conventional almost the entire time. He was switching a little bit, but Vince fought conventional the vast majority of that fight. So things weren't flipped, as he said. He said everything was backwards. Well, they actually weren't backwards because Vince fought conventional the majority of the time. Him saying that I was hurt, not injured, that's an old wrestling term. I get it. Like sometimes the coaches always ask, are you hurt or are you injured? My thing was I could have fought on Saturday if I was feeling as I did the other day. But I would not have been able to train for the whole 3 weeks prior to the competition. That's unfair. If I would have sat on my butt for 3 weeks, as I've been doing rehab, getting the stem cells, doing all this stuff to get better, I could have fought, but I could not have trained at all. The last 3 weeks I've been sitting on my butt. I get up to go to work at UFC tonight. That's all I can really do. And the majority of that day I'm sitting down. So I wouldn't have been able to train for 3 weeks, and I'm never going to fight him when I'm not fully prepared. That's not fair to me or my family or my coaches.
So last time you were on this show, right afterwards, there was some tweeting back and forth. That was something else. Wow. Did you regret any of that? I mean, that was amazing. The back and forth. You enjoy it? Or like, how would you describe, what's going on in your mind when you're going like that? Because I never seen really that side of you on Twitter. You were pissed off, right?
Okay, so first off, outside of John's PR lead, this is John's PR lead. There's one that's close to her, and that's mine, Heidi Siebert. You know,
yeah.
they're running this lady. They're close, you know, but Heidi's better. But nobody took my phone after I did this procedure, so I was still a little under the influence, but it felt good to let go because I live by PR Book 101.
Sure.
I live by it. I like to try and follow the rules. But in that instance, I was able to just let loose and be free and tell this guy exactly what I was feeling. I thought it was great. I thought it was great. I'm back on, I'm like, because he called me a coward.
Yeah.
But then it's like, how can you ever call someone coward when you have done those things? You know, it's like, what the hell? Like, it drives me crazy sometimes that he can say some of the things that he says, and it's like, it doesn't register in his head that he's done much worse or the same thing. Even saying, are you hurt or injured? You canceled our fight. UFC 178, we were supposed to fight, and he actually pushed the fight back. It's the same thing. So I get a little frustrated in those instances because I'm like, well, it's the same exact thing. Like, why is it so much worse when I do it as opposed to you doing it? You know, and then I said all the fights that he pulled out of and everything. It was cool, you know. But he does not. The guy does not. I mean, the guy does not like me. He really cannot. He detests me. Like, really. The other day, I was walking into the arena with my fiance and my manager, and Walt Harris, big Walt, congratulations, Walt, great job Saturday. Walt said, "Can I have a picture?" And I'm like, "Sure." I guess John goes into the arena to like see the fans now, and he saw Walt and I taking a picture. So he looked back and he goes, "Walt, erase that picture you took with me, bro." I was like, what? Poor Walt's like stuck in the middle of this. Like everybody, Walt's stuck in the middle of it. Vince stuck in the middle. It's like you kind of get like drawn into our shit. It's something like, so then we're like staring at each other and but I'm like, what is this guy think? I'm scared of him or something. Like, what's his problem? Wow,
so this is right before the fight. So any other run-ins? Like, how did that end?
No, that was it.
That was it.
It was the only time I saw him. That was the only time I saw him. But he was very cordial to Bob Cook earlier in the day when Bob was alone. It's just me. It's like the sight of me, it just drives him crazy. You know, it's funny.
You mentioned PR. I got to ask you, man, because you tell it like it is. What do you make of this whole Conor McGregor situation? Do you sympathize with him? Do you see where the UFC is coming from? Are they really going to, I mean, you're kind of directly related to it all because of UFC 200. What's your stance?
You know, man, there's a part of me that you couldn't see.
I saw it. Yeah.
There's a part of me that really does sympathize with Conor. Like, he said it himself, man. He goes, I just lost to this guy. This guy's longer. This guy's bigger. We're fighting at the same weight division. I need to train. Makes a ton of sense. But we've all felt that way before in our careers, where I just want to train. I don't want to go do media. I don't want to do this interview. I mean, I was just on this dang show 2 weeks ago.
Wait. This interview? That hurts my feelings.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
But anyways, it's like I just want to train. But also, Conor also does a lot more than the rest of us. So you would think in this instance, maybe he gets a little more leeway than anyone else would get. With that being said, it's the biggest show ever. You're the biggest star. We need you to do your job. So it's like I see both sides. I will not say Conor's wrong because he's not 100% wrong. But I cannot say that the organization is 100% wrong because I don't feel they are either. It's like, we do need you to do this, Conor. Even though you've done so much, we get it. But we need you to do this because this is so big to the company, so big to the organization. We need you to do this. So, but I do sympathize with him, man, because he does have an uphill battle because he loses to this guy again. I love Nate Diaz. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. But Nate's lost 10 times. You know, we're not talking about Rafael dos Anjos. We're not talking about Khabib Nurmagomedov. We're not talking about the champions. Conor can't lose to Nate over and over again, you know. So, and honestly, I don't know if he can actually beat him. It's just a bad style matchup for him. But it's a tough situation that these guys are in right now.
Two last quick things. Are you hoping that they figure it out and put Conor on the card? You would be you would stand to gain from that, right? You get them points, right?
Well, I mean, if we were all on the card, I just don't know if the pie is big enough to share between me and John and Conor and Misha and everybody else on the card, you know. So it's a business, man. We got to think of the business too, you know. So people are gonna have to choose, honestly. If they want Conor on that card, they're gonna lose John and I probably, you know. So it's gonna be one or the other because I don't think that they would do it with all of us on the same card. Makes no sense.
And finally, as we sit here and talk today before you go to the doctor, just based on how you're feeling, do you think it's a good chance that you'll get cleared and be able to fight on July 9th? Are you feeling that way?
I feel pretty good.
Okay.
I feel confident that that I'll be able to train effectively at the latest in the next month. That would be 8 weeks from the injury. Right now, I'm 3.5 weeks from my procedure. They say in the 4th week is when the stem cells really start to take and you start to feel the improvement. I mean, the first 2 weeks, I would actually walk. My leg would just swell up to like double the size. I would run home, stick it in a bucket of ice, and just sit there for 30 minutes.
Wow.
And then it started to feel better and better and better. Now I'm not limping as much. I can move around, and I just can't push it too hard. But more than anything, just seeing this new guy in there on Saturday, who I truly believe is who he is now. He went home on Saturday questioning why did I fight like that? Why did I look like that? I didn't look like the guy that I thought I was going to be. We saw these videos. He's jumping high. He jumped so high once off on a box. I thought maybe he could dunk a basketball now. I'm like, okay, this dude is like, he's working. He's going to be better. And then I see him and I go, okay, this guy's not better. The game has changed a lot since John last fought. And under these new rules, we have to all, it's tough. Because that IV really does make a difference, and John is a big guy. So that IV makes a difference, man. Nobody even knew IVs was part of USADA. This was new to everybody. Nobody knew that it was going to be an IV ban. It's new to everybody. So, but that's him. And Era, before I go, everybody listening right now, pound for pound discussion is over. We don't talk about this no more. It's Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson by a landslide. It's DJ, and then it's the rest of us. We're all down here, man. The dude is the best. He may be the best fighter to ever grace the octagon. Pure martial artist in every form. DJ's the man.
I'm not just saying this because you're on. I'm surprised that you don't get more love in that discussion because you're one of the few guys who actually won in 2 divisions. You're actually one of the few. And DJ as well. But his last fight.
It's very odd.
It is very odd.
It's very odd when you do pound for pound because, again, love Robbie. But when Robbie was fighting at 85, he would lose a lot more than he does at 70. But in the pound for pound rankings, Robbie is actually above me.
Wow.
You know, so it's if you look at pound for pound and what it's supposed to mean, it's whose skills will translate weight division. Jones would be successful at heavyweight, just as I was. So he should be up there. But the rest of those guys is kind of weird in that sense. You don't really know.
Well, I got to say, I was pulling for your Rockets to pull off the upset after you just announced to the world that you're doing this interview under duress, that you're actually not happy to be speaking to me. I'm back on the Dubs bandwagon. I mean, really, it's going to take me a long time to get over that. But I do appreciate you coming on nonetheless. It's great to see your face, DC. Thank you very much. And good luck. Can you give me a text or something? What time is this doctor appointment? What time are we going? Can you give me a text? Something?
You just kind of want everything.
Well, I mean, it would be nice.
You want it all, but sometimes people ask you for a little bit, like, hey, can I get this? And they'll do this interview for us, DC. And if DC had the results, he would get it. But now you want everything. You want me to text you when I get out of doctor's, right?
That would be nice, yes. Is that too much to ask?
I'll think about it. Hey, real quick, though, how's the view? How's the view? Hey, Area, how's the view? Seriously.
It's nice. It's nice. I like those pictures. You got that. I mean, it's really something you got back there. Your parents, I think, is that your parents back there? You got Selena.
Parents.
You got Selena. The Strike Force.
The crown jewel right here.
That is the crown jewel?
Andre Arlovsky, Josh Barnett, Fedor Emelianenko, Sergey Karatanov, Brett Rogers, Antonio Silva, Fabricio Verdum. Verdum hates that his name is on this belt, by the way.
Yeah.
This is the one, and then I look at my, actually, you know what's the crown jewel?
Okay.
King of the Cage.
Wow. Look at that. That's not even on the mantle.
I keep them all. The King of the Cage belt, the Australia belt goes under the bottom.
Why?
They're at the bottom.
Why? Put them all out there. The more the merrier.
My mantle can't fit. I used to say last year
that
I had a belt for every year I have fought because I had 5 titles, but I'm in my 6th year now, so it doesn't.
So you get a new one every time you fight in the UFC?
Not really, but Alexander Gustafsson fought me so hard that I refused to give it back.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. I'm keeping it. I was like, I stuffed it in my bag and I left. I stole it, actually.
That's amazing. I love that. That's a great story. I didn't know that. See, we learn something new every day. But in all honesty, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate it. You're looking good. Got that smile on your face. It's always great to see you, my man. And great job on the commentary. If I were those other guys, I'd get nervous, including Joe Rogan. I think you put out a warning there. You put him on blast.
Man, thank you. I appreciate it. Those guys make it a lot easier, though.
Okay, very nice of you to say. Much love. Thank you. Good luck later today.
All right, Helwani, thank you.
There he is, the light heavyweight champion of the UFC, Daniel Cormier, joining us with an update on his status. Okay, we're going to stick to the light heavyweight division. In a minute, we're going to be joined in studio by the sledgehammer. Ilir Latifi is here. He's just over there in the other room. I saw him with my own eyes. He's going to be here in studio in a matter of moments. So we need to take a quick break. We need to reconfigure the studio. What's our video that we're doing? I forget. Could someone help me out? So much going on in my mind. Oh, yes. We've got a couple of interviews. Yes, we've got Demetrius Johnson. My very first interview with... It was after Demetrius Johnson's UFC debut, UFC 126. He defeated Kid Yamamoto. So we've got my post-fight interview with Demetrius Johnson at UFC 126, just to look back at how far he's come. And time permitting, we may also look at UFC 123 after Edson Barbosa's UFC debut. He had a big weekend. He defeated Anthony Pettis. Anthony Pettis now 5-4 in the UFC. He's lost 3 in a row. Who would have thunk it? So let's configure, or reconfigure things, I should say. And in a minute, we are going to be joined in studio by Ilir Latifi, the sledgehammer. For now, y'all must have forgot Demetrius Johnson's UFC debut. Ariel Helwani post-fight at UFC 126 alongside Demetrius Johnson, who defeated Kid Yamamoto tonight. And Demetrius, very dominant win by you tonight. And it just seemed as though you were able to impose your will on him the entire fight. Was that what you were expecting?
Yeah, I was expecting, to get a lot of takedowns because he steps in real hard, but I made a couple mistakes about, letting him curl underneath me and not, stuffing him underneath me because he was real good about balling up, so I couldn't even get to my submission repertoire. So really upset about that.
What do you think of his performance, especially in the first round? He seemed very tentative.
I don't really want to say he's tentative. He just understands range and distance very well. And so each time I step in, he will back up because he waits. And as you come forward, he always hits you with that hard right. And you watch his highlight reel, that's what he does. So, I was trying to ease my way in there and not get stupid and get hit with that hook. And so he's just really good about controlling distance, and he understands it very well. So that's when you get that kind of footwork action going on, and that's what happened tonight, a lot about that stand-up.
And your timing was impeccable because you were slipping under his right hook every time. You were making sure that he wasn't even going to touch you, taking him down right away. I'm sure that's something you worked on, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Me and Matt, we worked on it a lot. All the guys at the gym, we did. And, the one thing we were trying to work on was him to draw out that hook. And that's why he looked so tentative, because he was waiting. And I was just too over my base. My head was over my feet, so I couldn't go here and come back on my counter. And so I resorted to my wrestling because I was already here. Then when he shot, I just came underneath and got him. So.
And you're so fast. You're even fast in this interview. I can't even catch up putting the mic in front of your face. You're very quick out there. Do you feel as though at 135 no one can just keep up with your pace?
I'm sure there's guys out there who keep my pace. I think Yamamoto was just looking for that one shot knockout. And I was looking for the complete game tonight, and I was to be very well rounded. Hit him on the feet, throw knees, lower my elevation, do the takedowns. If I don't get takedown, come up, kick, knee, so in combinations, because it's mixed martial arts. It's not just box. If it was, and it could have been a different story tonight.
What was your take on a moment in the second round? He seemed to have kneed you, and you were a little bit rocked, but then he moved back. I think he thought it was an illegal knee. Was it?
Oh, no, it was going to be. It was almost like the Donald Cerrone and
Jamie Varner.
Thank you. Same thing, He was getting ready to throw a knee, and I was down, and I moved out of the way, and then he thought he hit me, and then I was standing there, and I got up, and I was like, hey, man, it's okay, in a dream, you can knee to the head. So, sometimes when I'm working out with these guys, I've been kneeing in the head because I like to train that kind of stuff too. So, but I wasn't dazed at all. I just moved out of the way of the knee, and I just got up and said, "Hey, man, it's all good. I know it's a business. It's a sport." So.
What was it like being out there in front of a UFC audience, in front of the, the crowd, pay-per-view crowd, and in that cage, it's a little bit bigger than the WC cage, right?
Yeah, it was a little bit bigger, like me and my coaches were like, man, it's not really that big, much bigger, and we're like, yeah, and we train at Vanderlei Silva's gym, and his cage is huge. I mean, we had me, Matt, and one time we had Rafael Santo in there, and it was great to fight in front of the UFC crowd. Reminds me of my WC days, so it was good.
All right, and talk about this situation. We don't see Xbox sponsoring a lot of fighters.
Yeah, Xbox 360 really stepped up. Microsoft stepped up to sponsor mixed martial arts, and I guess I'm their first protege. And I really want to say big thanks to them, and big thanks to UFC and Dana White and everybody at the staff at UFC for putting my fight on Facebook. And thank you guys for interviewing me.
And who do you think they'll book you against next?
It's hard to say. I'm still climbing up the mountain. And we got a lot of tough guys. I mean, they can put me up against anybody, and I just got to go back home and go back to work, 40-hour-week job, and get ready for the next one. So.
Well, thank you for the time. Congrats on the win.
Oh, thank you, bud.
Ariel Helwani post-fight at UFC 123 with Edson Barbosa, who defeated Mike Lulo tonight in very impressive fashion. And Edson, first off, congratulations on your first UFC win. I have to ask you, why are you holding your cup right now?
Porque eu tive que fazer o exame agora de...
He had to pin the cup for the test, so he didn't want to hand it to anybody and be like, hey, here, hold my cup. So he's holding it.
I'm sure you're going to be keeping that one for a very long time. This was your first UFC fight and victory. How did it feel to be out there in the octagon for the first time?
Well, I said he was very thankful first for the opportunity, and like people say, he has a lot of fights, but he was too nervous for being the UFC, having a lot of pressure, winning your first fight in the UFC, which is the biggest show, the biggest league. But he felt like he was very comfortable in the beginning. He was kind of anxious to just be able to put a good show and show his potential, his full potential. But regardless of being the UFC or not, he felt like he walked in and he was actually comfortable with the whole atmosphere and stuff.
You had a change of opponent sort of at the last minute. How did that affect your training?
Sinceramente, não afetou, cara. Tava preparado.
Actually, it didn't change much because I always focus on what I'm going to do, my game, my 100%. It doesn't really matter who I'm fighting. I'm going to do the same things I'm used to do, which is focus on my game. And as soon as I find out that I was fighting someone else, it didn't change much because I was just focusing on myself, focusing on my game, and trying to go there and fight whoever,
I don't know if you know this, but there is a lot of buzz and hype about you, especially online. And clearly you have delivered in your first fight. We saw a lot of great power from you. Obviously the leg strikes were very effective. Is that, for the people who are seeing you for the first time, is that sort of your forte here? Is that your strength, those leg kicks? Do you use that to beat a lot of your opponents?
Eu, sinceramente, eu acho que eu sou um lutador completo, cara. Eu tenho um jogo de chão, tenho um jogo de wrestling, tenho um jogo...
Yeah, I'm definitely a striker, as you can see. But my forte, I would say, it's not just leg kicks, but knees, hands, everything, knees, flying knees, the whole thing. Today, I show my skills as a leg kicker, like throwing leg kicks. But I do have a background in jiu-jitsu and wrestling. I've been training everything, and I feel like I'm a complete fighter. I'm excited to show all my other skills in my next fight.
All right, back on the MMA Hour. Here we are, very special guest, Ilir Latifi in the house. How about that? Wow, what an honor this is.
Thank you so much. It's an honor being here.
Thank you for joining us. So what brings you to New York?
Well, I have a very close friend, Agim Barisha, so I've been here visiting him and had some other meetings with some people. So just traveling in the U.S., I've been here for a couple of months now, and I really like it.
So are you done with Sweden?
Absolutely not. Sweden is always my base. That's where I grew up and where I trained all my life. But the sport is biggest here in the U.S. The UFC is so big, so I felt it was like a big, important step to me to come over here and train here and be over here where the big shows are.
But do you live here full time now in the U.S.?
I've been here for a couple of months. So let's see what happens in the future. I would probably like to stay here too, but let's see what happens,
Well, you're all nice and tan. You seem like you like the sun. I know your base is in Florida, right?
Yeah, I'm based down in Miami.
Yeah. You're hanging out with my mother.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
She recognized you.
Yeah, that was pretty funny,
That's
We're
amazing.
living in the same building, so that was pretty cool.
That's amazing. But like when she came up to you and said, "Oh, I'm Ariel's mother," did you think she was joking?
No, I knew because I met you a couple of weeks before.
I said that.
I was just like, wow, what a coincidence. But it was funny how she recognized me. So
how?
She was like, "You're a fighter? You're a UFC fighter? You know my son?" I'm like, "Who's your son?" Then she told me, I'm like, "Of course I know him." So it was nice, you know. So
it was after you just fought at UFC 196.
Exactly.
So she watches all the pay-per-views. So she was, you know, it was very easy for her to recognize you. So let's talk. Okay, so UFC 197 just happened.
Yeah.
You tweeted me you were looking for a place to watch the fight.
Yeah.
Did you find a place?
Yeah, we were at a local bar down at Manhattan and just like chilled with some friends. So it was nice, you know, nice seeing the fights.
Yeah. What did you think of John Jones? This is your division.
Yeah.
What did you make of his performance?
Actually, it was what I thought it would be. You
Really?
know? Yeah.
What do you mean?
I wasn't surprised. Like everybody was thinking that was going to be an easy fight. I know he hadn't been in an octagon a long time, and it's always a little bit nervous coming back, all the pressure, and you know, like DC said, a lot of new rules. You know, the IV ban. He's a big guy cutting a lot of weight, different training, and it fights a tough guy. You know, you can't take that from him. The guy that was there, he's a tough fighter, and you know, it's not an easy game.
So based on all these new rules and how he looked on Saturday, do you think DC beats him in the rematch?
I think DC had the first fight. I think DC wasn't really prepared of John Jones' wrestling skills. You know that he has a good takedown defense. John Jones coming from a Greco-Roman background, it gives him a big advantage against the cage, and it's hard to take him down. So I think he wasn't prepared that he was going to be so hard to take down. But this time, if he fights him with that pressure that DC can put on and the will that he has, I think, of course, that he can take it.
Wow.
And he will. And he's dedicated, you know.
Yeah, of course. Kind of the same build as you, right?
Yeah.
You're cut from the same cloth, as they say.
Yeah, we are. we're the smallest guy in the division. But like I always said, you know, people often say, why do you don't cut to 185? But I would never make 185. I'm too heavy. You know, I walk around 235, even more. Now I walk around less, but you know, I'm a heavy guy by nature. You know,
Right.
but that gives me also some other advantages too. You know, so
Of course.
I'm strong, I'm powerful, and I'm fast. So, you know, I make the things that people see as my weakness as my strength.
Right. And we will get to you in a second, but I got to ask, because it's on everyone's mind. I know you follow the news in MMA. What do you think about this whole Conor McGregor situation? A fellow European fighter, what do you think about this? This is madness.
Yeah, you know, me and Conor, we have a pretty cool history because he debuted at the card where I was a main event.
That's right.
And since then, we fought like 3 or 4 times at the same event.
That's right.
But you know, he's an amazing athlete. He lifted this sport to another level. What he's done for the sport is amazing. He's a great athlete. He's a great performer. But he's not only an athlete. He's an artist. It's different being a fighter, just to be able to fight, and it's different taking the fighting to the world, like to all the people.
Yeah.
And that's what he is. He's an artist. So, but in the same time, I understand him because he comes from a loss. All these world tours with the mass media and stuff, it takes a lot of energy. And it takes the focus of what you should do. Because as a fighter, you always got to stay hungry and train hard. In the end, that's what's the important thing. It's not about the talking. It's not about the flashing and stuff. When the cage closed, you're there to fight and perform. And I think after the last fight, he thought, damn, man, I should go back and do what I should do.
Right.
Training like an animal, you know, training hard and being hungry. I'm not saying that he's not hungry anymore, but, you know, somewhere I thought, like, man, I'm going back where I started. Like I self like to do that, go back where I started, you know, in my hometown, train at that dirty, you know, gym where I started to get me hungry again, you know, sometimes you need that. So I think it wasn't like, he wanted to diss the UFC or something. It was like, hey, man, I'm here. I want to work hard, you know. I want to win this fight. It's important. And in the same time, I understand the UFC too, because he's such a big name. This event, the 200 event, is so big. They really need him to promote it. But, you know, this thing happened, and I think you just have to have a communication and work it out.
Yeah, hopefully they can work it out. Yeah. It would be a shame if they don't. So what about you? Because you have been looking good. You've won 3 in a row. You're very dominant. anyone suggesting you moving down to 185 is crazy because you've had so much success at 205. I see you going back and forth with Ryan Bader. What's going on? What's next?
Well, I've been saying a long time, when I first started in UFC, I wasn't ready maybe to fight the best. But now after 6 or 7 fights, I'm ready to fight the best. And I've said I've been wanting a top 5 opponent a while now. So, and I know I can beat. I don't want to sound cocky, I never brag and stuff. I never call out people. That's not my style of a person.
Right.
I respect all the fighters and everything, I'm a respectful person, but I know I can beat anybody in that division.
But you did ask for Ryan Bader on Twitter.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's nothing that I have against him.
Sure.
I just told a lot of fans were asking me about that fight. You should fight Ryan. And Ryan, he has he's at the top.
Sure.
He's good ranked. He has fought the best, and a lot of people see it as a good matchup. And I would love to fight him.
So, okay, you say that I could beat the best. I could beat anyone in the division. Does that include the top 2 guys? Like when you watch John Jones fight on Saturday, do you say I could be in there and I could beat this guy?
Of course.
Yeah, you feel that confident now.
Yeah.
Wow. So has the
when I say I can beat him, then I mean anybody.
Wow. It took you some time to start believing that?
I mean, it's all about the experience.
Yeah.
I have developed for every fight that I've come. You can see from my first fight
Sure.
to you can't even count my first fight because my first fight I wasn't prepared. I cut 27 pounds in 3 days, and I went in without no training, no sparring, nothing. I was just like, let's do it.
Sure.
But that's the kind of person I am, I don't like to talk. I go in and I show the results,
That's one of my favorite stories since I've been covering this sport. How you got into the UFC. You
don't even know the whole story. That's pretty crazy.
Can you tell us the whole story, please? For once and for all, tell us the whole story. How does it start?
So everything is like I wasn't in the UFC, but I was like just the step in. And one of the biggest fighter names in Sweden and the Scandinavia. And I had like 3 fights just before that happened that were canceled. So I was like training for like 3-4 months. 1 fight canceled. Then we found another fight canceled. And I had a hard time getting fights. That was my biggest problem before the UFC. I had a hard time getting fights. So after the like 3rd or 4th fight was canceled, I was like, man, I'm done with this shit because it was hard making a living.
Sure.
I wasn't like making money of these fights, and I was like stuck in the middle. So I was like, man, what's happening now? But my dear friend and my coach that's been with me all the way, Salman Berisha, said, man, let's work. The opportunity is gonna come. So I'm back home in my hometown, Malmö. I'm visiting my family, and I get this. Alex was supposed to fight.
Yep.
The main event in Stockholm. And it's so funny because I was with my brother and his family at home, and I went down to the shop to buy we had Easter dinner and stuff, so I went down to buy some ice cream and some candy. It's like 10 in the night, Friday night, I remember it. It was just a week before
the fight, okay.
The fight.
Yeah, 8 days, right? Because Friday.
Yeah, probably not even 8. But yeah, it was Friday night, so it was like 6 or 7. So they say, did you hear what happened? So, no. So, Alex is injured, so it's not sure he's gonna be able to fight.
Okay.
I said, wow. And I even think about they're gonna ask me or something.
Who's calling you, by the way?
My coach.
He's calling. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, so okay. I said, wow. So okay, well. Then he says like, I think you should come up here to Stockholm, and it's like a 6-7 hours drive.
Okay.
So why, Hamba? They're not gonna find a replacement, in that short notice. It's a main event. Who's gonna take a fight in 7 days? Again, Musashi, a top guy, nobody's gonna take it. So, and he already knows me as a person. I would take it. I wouldn't back out.
How much you weigh at this point?
I was probably 12, 13 kilos over. So I was like 235.
Wow. Okay.
So he says like, okay, so I just go home, get in my small, smart car. My headlights weren't working, and I drove like all night, 6-7 hours.
Wow. So you don't buy the ice cream, nothing?
Nothing. I buy it and send it to home. And I'm saying, and I just go in and say like, listen, I'm leaving for Stockholm. So why? Maybe I'm gonna get this fight because how all the circumstances, my intention said I gotta go. So I went up, and they go out that he can't fight, and I go out on Twitter, on Facebook, and we start talking. You know, I say I'll fight him. You know, I'll do it. And like Wednesday night, I get the contract. I sign the paper, and I start taking the weight, you know.
Well, wait, you skipped some steps here. Wednesday you get the contract, but what are you doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday? When do you get the call that you're in?
Yeah, I'm like, so Saturday morning, I'm in Stockholm. I go up, I do a workout, you know, just to do something. And we start talking to Joe Silva and like, starting like, hey, he can take the fight. And they started looking me up who I am and stuff, blah, blah. And it's like, you know, this guy has an amazing crowd in Sweden. They love him.
Yeah.
So we go back and forth, blah, blah, and stuff. And
are you talking to Alex at this point?
Yeah, I'm talking to
Is it tough? Because
it's tough, you know. He was very disappointed, but he was, in the same time, he was happy that I got the opportunity, you know.
Okay.
And it was just like so much happened. And then when I go out on Twitter, like because it was 1st of April, so everybody was like, there was people going out and saying, I'll take the fight. I think like Wanderlei Silva went out, and people thought, but they were just joking. So I go out and say it, and then it like goes crazy. You know, people know it's for real.
Yeah.
And they start writing, you know, in the magazines and something like the Rocky story, you know, this unknown guy, relative unknown for the world, you know, challenging this great fighter. So it was like a crazy atmosphere in Sweden in my hometown, and I got a lot of support. But it was like a very hectic week, and I'll never forget that week because I was doing like interviews like 4 or 5 hours a day, cutting weight, and like it was just a crazy moment.
Yeah.
And like I had a lot of close friends, and we didn't think so much. We was like, let's do it.
Yeah.
Man.
That's what life is all about. I'm wondering, who was the one that told you you're in? Like, do you remember that phone call?
Yeah, it was my coach, Selman Berisha.
He said you got it.
Hamba, are you ready to fight Saturday? Are you ready to do this? Of course I'm ready, man.
Wow.
That's life, you know.
Yeah.
I always tell people, you gotta take your chances in life, whatever it is. Never be afraid to step out of your comfort zone, because then you never know how great you can be. And there was a lot of people doubted me when I fought that fight. Even before the fight, they were like, he's gonna get smashed the first minute. He cut so much weight. He's that and that. And I was like, you know, let them believe what they want to believe. I know what I'm capable of. And was actually, when I come to the arena after the weigh-ins, after the weight cut, and come to the arena for the fight and warm up, it's such a crazy feeling behind, but I don't know where I got the energy to fight that fight, because I was so exhausted
from cutting weight,
from the weight cut, and so dehydrated, so I didn't even warm up.
Wow.
I just like, I had no energy to warm up, so I was like, what happens we're gonna go in and we're gonna do this. But for me, it was important not to only go in and take the fight. For me, it was important to perform.
Sure.
So honestly, I don't know where I got that energy. It was just pure will, because there was no tactical, I had no energy to, it was just go in and fight, you know.
I remember there was a shot, I think it was before the 3rd round, where they show you your eye is busted up. And the people are cheering for you, and people are shocked that you even made it to the 3rd round. Like, that's a victory in its own right. Were they helping you as well?
Of course, you know, it meant a lot, you know, for where I grew up. Doing what I did was a big step. So a lot of people like, wow, you know, look what he has done on his own, you know. Coming from where I grew up, they were like, hey, he made it all the way here alone.
Yeah.
So it was a crazy thing. But it shows, you know, if you have the will, the drive to do something, you're capable of doing a lot in life.
How difficult was that weight cut? I mean, did it ever get scary for you?
It did, you know, because, you know, I wasn't physically prepared. I was like in the sauna cutting like 4 hours a day.
Yeah. 4 hours?
A day, 3 days.
Gosh.
No drinking, no eating, no nothing.
How do you do that? Physically, how do you guys do this?
You don't do it, but it's nothing normal. I wouldn't recommend nobody to do it.
Of course.
It's not I mean, nobody has done that in UFC history, taking a fight in that short notice.
Yeah.
It's something else taking a fight in 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Sure.
But taking in 3 days, cutting 28 pounds, nobody.
Was there ever a point where you thought you wouldn't make it? Like it was too tough?
No. I already decided we're gonna make this. You gotta just decide in your head. When you decide something, that's how we grew up. That's how my father. When you decide for something, then you decide and you make it. Whether you break down or whatever, it doesn't matter. You just gotta make it.
When's the last time you watched that fight?
It was a long time ago.
Do you take pleasure out of it? Like, do you say, with the fact that I showed up and went the distance with this guy, was that a victory for you, or were you pissed off that you lost still?
I was maybe like, of course, you're never happy when you lose, but in a way, when I think back what I went through, it was amazing that I did those 3 rounds, because like I told you, I was there already when I stepped in. I had no energy. Like after the first punch, I was like, so I was just like, it was pure will.
So you said that you come from, how do you pronounce it, Malmö?
Yeah, Malmö.
In Sweden.
Yeah.
Your parents are originally from
Albania,
Kosovo, Albania. Yeah. Where were you born? You were born in Sweden, though, right?
Yeah, I was born in Sweden. My parents immigrated during the 70s to Sweden.
Why'd they go to Sweden?
To work, They came to Sweden. There was like Sweden was taking a lot of people over there they needed like a lot of labor and stuff.
Yeah.
So
were you an athlete as a kid?
I wrestled. I started wrestling when I was 6 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, I did Greco-Roman wrestling. I actually did Greco-Roman wrestling until I was 25 or 26, and then I went over to MMA. So the transition to MMA came through my brother, who's a jiu-jitsu black belt and one of the pioneers in like no holds bar in Scandinavia and Europe.
Yeah, I've read that. How old is your brother?
He's don't say it wrong now. He's like 42.
Oh wow. Okay, so is it tough for him to see how big MMA has gotten in Sweden and he wasn't able to capitalize on it?
I mean, sometimes he wished that he could. I think he wishes that when he fought, it could be this big,
Yeah.
Because when he's fought, there was no money, there was nothing. He went like to Russia, to Finland, fighting tournaments where there were practically no rules.
Wow.
Headbutts.
Did you watch these?
Of course.
How did you see them? Like, did you go with him?
Some of the fights I was with him, and others I saw like they're on
tape or whatever. So was he someone like? Was he like an idol for you? Someone that you looked up to? Did you say I want to be like him?
Yeah. And my brother always supported me during my career. Today he's not. It doesn't have the possibility of being with me like during all my training.
Sure.
But he's always there, like spiritually.
Does he come to your fights?
Yeah, he's always in my corner. Sal and my brother are always there.
At what point do you decide that you want to become a pro MMA fighter?
Well, I made the switch to, I wrestled and was a dedicated wrestler a long time.
But you're not making money, right? When you're a wrestler,
no,
nothing.
So I was like trying to qualify for the national team and for the
Olympics.
Stuff. But it's too bad, because sports has a lot of politics and stuff and favorizing people and stuff. And I just felt like it was too much bullshit.
Wow.
And I'm not saying that I was the best in my division, but I was one of the best. And I didn't feel that the opportunity was given for me to develop as a wrestler. So too much politics. They started changing the rules, the rules in the wrestling, like how wrestling looked.
Okay.
Yeah, the Greco, and I just felt like it was, in the time I was feeling like MMA was more and more interesting.
What year is this?
This is like 2004 or 5.
Okay, wow. So there's no real, legends in Swedish MMA at that point. There's no one to really look up to. Your brother you're looking up to, but there's no Alex Gustafsson, so to speak.
No,
right?
no, there's none. My brother, I mean, one of the the really pioneers in MMA in action in Sweden is Omar Buch.
Mm-hmm.
He fought in Pancrase, and he was actually my brother's first trainer in MMA. So I trained with him for a while.
Okay, so you decide, okay, I'm going to go from wrestling to MMA. I'm going to try to become a fighter.
Yeah.
What does your family say about this?
They didn't like it.
They didn't like
They're
it?
like, I mean, how are you going to make a living as a fighter? Because I'm a very dedicated person. I'm either white or black when I do something, I'm all in. So when I went in for fighting, I went 100%.
Wow.
And I started training hard, you know. And my brother said he believed in me. He said, you should do fighting, man. You can make you can make a career of it, because he knew that I had it in me. And we started training and like started looking fights. I get my first fight in Bulgaria.
Yes, this is a famous fight.
It is.
But I can't. There's no footage of it online.
I think you can find it on Vimeo or Daily Motion.
Okay, I checked on YouTube. I couldn't find it. Explain what happened here. This is crazy, this story.
So, I mean, this like in the beginning were these crazy shows in Europe, you know, they were not so organized. So I get this fight. I just wanted to fight.
Yes.
I get this fight in Bulgaria, Sofia. And they say like, oh, you're going to fight this guy and he's like a Sambo guy, world champion. I didn't know so much, you know.
Yeah.
Like, but I was like maybe 210 pounds. I wasn't so heavy.
Okay.
And yeah, they say like it's the same weight and stuff. So I come to Bulgaria and to Sofia. They pick us up. These guys, very nice people, you know, over there. And they take us to arena and stuff, and we meet up the people. I was just like some local cool guy that had money, that was notorious in Sofia, who said, I'm going to make a cool show for my friends, you know?
Okay.
Probably his gangster friends, I don't know. But it was a cool crowd, so we're coming there and like, there's no weigh-in, no medicals.
Wow.
No nothing, you know? And I'm the main event.
What year is this?
2008.
2008, okay.
Yeah. I'm the main event, and I'm fighting this guy, then Blago Ivania, who turned out to be, you know, a great fighter.
World Series of Fighting champion now.
Yeah.
He fought against Fedor.
Yeah, he's amazing, tough guy, you know.
Yep.
And, you know, we come in the main event, and like we're pumped up. I'm pumped up. I've been training hard for like months, and I just want to have a fight. And first, at like the first contact, I push him up against the rope, and because there was a ring, so when I push him up to the ropes on this side, this pole just breaks loose, so the whole ring breaks down.
That is insane.
And the whole crowd goes crazy, and I'm like so focused, I'm like trying to push him, like,
you don't even realize?
No, I don't realize. And
wow.
My brother says, stop. So we thought they're gonna fix the cage, like something was the ring, that something is loose, and like we're having a look, and it's like the whole pole is broken, like. So they had to stop the fight, no contest and stuff. But
how disappointing is that for your first fight? You were probably so jacked up, right? So excited.
It was.
How did you calm down?
I was like, was so like, now this is not happening.
Yeah.
I was like, I had 2 or 3 fight cancels, and then I get this fight, no contest. I was like, man, this is not happening. But, you know, everything has a reason. And then like 2-3 months after, he fought Fedor and won the World Sambo Championship. So, you know, he's a very tough guy.
How difficult was it in those early days to actually earn a living? Like, did you have to do other jobs and things like that?
Yeah.
Make money?
I worked all the time. You know, I had two jobs. You know,
what did you do?
I worked like 10 years. I worked with young, you know, teenagers that how do you say, social work with guys that maybe choose the wrong way in life.
Yeah, delinquents.
Yeah, so I tried to motivate them to choose a better life, you know, help them with the sports, self-confidence and stuff. And then I did security and stuff, you know.
Wow. When's the last time you had to do that stuff? Like, when's the last time you had to have another job?
Oh, probably 3 or 4 years ago, 5, yeah.
So before you came into the UFC?
Yeah.
Once you got the call, you were full-time?
Yeah.
But you said that you were having fights, you know, getting canceled left and right. Did you think about leaving? Saying, enough of this?
I mean, every fighter thinks has that doubt.
Yeah.
When they're upcoming, like, you're traveling the world, living like in strange places.
Yeah.
I stayed at some strange places, you know, and you're training and you have a dream somewhere and like thinking like, it's so far, but at the same time, it's so close, you know? And sometimes, like, coming from Sweden, being a big famous fighter in the US is like, it's not even imaginable that why are they going to pick you from Sweden to become a UFC fighter and, like, top 10 contender? Why?
Yeah.
There's so many fighters in the US.
Sure.
So it's such a long, like, it's so close, but still it's a dream that is so far away that you, like, start questioning it. But somewhere I had the belief in myself, and I worked hard for it.
A lot of your teammates got there before you. Was that tough? to see, Alex fighting John Jones and Reza Madadi, these guys? Was it hard to see other people get a shot and you thinking you deserve to be there as well?
No, I always believe that when the time is right, you will be there, because it's not only being in the UFC. It's about performing there, making your name memorable there.
What's the state of the gym right now, the All-Stars gym? What's going on?
The guys are working hard.
Yeah.
Reza is fighting in like 2 or 3 weeks. He's hungry, and he's ready. Alex also working, developing new skills.
Is he back there now?
He's back.
He's back?
He's back. He's working, and he's gathering his energy, It was a tough fight last time with DC. Amazing fight. I helped him prepare for that fight, and I train with DC before too, and we're pretty similar at our build. It was perfect training camp.
When did you train with DC?
It was a short while when I was traveling through the US. I was in San Jose.
Okay. When you were in the UFC?
Yeah. Yeah, actually after my first fight, I was there like two weeks.
What was that like?
It was amazing, DC is a great guy.
Yeah.
I like him as a champion too, because he's a real athlete.
Right.
He's respectful, and he's a showman in the right way,
Yeah.
So I have a lot of respect for him, both as a fighter, as a person.
I ask about the team because it seemed like for a minute, Alex was back at Alliance, and he was saying that, he was considering retirement as well because he had been through a lot. Would you say that, this is kind of a state of transition for the team? Is that fair to say? I mean, even you, to be honest, you're not there. You're at ATT and stuff.
I mean, like, all teams have these periods.
Ups and downs.
Yeah. Like, this team is like, everybody's there, everybody's good and stuff. But I mean, all teams have these periods that people want to make changes and they want to find themselves and stuff. So that's not for Alex. I think it's just like he had some tough fights, and he's not retiring. He's like, I think he has a lot of good fights. He did the 2 craziest title fights probably in UFC history.
Unbelievable.
I mean, you can't take that kid's warrior heart.
No, it's amazing.
Can.
In hindsight, I wish he had a break between the Rumble Johnson fight and that one just to get his confidence.
Yeah.
You were there that night, right? Yeah. Did that hurt Swedish MMA? Him losing like that in front of all those people, and especially it was like 4 a.m. Remember that?
I mean, fans, the real fans, they always stick there.
Yeah.
They always believe that. The real fans, they're always going to be behind our backs. And the Swedish MMA scene is so small.
Yeah.
But we make a lot of noise. I mean, Sweden is 9 million people.
That's it.
That's nothing.
It's unbelievable. And
that's not even New York. How many live in New York?
I know, it's crazy. It's unbelievable.
So I mean, like, what we have done, I think it's amazing. And still, MMA is like, the people love MMA, but still, like, it's like a little bit how it was in New York. People follow MMA, but it wasn't like really accepted from the government, from the stuff. It's like, oh, that sport is like, it's crazy, fighting is not okay, it's violent stuff. But more and more people are like, wow, what athlete these guys are, because there's no athlete that train like us.
Yeah,
no.
Well, I was just wondering, did the media turn on it just because the most famous guy lost like that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think it's gonna change back, coming back. Everything is like.
You're the one doing the best right now.
I've been doing good.
You're carrying that torch.
Yeah.
By the way,
I mean, it's a big man to fill up, but we're a team, and we help each other. So I'm doing the best that I can right now. And for me, it was a time where I needed to get some fresh air and come out.
Did you grow up with the Swedish legend Zlatan Ibrahimovic?
That's true. We grew up in the
soccer legend, football legend.
Yeah. He's an amazing football player, athlete. We grew up in the same neighborhood.
Wow. Yeah. What are the chances?
Yeah. It's I mean, where I grew up, it's a pretty notorious neighborhood in Sweden. It's called Rosengård.
Why notorious?
I mean, it's what do you say? It's like
it's tough.
Yeah, it's a tough area.
Oh wow.
So I don't know if you want to call it a ghetto or project or what. But it's notorious, and I mean, these areas, a lot of talents come because we didn't have anything else to do. Either play football, wrestle, do boxing, or that's what we had to do. We didn't have anything else to do. And a lot of good athletes come from these areas. Not only Rosenborg, we have other places too. So,
When did you first meet him?
well, we grew up like 2-3 blocks from each other. So
Wow.
we had some one of my best friend lived in the same how do you say the
Building?
same building. So I used to see him there. You know.
Did you play soccer with him?
No, I don't like soccer. I
Why?
don't play. No. I was always a fighter, you know. I was like, hey, you're always running after this ball all day, but you know, sometimes for fun, you know.
Did you ever wrestle with him?
No, but he likes fighting.
He likes fighting.
He loves fighting. He loves the UFC, and it's pretty funny, you know. There was a guy. He posted a picture of me and him, like doing a kick, you know. And he likes when he plays football, he does these crazy kicks and
Yeah.
stuff, and like that comes from him. He trained taekwondo when he was a small kid.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, but it's pretty funny because I'm in the new UFC game. He's in the football game.
Yeah, FIFA.
Both grew up in the same neighborhood that it's like 25,000 people.
What are the chances?
What are the chances?
It's unbelievable. How tough was your childhood? Like you say, it's like a poor place, a notorious place. Was it dangerous at times?
I mean, it's not that it's like. It's more the social,
Okay.
like the how do you say the right word? It's a lot about the rumors of the area. Like it was notorious of being like bad neighborhood,
Okay.
a lot of crime, gangsters and stuff.
Did you go back?
My parents still live there, so
Still live there.
That's my town. But I had a great childhood. My father worked hard. My mother worked hard. We had a like fantastic life. So it wasn't like broken down in that way. But it's like, you know, you have people living, I don't know, here in the Bronx,
Sure,
and
sure,
you have families that had a great childhood. I always say it's not what you have when you grow up.
Yeah.
Like materially,
Of course.
it's not where you grew up, it's what you have with your family. And if your family is supportive, my father was very supportive and taking care of us. And family values, respect.
When you
That's
fight, is it a big deal there?
It is.
Everyone's watching,
Everybody.
no matter the
I
time.
got a matter support, and I'm very proud for
It's
I grew up.
amazing.
It made me who I am. It made me believe that I'm adaptable in all environments, and that's because where I grew up. You know, it made me challenge life, go out and travel and do new stuff. So I have a mad respect and support from people there, and it means a lot to me. Even all over Sweden, but
Yeah.
even in Albania and Kosovo too.
Did you go there too?
Yes.
Did you go back?
Yeah.
Do you meet young kids who you can see in their eyes they look up to you?
Of course, every
How do you deal with that? Because that's a lot of pressure, right?
not pressure, no, because I know. I'm gonna tell you a funny story. When I
Okay.
grew up,
Yeah.
I had this role model, a wrestler that I really, really looked up to.
What's his name?
We don't have to go
Why?
into
Okay.
So I really looked up to him. And I
Okay.
remember I was a small kid, you know, and I wanted to be like him. I wanted to train like him, you know. So I go to him, and like he was in the club training there, and I ask him, please, you know, I start asking him, how do you train? How do you do that? And he didn't give me the time, just like 30 seconds.
Wow.
He was like, not even like, hey, I'm busy or something. He was like, I don't have time for you, you know.
He was rude.
Yeah, it was rude. So I'll never forget that
Wow.
moment as a child.
Yeah. How old were you?
I was like maybe 7 or 8 years old.
Did it crush you?
No, but I was like a little bit disappointed,
Yeah.
you know. But I always told me I'm never gonna be like that.
Huh.
When I grew up, I say if I ever become like a big champion or a fighter or something, I'm never gonna be. I'm always gonna try to give everybody the time.
It's amazing how that works. Now, sometimes people can be like that, you know, famous people, and they're just having a bad day.
Of course,
But you
know.
remember it as a kid, right? So you
But it
always
was
have
heart crushing because that's what I would say, because you never know
Yeah.
who admires you or wants to be like you. So maybe you're having a bad day, but somebody else, it's his dream to meet you.
Yeah, and he'll remember it for the rest of his life.
his
And
life.
like you.
Yeah.
You ever see that guy again?
Yeah.
You do? Do you tell him?
No.
Come on. What's his name?
No. It's not a big deal,
It's a
you know.
lesson.
But he wasn't like but as a kid, I looked up him. But it's like today he's a nobody. But it's pretty.
He's a nobody.
Yeah.
Serves him right.
Yeah.
He deserves it.
Yeah. But this is life, you know.
What's he
so
doing now?
He's just like a trainer somewhere.
Never made it.
Never made it. But that's why you always got to be humble, life, because life gives you opportunities, and it's up to you to believe in yourself and do the most out of it.
Is it Andreas Michael? I'm just joking.
Andreas is a great coach.
He's good, yes, of course. Well, he is a somebody.
He's dedicated.
Yeah. Wow.
He's dedicated.
I bet someone will figure it out online. It is true, though. When I said that you were going to be on the show, people are like, "Oh, the GOAT, the GOAT is the greatest of all time." It's a short thing. Oh, we love the Sledgehammer. Who gave you that nickname, by the way?
The Sledgehammer, that's a crazy story. Like my third or fourth fight, I was fighting at a famous show in Scandinavia called Rumble of the Kings. And the ring announcer was one of my friends from Malmö. He's a famous rapper in Sweden.
Oh.
And he's gonna make it big soon here in the US too. He's called ADL.
Okay.
And he was a ring announcer, and he says, "Hey, we gotta find your nickname." So, man, I don't like nicknames. I don't like these fighter names.
Yeah.
I'm just Ilir Latifi. I'm a simple guy, you know. He's like, no, I'm gonna find something for you. So you're gonna see when you fight. After you win, I'm gonna tell. So I fight, and I win this fight in like 1 minute, ground and pound him, and I was like, and the winner is Ilir, the Sledgehammer. I was like, what the Sledgehammer? That's so typical, like WWE.
Sure, but it stuck.
It stuck. So I don't call myself the Sledgehammer like that, but sometimes it's fun because the fans like it. So I just go with it.
I mean, it fits you. You do look you're like a fire hydrant. You know, a fire hydrant.
Yeah.
You have that build like a tree stump.
That's what they say.
It's amazing. By the way, just curious. So you're in Miami now, South Beach. It doesn't get any better. But the women in Sweden, way better than in Miami, right? Let's be honest. Really? You're going with Miami?
No.
Sweden's going to turn their back on you.
I'm not saying nothing. No, the women in Sweden are amazing. They're very down to earth.
Do you like the blonde? Like, I mean, the typical. Is that your style? What's your style?
My style is
anything.
Yeah, no.
You don't have a type?
No, I don't have a type. You know, I go for the character.
What character?
Yeah.
Wow, what a guy. Yeah. Unbelievable. I was in Stockholm. Everyone, blonde hair, blue eyes. It's amazing.
But, you know, we have a lot of mixed people there, too. So you have, like, a lot of mixed girls that are beautiful, you know.
So you like the South Beach better than the Swedish?
No, I like Swedish more.
Okay.
I do.
For a second there, you seem to be going the other way.
But South Beach is like...
Are you spoken for now? Is that why you're hesitant? Do you have a girlfriend now?
No,
you're free.
Nah, I'm single. Everybody out there, so you know.
Yes, that's the big news of the day. Ilir Latifi. By the way, what does Ilir mean?
Ilir means freedom.
There you go. You're free.
Freedom. And actually,
in what language?
It's like Albanian is like a very, very old people that live in the Balkans called the Illyrians.
Wow.
So they're like this old ancient warrior people, and that's where my name comes from, Ilir. It means the free people,
Wow.
So they lived in the Balkans, the mountain area there, and like thousand years ago, like the same time as the ancient Greeks. And that's where my name comes from, Ilir.
Wow, that is great. What does Latifi mean?
The humble.
This fits you perfectly.
It's pretty crazy, huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
The free and the humble.
My grandfather's name was Latif, and that's where it comes from.
His first name was Latif.
Yeah.
And then they turned it into the last name.
Yeah.
Why?
It was just like that, you know, after it was my great-great-grandfather's name. So.
Okay. Yeah. Unbelievable. Okay, so to wrap it up, and this has been great. Have you enjoyed it?
Amazing. I would love to come back.
Anytime. But I want to know, when are we going to see you fight again? Because you're on a roll, because in the light heavyweight division, there's not a lot of guys who are on a roll like you. New blood, streaking, doing well, climbing the ladder. When are we going to see you again?
Well, you know, like I said, I don't like to brag, but you've seen my last fights.
Yes.
I've been finishing.
Killing it.
And the last fight, I fought Gian, very tough fighter, experienced guy. But, you know, I had control of the whole fight, 3 rounds. I was never, like, in danger. And in a way, I needed to go 3 rounds, but because I hadn't gone 3 rounds since the Musashi fight. That's like 3 years ago, 3-4 years ago. So I needed that to get like the feeling back, and felt great. No injuries. I want to fight, you know. I want to go to the top. I'm ready for anybody. Top 10, top 5.
Are you going to get the call soon?
I fight anybody for just not my friend Alex, you know.
That's the only one.
Yeah.
No amount of money in the world?
What? No.
No money in the world, even if it's for the belt. You don't fight him.
No.
You fought him enough.
Money is not everything in life.
That's right.
We don't forget. You know, you can't forget the people that supported you through life, that were with you all the way. You know, and me and him have been training all the time. We supported each other through the whole career. You know, so I think some things are not worth money.
Well said. I like that.
Yeah, so I said, give me anybody in top 5. I want to step up there, and I'm coming for that belt slowly and slowly. So everybody out there, I'm just saying, so you know, I'm coming.
You heard it here first on this program. What a pleasure this has been. Thank you very much. When do you leave New York, by the way?
I live in I'm gonna be here for 4 or 5 days more.
And then you're going back?
And then I go back to Miami, training there.
Okay, ATT.
ATT, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would love to fight in Madison Square Garden.
That's what you want?
Yeah, I have a lot of crazy fans over here.
Yeah.
Like American fans and a lot of Albanians and Swedish fans too. Yeah. So they're like, man, you got to fight here in Madison. So
do you go see it?
Of course.
It's amazing, right?
I was here 10 years ago, and so funny, I was here with one of my close friends, Sharif, and he said, that was before the UFC. It's like, one day you're gonna fight here at Madison Square Garden. And I promised him, I said, you're gonna see me fight here soon. So we're close now. So, but Madison is in November.
Yeah.
I would love to fight July again.
Mm-hmm. And then,
you know, I'm healthy, I'm fit, and I just want to fight.
Well, I really appreciate it, my man. Thank you so much. Very good to have you in studio. I've been admiring your career. What a story, the way you came in. And now, I mean, I think everyone has forgotten about how you came in. At first, you were just the guy who took the fight on short notice. Now you're a real player at 205. And it's great to see that. You are carrying the torch for Swedish MMA. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You can check him out on Twitter. You see it right there. Latifi MMA, one of the great guys in this sport. Ilir, the Sledgehammer Latifi. Now I'll think of that story every time I say your nickname. What a pleasure this has been. So we will go from Ilir Latifi to another rising star in this sport. Must-see TV himself, Michael Page. Michael Venom Page is also here. He's going to join us in studio in a matter of moments. We're going to say goodbye to Ilir. We're going to go to another clip. What's this clip that we got? I forget. What do we have? We have Rory McDonald interview from UFC 129. Y'all must have forgot. It was April 30th, 2011. My son's birthday, April 30th. You've seen my kids?
Yes, beautiful kids.
Thank you. What a guy, this Ilir.
Beautiful family.
Oh, I appreciate it very much. So that was 5 years ago this weekend. Rory McDonald beat Nate Diaz. Fun to look back at that. We're going to say goodbye to Ilir, welcome in MVP, and be back right here on the MMA Hour. Do not go anywhere. Ariel Helwani for MMARated.com, being joined by the California Kid, Uriah Faber. Uriah, what's going on?
Just chilling. I got my boy Jeremy Freitag fighting here at Elite XC, so just here to support him for the weigh-ins.
All right, so the last time we saw you in action, you were facing Jens Pulver, a great bout. I mean, it really put the WEC, perhaps even you, on the map officially in the world of MMA. How's life been since you defeat Jens?
It's been good, you know. I feel like it was something that needed to happen, you know, a step up in competition like that. And, you know, my hands are hurt still a little bit, but other than that, I'm chilling. And I just got back from Japan, Dream Show. One of my guys had a great fight over there, so just enjoying my guys having success right now also.
That fight was a month and a half ago, and your hands are still hurting?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They weren't broken or anything, so I don't know what the deal was. He's got a hard head.
What do you think of Jens' performance in the bout? That was his first loss at that division at 145. Put up a great showing, but every single round you just had a little more than him.
Yeah, you know, I think he, you know, was really has a revived, you know, passion for the sport, especially for that fight. He trained his butt off, and I don't know many guys. No one I've ever fought has gone 5 rounds with me, and it says a lot about him. He's a talented dude, so much respect to Jens.
You talk about a step up in competition. On September 10th, you are facing Mike Brown. Do you view this as a step up, or kind of, you know, at the same line as Jens, or how do you view it?
Yeah, I think he's at the same level. You know, he's one of the top. You know, they have him ranked number 2 in the world right now at featherweight, and he's 19-4. He's put in his time. I was actually there for his UFC fight. I think I had maybe like 4 fights under my belt, and he was fighting in the UFC way back in the day, and I met him there, and the guy's pretty impressive. So I'll be bringing my A game.
What are you expecting from him on the 10th? I mean, are you expecting him to stand on his feet against you, take you to the ground? Right now, you've proven that you are a true mixed martial artist. So anywhere someone decides to go, there's going to be problems.
Yeah, you know, I figure he's well-rounded enough to where he's just going to take it where it goes. You know, I think his wrestling and jiu-jitsu are fairly strong, and I've heard his boxing is is pretty tough as well. So we're just going to find out who's the better man, and I believe it's me, and he obviously thinks it's him if he's going to try to take my belt.
And how about the WC in general? Do you feel as though there's going to be enough opponents for you out there? Now you fought Jens, you're facing Mike Brown, but after a while, I mean, the talent division in the WC is going to start to thin out. They're starting to acquire new talent. Are you content with the guys that they're serving up to you?
Yeah, I am. I feel like the biggest thing is the same problem that I was having before, is the top talent at this weight class hasn't been showcased to a national level. So now that people are seeing these fighters, they're starting to understand how talented they are, and there's a lot of talented guys that the world hasn't seen yet. So guys like Mike Brown have been around the game, and like I said, he's been in the UFC when I was just getting my feet wet in the sport. So it's just a matter of letting the public see what's out there, and there's a lot of tough guys, but I'll fight whoever.
You have a dream match in mind? If there's one guy out there that you could pick to fight, is there anyone that comes to mind?
Adolf Hitler.
Jeez, nice. I like that. I'd like to fight him too.
Yeah, I think everybody would. No, as far as right now, I'm just taking whoever, man. I mean, there's some big fights in my career that I think could happen, probably at different weights, maybe up a weight, down a weight. But for right now, I just want to keep establishing myself and keep making that cash.
And there is some rumors that the UFC or Zuffa has purchased the IFL, and there might be some new competitors coming up to face you, perhaps even Wagner Fabiano, a guy who a lot of people are looking to see how good he is in that division because he didn't have the best competition in the IFL. Your quick thoughts on Wagner?
I've seen just a little bit of him, and he looks like a real athletic guy, and other than that, you never really know until you're face-to-face with someone and you're trying to kill each other. So he's proven to be pretty tough, and I'll fight whoever, so we'll see.
All right, so that was actually Uriah Faber, not Rory McDonald. That was my first interview with Uriah prior to Elite XC in Stockton, California, way back when. That's y'all must have forgot. But how about this? I am excited, my friends, because I don't throw around the term must-see TV too often. You, my friend, are must-see TV. I'm in awe of you. You are such a showman. I love everything that you do. Thank you so much. Michael Page joining us in studio. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me here, man. It's amazing. Like I was saying to you earlier on, it's just, I'm so used to seeing it from the other side, and now I'm here. It's just amazing.
It is an honor. Really, it is. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
On Friday. From what I understand, now correct me if this is right or wrong, you were in Connecticut on Friday. You won.
Yep.
You keep fighting in Connecticut. That was like your third in a row there, right?
Yeah, third time.
It's like you're home away from home.
Man, it seems to be now.
But then you went to Florida.
Yeah.
And then you came back to New York.
Oh, yeah. Just for you, man.
You're like a jet setter all over the place, loving life. Is it not true that you were also at that press conference last week in London?
on the Monday, and then just flew straight. It's been just a crazy couple of weeks, and it's going to continue. I land on Thursday. On Saturday, I go to Scotland. I'm doing a seminar over in Scotland.
Wow.
And then a couple of weeks after that, I'm going to be going away to Canada. So
what are you doing there?
TriStar.
I heard this.
Yeah, so I'm going to
Rory McDonald?
Yeah. Do some work over there with them. So it's exciting times.
They're bringing you in to sort of emulate Wonderboy Thompson, right?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Again, just an email. They got in contact with my coaches, saying, would I be able to come over? I thought it'd be an excellent opportunity for myself as well. So yeah, we're gonna go over there only for a week because again, I got to kind of get in preparation for what's coming up in London next. So I'm going to be out there a week, hopefully get to work with all their guys over there, and then, come back.
So this is a weird thing because you had a fight on Friday.
Yeah.
You were at the press conference a few days before. They say you're going to be on the card July 16th, and then in the cage, they say it's already signed that you're fighting Fernando Gonzalez. Did you know that before the fight?
Yeah. We kind of, obviously, we wanted to get all the paperwork done beforehand. We didn't want to overlook anybody, but at the same time, it was important for me to be on the July card.
Sure.
It's my hometown. I feel like I'm going to be a big draw to that show. So they actually didn't really want me to fight the other day.
Oh, really?
I actually pushed for that. I was like, man, I can't wait that long without a fight. I need to. And they were worried about obviously injuries and stuff. I'm like, I don't get hit, man. Come on, man. Like, put me in the cage. I'll do what I do. And fortunately, it went exactly the way I expected it to go.
Was that a little weird though? Because that's a big deal for you, that July 16th card.
Yeah.
Was it hard to focus on Jeremy Holloway?
No, I was 100% excited about London, but I you know what? Just from the experience in the kickboxing, I've overlooked somebody before in kickboxing.
What happened?
Well, I was younger. A guy had beaten me before, and I was determined to beat this guy back. It was a Canadian guy, actually.
Okay.
And I was so determined to beat him back. And then we got to the same competition. He was on the opposite side, working our way up. I got to the semi-finals. He just qualified to the finals. So I was like, yeah. So in my head, I'm like, next fight, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. Other guy beat me, man.
Wow.
And
how'd he beat you?
It just again, it's points.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
he just the whole time I was still so focused on the next fight. Even during the fight, I'm still picturing myself what I was gonna do the next round, and I didn't make it. And I said to myself, never again will I ever overlook anybody at all. It wasn't that the guy. I fought that guy again.
Oh, you did?
As well, and just destroyed him.
Okay.
You know. But it was 100% my fault. You know, I overlooked him, and I said to myself, I'll never do that again. So focusing on this fight was equally as important as, you know, the potential of the London.
So this is the amazing thing about you. Like, even you telling that story, I saw you with Ilir Latifi, right, you know, a couple minutes ago off camera. You ask him for a picture.
Yeah. You're
clearly a fan of his. You say, what's up, all that stuff. You're such a young, humble, sort of quiet, a little bit of a quiet guy. But then in the cage, holy smokes, I've never seen anything like it. In all my years of watching combat sports, boxing, pro wrestling, MMA, I've never seen anything like you.
Thank you.
Is that legitimately two different people?
Yeah, you know what? It's I always say it is a part of my personality.
Okay.
But at the same time, I was raised, you know, with my mother and my father being my instructor in martial arts. And you're supposed to be respectful. You know, you walk in the room and you bow before the class even starts. The class starts, you bow. If you need to go anywhere, you bow. You're constantly showing respect, and that's the way I've been brought up. But then the other side is, you know, the showman side of me, especially when I'm with my family. We're laughing, we're cracking jokes, we're this, and we're dancing all the time, music. That's just how I am. But then it gets heightened when the spotlights are on me, and, you know, the music is going, and I'm fighting, and it's what I love. So I just turn into MVP.
Were you always like that?
100%, yeah. From a young age, man. I used to do all the showman stuff. I started incorporating dance into my fighting I'd probably say from about 9 years old, when I was getting a bit more confident in my skills. From about 9, I was kind of that way.
You use the word confident. Other people would call it cocky. And you know that there are purists in martial arts who say that there's no place for this kind of behavior in a cage.
Yeah.
How much heat do you get?
All the time.
All the time?
All the time.
Everyone's gunning for you.
It's weirdly enough, it's even I have friends and family that are like, please, man, just put your hands up, man. I'm so worried, man. Every time you're in there, I'm just like, please, just put your hands up. And I'm like, man, I've been fighting like this for over 20 years.
Yeah.
And it's no fluke that it's a successful style. It works. There's no fluke in it, and I'm not just turning it on the night. So it's not like I'm like this the whole time.
Sure.
And then I go in there and I'm like, yeah, then put my hands down, wave my arms about. It's something that I train. I train exactly the way that I fight, and that's how you should. And I feel more confident or more relaxed fighting the way I fight. And but yeah, I get heat all the time. What
about from your parents? Because your parents have that martial arts background. Both of them have a background in kung fu.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm assuming they're a little bit old school in that regard.
Yeah.
What do they make of their son?
It's interesting because I watched a video not too long ago get posted on Facebook of my dad fighting.
Oh.
And he was shaking and dancing. I think it's a cultural thing. Like, we're from the Caribbean. We know we like to be kind of like, you know, have that flavor and that swag about us. So I was watching him. I was like, well, that's where I get it from. I must get it from there. But
so he can't say anything to you.
He can't say anything. But no, but saying that, you know, as he's already said, as a parent, you know, he's worried. You know, every time I step in the cage, he gets worried. And even though he knows I have the ability to do it, he's worried. But then as a coach, when he sees me and analyzes what I'm doing, he knows I'm good and I'm going to continue to be successful in it, so, and doing it the way I do it.
He never sits you down and said, okay, come on, if we want to really be serious and make a run and be champions and all that, you're going to face better competition. You're not going to be able to do this. Does he ever have that pep talk with you?
No, because he understands that I am able to do it, because he's seen me do this style at a high level. Obviously it's in something slightly different, but it's still combat sports.
Yeah.
And my style has been effective for many years. It's just off, it's off the spot. It was outside of the spotlight because the points kickboxing that I do isn't big. It's not massive on the internet. Not many people are going to see it. So very new to the MMA crowd. So the second they see it, straight away they're like, first of all, I don't understand what's going on. You know what I mean? And I find it similar to jiu-jitsu when it first, when the Gracies first introduced that style, everyone was like, what the hell is this about? Like, I don't like it, basically. I don't understand it, so I don't like it. And just stand up and fight, fight properly. They were getting booed. It's all the same kind of thing until people start to understand and they see how successful it is. And then all of a sudden, everyone else starts adopting the same style because of that. And I see my style doing exactly the same thing. There are people initially are like, don't understand it, I don't like it. Then more people are going to start doing it because the fighters are going to be the first to be like, there's something in what he's doing. Then everyone else is going to be like, okay, I like the style now. And then you're going to, from the boos and the people that are like negative about it, they're going to be cheers and like encouraging about it. So that's how I see it going.
So when you were 9, 10, 11, 12, as a youngster doing Taekwondo, you're doing the same kind of thing?
But it wasn't Taekwondo.
Oh, excuse me.
Points kickboxing.
Points kickboxing.
Yeah.
So you're doing the same thing?
Yeah.
You're dancing around as a kid?
Dancing around. I remember like someone trying to go for a punch and I've ducked under his hand and he kind of fell over. And as I look back, I was like this. The whole crowd was going nuts. It's just. I've always done that. But like you say, the second I come off the mat, if I was to act up like that in a disrespectful way outside of performing, that's when you hear my dad, that's when you hear my mom, I know, that's when you hear my martial arts family be like, no, that's Michael, that's not how we act.
Wow. So even when you're in school, as just a student, you're not acting that way.
No, with your friends, it's different. Obviously, when you with your friends, I actually got a friend that he was over here in New York, so I've actually met up with him, and he's here today. And with your friends, I've always had that kind of, like I said, we're always laughing and joking and playing about in that sense. But that's just you as a child versus me trying to be disrespectful to anybody. And even there's even teachers today that I've actually got a good relationship still with today. That they can see how respectful I was when I was younger, and I can still respect them and talk to them now. But yeah, in school, obviously they kept me in line, and having the martial arts family as well kept me in line.
I'm told that you take salsa lessons now, right?
Yeah.
Does that help you as a fighter?
I feel anything movement. I'm a fan of movement.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan.
You've also worked with Ido Portal.
Yeah. So
the great Ido Portal.
Man, I'm a fan of it.
Connor stole your idea.
I'm a fan of movement. So, I remember looking at capoeira when I was younger and like, wow, being fascinated by that. Like I said, I used to break dance. Watching films and people doing crazy stuff with their bodies or anything. I've tried yoga, anything that requires movement that I can incorporate. And I might not be able to. I might just enjoy moving it because, again, especially with the salsa, I've always kind of sat there and looked at it and like, man, I'd love to know how they know what each other is about to do. It was just something I found as the style sexy, fascinating, like, really showy. Exactly the way I am when I'm fighting. So I saw that. I was like, I need to try this one day, and I ended up going to classes and fell in love with it.
Are you good?
I pick up things quite quickly.
Nice.
I pick up things quite quickly. I haven't gone in a while because it's been so intense training wise, but I'm gonna be going back.
Does that help you at all with your movement in the fights? Do you believe that?
100%. Yeah. I think if you can learn to doctor your body and move it in, so many people are just one-dimensional. We throw a jab from here, we throw our backhand from here, and I think it's after a while, because we've trained in this form for so long, we can read each other a lot easier. People find it very difficult to read what I do because I'm all over the place. My jab comes from here, and it's because I'm comfortably able to move my body in different ways and then still get to the point that I want to get to. A lot of people, if they're doing all of this, it would confuse them. They would misjudge everything after that. But if you're training your body to constantly move your body this way, that way, do this, it becomes normal.
It's amazing. I don't know if it's because of your nickname, but I always think of a snake when I watch you fight. Do you sort of try to emulate the snake movement when you're in there? It
just all kind of fell into place.
Okay.
More than anything, and obviously even with me raising my hand and things like that, it's
amazing.
Being called the Venom, people kind of automatically see me as. I actually had a guy. couldn't tell you his name because we were just randomly on the circuit one day. And he saw me fight, and he was like, you've got an aura of the snake. And he started talking to me about, I was like, it's funny because I'm called the Venom and this and that. And he was like, yeah, I can see it, man. And he just went into
There's something even about your body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're just long and lean.
That's
like
what I mean. And so many people say it's exactly the same thing and it just fit perfectly. So I just go with it.
Now, I also read that this thing that you do with your hand, that you got that from The Rock.
What it was is all the the pre-battle talking and this and just the hype. I wasn't into that, like
Pro
for
wrestling?
me. No, for me, like Conor McGregor is the best when it comes to you put him on a stage and let him talk, and people are going to be watching. I find everything he says hilarious.
Sure.
Like I love what he says and I love his character. I just can't pull that off without being fake. It wouldn't be me.
It's not you.
You would see it. So I was like, I'm gonna have to do all these times where I need to be doing that kind of stuff. I need to figure out what else I can do and how else I can promote myself. So I sat down. I'm a massive fan of like the wrestling scene, especially like the Attitude Era with Stone Cold, The Rock. Like massive fans. So The Rock for me is probably one of the best, if not the best, at his crowd relationship. And the way he just seriously, the second he gets out there, I'm there doing exactly the same things as him. And so I was sitting there writing, thinking, what could I do similar to the way The Rock kind of has his stances, his sayings, his one-liners, his this and that. What can I do? And again, I'm constantly just writing down things like, okay, I could do this with my hand. Okay, going with the nickname. I got this, the one and only MVP. The best hands down. That's my star. That's my brand. That's everything. And we were just going over notes and how to promote myself in a more cheeky way. And that stands out. And I've had people go, oh, you're that guy. That's that. Yeah, you're the. Oh, yeah. And people remember those things.
Of course.
Versus having to try and be witty every 2 seconds on every single interview I have and this and that. And I just felt I can be consistent with what I'm saying now. So I've already covered this area now.
Are you surprised that more people in the fight game don't do this? Of course, you don't want it to be forced.
Yeah.
But are you surprised, like when someone comes on the mic and says, "Oh, I'll take whoever they want," and blah blah blah, boring. No one relates to that. No one is attracted to that. No one gets
100%.
connected. Do you ever sit back and be like, "Wake up, man, you'll be more famous"?
I've spoken to guys in my gym, and they ask me like the same kind of question, like, how do you come up with these things? I'm like, I treat myself as a business and a brand. And you actually have to have times where you sit down and think about these things, write some stuff down, like brainstorm this stuff. It is your career. It's not, fighting is one side of it. And then you have to attract people to your fight. And if you don't even have that, that crazy style. You might be very basic. As long as you win, it's fine. But you can still draw people in other ways. Nicknames and this and just everything. There's so many different ways you can promote yourself. And like you say, people don't do it enough.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they don't.
Do you still watch wrestling?
Yeah, not as much, but yeah. I'll see it every now and again.
And you'll take little things.
Yeah.
Inspired.
I still believe that I think every era is going to be different, and every era is going to have, like my dad's going to say his era, Jake the Snake, and all those guys. That was the best era, and I'm going to be like, no, the Attitude Era. So then the next gen is going to say the same thing. But I think the Attitude Era for me.
Did you ever meet The Rock?
I've never met him. Who I did get to meet the other day, or not too long ago, and he was one of my favorite wrestlers. Okay. And that is Bill Goldberg.
Oh, the man.
Man, I got to meet, he came to a Bellator event, and I was standing there like, that's Goldberg. I was like, no way. I got a face-off picture of him. I was so excited. He's a great guy. So cool, man.
Yeah.
And like, I'm talking like, the second I used to hear his music, I used to get shivers down my spine. I was like, man, I'm so happy that he's coming out.
A fellow Jew. I always liked him because he was a Jew. Yeah, Goldberg, he was a Jew.
Oh man, he's amazing.
So you were more of a WCW guy than WWF?
Both though.
You were both?
Both. I started in WWF when I was younger, and again more because my dad was that kind of era as well. My friend's dad, I used to go to his house all the time. He was watching like The Warrior and Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan was massive in that era, and then I got more into it when all the Rock and that was coming up. And
what about the British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith?
Yeah, again, I used to have the a pencil case in primary school of him. Oh. So I was like, man, I had all of it. So
did you ever want to become a pro wrestler?
No, it wasn't. It's weird. It's never, as a kid, I'd watch it and then straight afterwards, me and my friends are like trying to practice moves and stuff. But we never got the connection because wrestling is not big in the UK.
It's not.
No, not at all.
Not like here.
Not like here at all. So I couldn't just in my head, you couldn't really think of a connection to how it would be possible for me to. So it was just never something I even thought of. You always picture yourself as a wrestler. What would I call myself and this and that when you're young, but not take it actually seriously because again, wrestling wasn't big.
Do you remember when you? Okay, so you say that about wrestling. What about MMA? Like when you decide that you want to be an MMA fighter, because if wrestling wasn't that big of a deal, MMA's not that big of a deal back then as well, right?
100%. And
so why'd you choose that?
It just kind of fell into place. I was literally that typical fan that was like, that is way too brutal.
Really?
Man, I was seriously. And this is what I found for especially point scorers. Sometimes the stuff that people say you take on board. They hit way harder, they're way tougher, and you're kind of like, yeah, it looks that way. So I don't see myself ever doing that. I remember the gym that I'm in now, London Shoot Fighters, they used to be closer to me to where I lived.
Okay.
And years before, and one of my friends went there and was like, you should try this, and I heard you're good at your kickboxing, you should try coming here. And I'm like, MMA? I was like, no way, I would never do that. I was like, I'm focusing on my kickboxing anyway, I would never do that. And 5 years later, they actually moved further away from me and I ended up joining them.
Oh wow.
But again, I genuinely didn't know how well I would do, but I was like, I was sick and tired of the politics in my sport.
Okay.
And it doesn't pay anything. I did it because I enjoyed it. I remember representing England and having to pay to go and do that. Pay for the privilege of doing that. So, but at the same time, I've done it for so many years. I was good at it and I enjoyed it. But it just got more and more divided as a sport and loads more politics. So I was like, I need to do something different. Thinking about boxing, thinking about just doing maybe full contact kickboxing. But one thing that made me go to MMA is that I was like, I enjoy learning new things. The reason why salsa and that comes in, a reason I enjoy being a student and having someone go, no, you have to do this, you have to do that, and trying to figure things out. And I felt doing boxing wouldn't be that hard of a challenge to adjust to. Doing full contact kickboxing, not that hard of a challenge. It would be a challenge to do it, but it wouldn't be as difficult. But doing MMA meant I had to learn completely new arts, and be a student. And that is one of the main reasons why I chose to go into that. And when I initially did it, it was just, let's just see how I get on, Not that
what year
I'm
is this?
100%. This 5 years ago now.
Okay.
So.
You know anything about the ground game at this point?
No, not at all.
You haven't done it?
Haven't done it. I didn't even really watch MMA.
You knew nothing about it?
No, the only person I really knew about was Chuck Liddell, just because, again, and Tito Ortiz, just because of their clash.
It's so strange. You knew nothing about it. You weren't a fan of it. It's strange to me that you went and did it.
I know. But I've always been like that. Like I said, if I just randomly find something curious, I'll go and try it. Even when I take up salsa, I was asking my friends, it's like, do any of you want to come with me? They're like, salsa, man, what are you talking about? I was like, fine, I'll go and do it myself. Like, wow. I don't need anybody to,
Sure.
If I see something and I want to try it, I'll go and do it. And it was the same with this. I saw something, I spoke to my dad about it. He was like, again, I don't really want you to do it. I spoke to one of my best friends, Marvin Francis, and one of the first gyms I went to was American Top Team.
That's right, I read that as well. So what'd you do? You flew over and said, I want to try it out?
Again, I was just kind of in that process of thinking about what I would do next.
Okay.
So I'm over here with my family. They're all in Florida and Miami.
Okay. You have family there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm with them and I'm talking to my brother and I'm like, yeah, I'm looking to get into MMA. And he's like, okay, there's a guy that's he's like manages. I know he trains and stuff, but he trains at a gym called American Top Team. He's like, let me get a hold of him. So he called him. The guy came down like, yeah, I'll take him around. He took me to a couple of the gyms, the Coconut Creek one. There's another one. It's slightly smaller. I can't remember exactly where it is. And I've gone in there and I'm just like, this is where I'm going to train. Like, the place was amazing. At this point, I actually hadn't researched anywhere in the UK at all. So I was just like, man, I'm moving out here. I'm going to be with my family as well. This gym looks amazing. I'm moving out here.
What happened?
When I got back, and I was kind of telling, you know, everyone the decisions I had made. Marvin was like, it just makes sense just to look around here just in case.
Okay.
And I ended up doing that and found London Shoot Fighters. And seriously, just for some reason, when I went into the gym, I could just hear a lot of sense, and you could hear history. I could just feel it, and I was just like, you know what? Let me start here, because you know, if worst comes to worst, I still go over to America.
Sure.
Nothing's nothing, and I just never looked back after that, man. They're amazing.
When I think of London Shoot Fighters, I think of Lee Murray.
Yeah.
Have you ever met him?
Weirdly enough, no. He's
because you came after.
I came just afterwards.
Is his presence still felt there?
100%.
Really?
100%. It's just
they tell you stories about him.
There's so many stories there. So many stories of just.
What a legend this guy! Huh?
He's amazing. He's amazing. And again, I'd love to meet him when he's back. And if he does come back,
do you know
if
he knows about you?
I'm not sure. I'm sure because the coaches that are there, so I know they're still in touch with him. So I'm sure he's probably heard, you know, all the newer people that are coming out of the gym. So he probably has heard. But
what are some stories? Anything that comes to mind?
Man, there's so much. There was. I'm sure it's probably the same in other MMA gyms, but you just draw so many characters in MMA, so many weird, quirky characters in MMA. So there's thousands of stories, man.
Do you take pride in that? Like, because for a time the Shoot Fighters brand was kind of a little bit down, and I feel like you're kind of helping revitalize it. Do you take pride in that, considering who they once were, and then for a minute became, and then you know who they can become?
It's weird because I respect their, you know, what they know and their knowledge. I feel even if I wasn't there, they would develop another somebody that would come back. And I think every gym has that kind of ups and downs of fighters coming and going and this and that and whatever happening. And yeah, I think right now they're on a rise, and I feel happy that I am a part of this. Sure. And you know, I feel like I am doing a lot to help, but there's so many guys coming through that gym at the moment, and it's just, and especially now that, you know, the Bellator's coming to the UK, the people are going to see how many of our guys are.
You gonna be on that card?
Oh yeah. There's a couple of our guys, and it's only because we're doing so well. And after that, hopefully they join me out here. You know, they're going to be out here.
Are they like you?
As well. Matt, you know what? What's good about my coaches is, which is one thing I was worried about coming over, is that everyone's going to be like, nope, don't like that, change it, change this, change that, change this. He saw it and was just like, researched something. Whatever you're doing, it has worked for you for this many years. I want to know more. Okay. Yeah. So who
are you talking about?
Alexis.
Okay. What's his full name?
Alexis Dimitriadis.
Okay.
He, you know, learned my style, started researching it, and he's very detailed in when watching things, like everything, and this is what I love about him. And he. Not only did he start telling, okay, this is a slightly unsafe, so just take that out, but keep the rest. I like this, I like this.
Okay.
But he's like, show him that.
Oh, really?
So he's like, yeah, show him. How do you do that move? Okay, no, show me that. Okay, no, show him that as well. So a lot of our guys are a lot more movie and like,
okay.
And like I said, you're gonna see the next generation of doing this kind of thing naturally, and that movement just being a standard. And trying to find some of our guys, every time we go to different gyms or gyms come to our gym to spar, it's I love watching it, because you see our movement. People struggle to just land punches.
Do you spar a lot?
Yeah, loads.
And when you're sparring, you're doing the same thing as you do in the real fight, right? Same thing.
We go over loads of drills, so that is the time to try stuff. Okay. So you know what? I get hit way more than I would normally. Because I'm trying to figure out this. I'm trying to get the steps right.
Are you doing with headgear?
Yeah.
Isn't it hard to move like you move with that?
It definitely is. I've always been more comfortable without my headgear, but at the same time, when you've got something like this, trying to avoid getting hit means you have to move that much more.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a good point.
It almost trains you. It's like another form of training.
Yeah.
So again, I feel like you're definitely not going to hit me. You're miles away now because I'm still moving the same. Right. So yeah.
By the way, where's John Hathaway at? What happened to him?
He's still having problems with his stomach. And so again, it's a situation where he's, you know, they're changing they're trying to figure out how to, you know, it's going to be for the rest of his life. Okay. But they're trying to figure out how what kind of drugs that he can go on that is not one, it doesn't affect results coming in. Two, it lasts. He has longer periods of time when he's okay. So he's able to compete and stuff. at the moment he's struggling to train.
That's
So
too bad.
it's annoying because he for me has helped me the most.
Really?
His all-round game is unbelievable. His stand-up, but one thing I find is when I try and do my thing with him, he doesn't budge. He doesn't flinch too often. He doesn't take the bait. He doesn't take the bait. And it makes it harder. And I always used to love that challenge of trying to figure out how can I pull the strings on someone that's not doing it. So if I come up against someone like that in the cage, I know exactly what I can and can't do. And it was amazing, man. I used to love working with him.
What a great guy. I was at UFC 120 when he fought Mike Pyle.
Yeah.
He was on a roll, and unfortunately, and ever since then, hasn't really been able to rebound. Were you at that card? That was O2 Arena.
Yes.
You were there?
Yeah.
Had you started training yet?
No.
So you were just a guy as a fan?
Yeah.
Wow. Did you look up to Michael Bisping? Were you one of those guys once you started to...
I didn't really watch it.
Once you started getting into it?
Yeah, it's only when I started to get into it that I actually started to pay attention to anybody, really.
Wow.
Like I said, other than Chuck Liddell, who I just loved his character. I just loved the fact that he was just knocking people out. And it was easy to relate to again because he's a stand-up guy.
Right,
I'm a kickboxer. He was knocking people out. It made more sense. And the only reason I knew Tito was because of their back and forth, their beef, their feuds. But that's it. I didn't pay. I wasn't a fan of the sport before I was in the sport.
Are you a fan of the sport now?
Man, I love it.
You watch everything?
Not everything. Well, in fact, yes, I do, but not always immediately. So I go through phases where I'll just if I've missed a load of fights, I'll just go back to sit in my house and just go back to back and watch loads of fighting. And then times when I haven't watched it for ages, I haven't watched it for ages.
So Bellator is a polarizing organization because they have young guys like you that are very exciting. A lot of promise, a lot of great expectations, future, all that stuff, and then they have Kimbo and Ken and James Thompson.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I think they're an amazing production company. They know how to put on a show, and it means putting on a show means one, drawing eyes, two, bringing up the up and comings, three, making sure the guys that are already relevant stay relevant. They're matching them up well. I just think they do just the whole production. I love everything that they're doing.
So you don't have a problem when they put Kimbo in the main event?
I haven't got a problem at all.
No,
because I understand it.
You get it.
Like I said, I understand it because what Kimbo. Regardless of what anybody says to me, he's got a massive fan base and he knows how to fight. As in, obviously he's more of a striker, but he was a warrior from way back when we used to watch him on YouTube, and he brings in numbers. So for guys like me, if I'm fighting on the same show as him, he brings the numbers in and people spot me and they're like, whoa, who's that guy now?
The trickle-down effect.
Yeah, 100%. So there's no way I'd never complain about that in any way, shape or form. And a fight is a fight and anything can happen. So,
did you meet him?
I've met him before, yeah.
Oh, you met him before, not just this past week.
Yeah, no, I've met him before.
Okay, so you were talking about taking the bait.
Yeah.
Like John Hathaway doesn't take the bait. In your fights, for the most part, they're taking the bait. These guys, like this past week, Holloway rushed you.
Yeah, that wasn't smart.
What were you thinking? Did you expect that?
No, not in the way he did it.
What is that all about?
Yeah, not in the way he did it. People, 100% people want to put pressure on me and prevent me from doing what I do best. I work well in space, so people want to close that down.
Sure.
And he ran past, and usually people run to the center and they want to control the center. That's fine, because for me, it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah.
He ran past that center point, and I was like, he's still coming?
Yeah.
What? So I was like, yeah. And I'm always, like I said, my punches can come from anywhere, so I don't have to be ready to be ready, if you know what I mean. I came in quite relaxed, and I was like, whoa, he's still coming. And was able to go, and snap straight at him. And pull off a big punch to start.
Yeah. Were you pissed you didn't finish him?
I was shocked I didn't finish him. I wasn't even pissed. I was like, that felt heavy. And he kept going. After I hit him, I was like, yeah, oh, what? He's still coming at me, man. So, seriously, about two shots really landed heavy. And I have to say, all credit to him, man. He can take a shot.
So you submitted him.
Yeah.
I believe that was your second submission?
Yeah.
Second? You're 10-0 now. How comfortable do you...
Third submission, actually.
Third submission.
Yeah,
that was what would you call that, an Achilles lock?
It's a counter reverse toe hold.
Gosh, that was something else. Do you work on that a lot?
Yeah, well, I've got long legs, so and we got a load of guys in our gym that are very good at the leg lock game, and you got guys like Marcin Held that comes down to our gym and does camps at our gym as well, who's ridiculous at those kind of leg games. So for me, having counters to that works amazing. So people in those similar kind of positions, they go for a lock. I go for the counter. Usually, what happens though is they just back off. So they kick their legs out, they go away from me, they don't get a leg lock, and I'm free, I don't get my leg lock, they don't get theirs, and we're back to where I want to be, back to standing. But as I caught it, in jiu-jitsu, obviously jiu-jitsu versus actually MMA, in jiu-jitsu, I'd stand over him. Now, in MMA, he'd kick me in my face.
Sure.
So I had to put a knee down and catch it from here. But again, I was still expecting him to pull away from me take my leg out, and then stand back up.
Okay.
And I feel it was more opportunistic by him, because he took the shot, he's fallen, he kind of just gone for the leg lock, and I don't feel he's competent at doing leg locks, because anybody else would have sniffed it and would have gone. And that's all I wanted. But because he stayed there, I was like, you know what? I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. And I just kept cranking it off. He tapped quite early, but he did like the rest of this tap once. John didn't actually pay attention. So I just sat there and then squeezed even more. And then he was like, yeah.
Oh, man.
So, yeah.
So how comfortable do you feel on the ground now?
Man, I love learning.
Okay. If 10, you're a black belt. If 1 is your first day on the job, where do you think you're at?
I don't want to. I'll never say I roll with black belts all the time.
Okay.
So and I've caught submissions on black belts. I've not been caught by black belts. We work our just anti-jiu-jitsu. Just not. Sometimes I might not be in control of the fight, but I don't get caught. Like I know exactly where to put my hands, where to keep my legs, where to. But I'd never call myself a black belt, man. Some of these jiu-jitsu guys are unbelievable, and I wanna be. For me. And it might sound silly. I still feel like I'm a beginner. Although I know how to do certain things to keep myself safe, that's more because I'm training for MMA.
Right.
But when I'm doing my jiu-jitsu specifically, I still feel like, man, I got so much to learn. Although like I said, I'm still able to tap out a black belt. I'm still doing this. I feel competent in most positions, and have a good understanding about most positions. But like, just the flow is different, man. For me, I think it's just greed of wanting to know more. I wanted to be better all the time. So, and
I can see that there's, again, the old guard who would hate how that fight ended because you submitted him, he's in pain, and then you're talking shit. It was great. I loved it. What did you say to him on the ground?
Funny enough, I actually didn't say anything. What had happened is, and it's weird how nobody really heard it or even mentioned it. As I was walking down the ramp, I got to the bottom of the ramp. He was screaming at me from the cage.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and I think if you watch it again, you'll start to see. People will pick up on what I'm talking about. When I got in the cage and I'm just walking up and down, I'm minding my own business for now. I'm just kind of embracing,
Yeah.
He's shouting at me from the other side. Look at me. And he's re-shouting. Come on, I'm gonna smash you. Look at me. Again, everyone each to their own. If that's what he needs to do to psych himself up, that's fine. But that's why I looked at him at the end. And this is when I tell people that, they're like, it makes sense now. Yes. Cool. So again, after I caught the submission, I stared in his face. I was like, yeah, I'm looking at you now. It was kind of like a little comeback to what he was doing. If you was to watch that again, you'll see him. He kept he was shouting from the other side. And again, no one mentioned it.
It's a weird thing because I feel like you're often in your opponent's head before the fight even starts, because they want to be the guy to crack you. They want to be the guy to tell the world, look, I got him. The antics, it didn't work this time. So this plays to your advantage every time. It's an amazing
100%.
thing.
You know what? Even down to the stare off. We go in the weigh-ins, and I already know when things are, if someone's nervous or I can feel like I'm gonna win this fight, and especially when they copy me. So if I go in there, I'm doing my thing. I'm going in there as MVP. I'm going as Michael Page, and you come and do the same thing as me.
Yeah, you're done.
You're saying something to me. You know what I mean? You're either nervous about it, or you look up to me in a certain way. You don't come in doing what I do. You come in doing what you do.
Yeah.
And he came in. He's trying to put his hands up the same way as me. He's trying to do, and I find it hilarious every single time. People are they say they don't appreciate what I do. They say I'm just dancing and so on and so forth. And they're gonna do, and like you say, they're gonna show the world that it is just that. And then they come in and they copy what I do. you know. So you say you don't appreciate me, but then you do in the same sense.
So you know the knock on you is that you're being protected by Bellator, that they're giving you easy fights.
Yeah.
Is Fernando Gonzalez a step up? Like, when are you going to be ready for that? You know, you're 10-0. People have gone title shots at 10-0.
Yeah, exactly.
Why aren't you in the title talk?
I think I am now.
You are?
I think I definitely am now. Fernando Gonzalez, for me, it's just...
Can you fight Koreshkov?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
No problem. Can you fight Will Brooks?
100%.
Where would you prefer it? You want it, like, would you go up and down? I don't know how much you walk around at.
I'm 84. I'm 84. So close to the weight.
Okay.
I could, but the reason why my coach initially there was talks of me going down.
Yeah.
Is because he was worried about the strength advantage that others would have, because although I'm tall, I'm very slim.
Okay.
For that weight division, and a lot of the guys that fight me, their backs, everything, like arms, legs, everything's a lot bigger than me. So he was worried about the strength, but I've got kind of like gangly strength, and even like when it comes to people trying to take me down, they struggle to, you know. And I've never had a problem with people's the physicality of it. And when my coach asked me, when I was like 3-4 fights in, he was like, "Are you struggling with this in any way? In the gym, I was fine." But he's like, when you're out there, are you struggling anyway? I was like, no. He's like, well, you can stay there unless we need to go down for a particular fight. You know, if we wanted to fight someone specific, then we'll cut that weight and go down. We just know that we have the option to, because I don't cut that much weight.
So how far away do you think you are from that title discussion? Like from getting it, like, is it the next fight that gets it? You know, because people are anxious now. They want to see you get tested.
Yeah, I think...
is it fair that they're saying this? You've only been doing it for a few years.
100%. I understand why people want me to, because... I already see what can happen. Like none of these names in that sense, they don't mean anything to me.
Sure.
It genuinely doesn't mean anything to me. I don't deal with my fights. My coaches do and Bellator do. So it's between them.
Okay.
I get a name. So I'll be training. I'm in the gym training. Alexis or Paul will come up to me like, look, we've got a new name for you. I'm like, fine. And then carry on training. It doesn't bother me in that sense. Like,
would you ever say, I want to fight some of the bigger names?
I just don't care, because the reason, like, a lot of people are in the industry chasing something. I don't chase it. I feel I do what I do and things come to me.
That's amazing.
So like, I see the lights there and all these moths are going going towards the light, and I'm standing here doing what I do, and the light just comes like this, and all of a sudden I'm gonna have the belt, and that's what I genuinely believe.
Do you know anything about Fernando Gonzalez?
Yeah, I know.
Do you even look up your opponent?
Not often. I had to look him up before, because we would line up.
You were supposed to fight, yeah. So what happened there, by the way? It was very secretive when you pulled out.
A lot of family issues and stuff that kind of.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's good now, or a lot better anyway. But it's a lot of family issues and stuff that I couldn't really like. Bellator were a lot very supportive of it straight away.
Because you pulled out and it wasn't an injury.
No.
Okay.
No.
I also read that you had to do some coaching.
Yeah, my brother fights as well.
Okay.
So
the one in Florida?
In the UK, I got a bigger brother.
Okay.
Kalon Page. He's absolutely amazing. Again, he's doing the same thing at what I was doing before in the points. And we had him and a squad of we got gyms, hands down, martial arts gyms. They're all going over there, and I had to coach at that time as well and help out.
The name of the gym is Hands Down?
Yeah.
Because of you?
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So he's going to pursue this career, your brother?
Yeah, he's right at the moment. He's destroying the industry that I was in.
Is he going to go to MMA as well?
It's down to him. Again, he's in that place where I was before, where he's very happy with what is going on. He's looking at me doing MMA like, I don't know if I can do that. I know he can do it. You know, he's amazing at what he does. He's an amazing athlete.
Does he dance?
He's not exactly the same, but he's a showman.
Like you?
He's a showman. He's a lot taller. He's 6'5".
So you coach him?
Yeah.
But that's not why you pulled out?
No.
Okay, because that's what one of the reasons were that you had a prior obligation.
Yeah.
But you're good now.
Yeah, everything's cool. And like I said, even Fernando Gonzalez, I saw a clip of him saying that I'm running away from people. I always find it hilarious, because he will find out exactly how dangerous I am when it's too late. You know, I'm going to be in the cage. He's going to try and hit me. He's not going to be able to. If he does, I don't even believe he's going to be able to land a punch on me. I just think he's tough enough to stay in a fight.
Have you ever been hurt in a fight?
In MMA?
Yeah.
No.
Never? No one's cracked you?
No.
Was your toughest fight Nishan Burrell? Would you say that? Is that fair? Because, you know, that's the fight after everyone said, oh, the ex-UFC guy took him the distance, neutralized you.
They say neutralized me. I felt more. He just didn't want to get hit with anything crazy. And in that fight, and I don't like to make excuses, but the canvas was slippery and I couldn't do what I normally do.
Interesting, okay.
And you can tell the difference because even with this last fight, I'm moving around, my shoulders are going, my feet are going. That fight, I was like this. Because I could feel my feet going. If I did any of that, I'd slip, and he's throwing wild shots. I couldn't do it. So I had to be very disciplined with what I was doing.
Okay.
And even though, again, we went 15 minutes, I don't know how, he probably hit me about once.
Right.
In 15 minutes. So as much as people say he took me the distance, and again,
I laugh at that.
I laugh at it. It was an awkward fight.
Yeah.
Because of all the different, you know, the things that were going on, but it wasn't a hard fight, you know? And yeah, right at the moment, there's no one fight. I think Ricky Rainey, to me, did the best in as much as how he tried to. He put pressure, but not too much, and he did the best for me. But yeah, like I haven't been hit too hard at all. I've been caught.
Did you play basketball as a kid?
Used to, yeah.
You used to, and you drew interest from schools here in the U.S.?
No, not from the basketball. We did. We used to do like camps for the England squad, England basketball team.
Okay, the national team.
Yeah, and they wanted to go. I'd been called to do some stuff like trial stuff with them, but then I kind of switched off. Again, I always do that. I'm like, okay, I'm bored of this now. I kind of want to do this now and try this. Cricket, I had trials for at Lord's Cricket Ground. I used to do tennis privately when I was younger.
Wow.
Skiing, one of the skiing coaches. Yeah.
Did you do the slalom skiing?
Yeah, one of the skiing coaches there was like, he wanted to train me
to go to the Olympics.
To go to the Olympics, and I was like, I'm not interested in that. Like,
what is that? I mean, is that even big in England?
Not at all. We were literally doing school trips, and again, the friend that I'm here with, we used to go school trips all the time to France, to Switzerland, to this and that, and again, with different coaches each time. But he said that I really like the fact that how you attack the mountain and this. I really want to train you.
Wow.
For the Olympics. And I was just like, no. Again,
you didn't consider it?
I used to love skiing, but in my head, I'm a kickboxer. You know, I'm like, no, I wasn't interested. So never pursued any of that.
That's like Cool Runnings. You know the movie Cool Runnings?
Of course. That's one of my favorite films.
It's an amazing film.
Yeah.
True story as well.
Yeah.
But you weren't born in Jamaica.
No.
Or Trinidad. You were born in England.
Yes. I just got my mum. My mum's from Jamaica. My dad's from Trinidad.
Where did they meet?
Both martial artists. So weirdly enough, on my mum's side, we have a lot of martial artists as well. And Master Stan Brown in the Lao Gar Kung Fu. He used to train my dad as well as my mum and a lot of other people. So they met through the martial arts.
So a match made in martial arts heaven. Yeah. That's an amazing. And there's still
no. So I got a load of siblings.
9.
For me, there's 10 siblings altogether.
Damn.
Like my mum adopted 3 children.
Oh my.
But my dad's got 7 children.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you close with all of them?
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah. And that's who I stay with after. So when I finish here, we go around New York a little bit more, and I go fly straight back to go and see them.
In Florida?
Yeah.
You're a big Miami Heat fan.
Yeah.
You follow them.
Yeah, as much as I can.
You're not bandwagon though. Like when LeBron joined the team before that.
Yeah.
I hated the Heat. As a kid, I hated it because I'm a big Knicks fan.
Okay.
So they would have wars, like Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning. They're in the playoffs now, I know. They lost. They lost their last game against Charlotte, but they'll probably win the series.
They're looking good, though.
Yeah.
They look a lot better than...
They got Joe Johnson.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to a game?
Been to 3 games, I believe now.
You.
So I'm just every time I come over here, I'll just try to go and see them.
It's hard to be a fan though when you're living in England because of the time difference, right?
100%.
Can't watch, and it's not that popular there.
Not
NBA.
at all. It's getting there because they do shows. They even went like with the NHL. They all come over and stuff. I go and watch as much American sports as I can, and it's making American sports full stop more popular. So more people are following it.
Now you were brought in by Bjorn Rebney.
Yeah.
Did you like him?
Yeah.
Be honest.
No, 100%.
You were cool with him.
He was, again, it's funny, and I always say this in all my interviews as well. As much as I know, I've heard a lot of stuff about him. I've never been mistreated in any way, shape, or form by him, and he was nothing but supportive and brought me to where I am now in that sense.
Yep.
So I got loads of respect for him. But what I did find is the staff were a lot more relaxed and chill when he had left.
Okay.
Which again, it does change the feel of how you are treated over there as well. People, not that anybody's rude, has been rude to me in any way, but when they're relaxed, it makes the fighters even more relaxed.
In the Coca era now.
The Coca era is amazing.
You like Scott?
Oh yeah, man. I just love the relaxed attitude.
He's chill, right?
He's so chilled, but his network and what he's done in the past, everyone can see it, and his network and what he's doing now. I agree with everything he's doing. So
he got a start in kickboxing, and now there's Bellator kickboxing. Have they asked you to cross over?
No. At the moment, from my opinion, I think they want to keep me away from that. They want me to be a draw for MMA, and they want other guys to be a draw for kickboxing. But at the same time, I've said to them, if I'm inactive in any way and a kickboxing show comes up, I want to jump on it. If I have space between a fight and the opportunity is there, I'll 100%. I'll be the first to put my hand up to have a fight.
Is it true? Because, the big story this year is free agency in MMA. Everyone testing the waters, going back and forth. Benson Henderson comes to Bellator, loses. How crazy was that?
I predicted that.
You predicted it?
Yeah, 100%.
Why?
He's too small for that division.
Yeah.
Way too small. And for Koreshkov as well, he's very heavy hipped.
Yeah.
So Benson trying to get underneath him and take him down. That one sprawl meant his hands are like over there now.
Yeah.
You can't do anything with that, and he's competent stand up. I did not see in any way, shape, or 9 times out of 10, I don't see him winning a fight like that.
You have 2 fights left on your contract?
Yeah.
Including the next one?
Yeah.
Are you going to test the market?
No, at all.
You want to sign before? Are there talks of, because you're one of the bright young stars.
So once I'm sure we're going to be talking very soon. Obviously, the focus is London at the moment.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to be in any kind of contract talks.
Sure.
For now, I just want to focus on the London. But I'm sure straight after that, where we'll be talking again, and I'm happy at Bellator, like ridiculously happy at Bellator.
And I don't mean to imply that you're not, but once London is over, then you have 1 fight left on your contract.
Yeah.
Why not test the market? Why not just, you don't think the UFC would be interested in you?
I don't know, but you know what? I respect the fact that they came and saw me from when, when I was I did 1 fight. And I mean, literally after the first fight, they were one of the first people to come in contact with my coaches and be like, man, that was amazing. We want to see a little bit more of him, obviously, but just letting you know that if he does well, we were ready to, take him on board. And I can appreciate people that, they take chances in when they see things like that. But I feel with just loads of different shows, UFC obviously being the biggest show, obviously they got so many people wanting to go there all the time. I don't think they take as much time into to look at the up and coming. Like look at the sports over here. One thing I really appreciate, which we don't really have in the UK, is that you got basketball, the youth that coming up, and you guys are all seeing the development of these guys, and then you got the everyone get the picks for the NBA, for the NHL, for everything. It's just like you're really looking at the development of young guys up and coming. But I feel like MMA, it's like when you're already good, they're like, oh, okay, look, we'll just slap money on you and then take you on. So yeah, man, I'm happy with the fact that Bellator, and I enjoy. I'm a supporter of what they're trying to achieve. So,
and you're loyal.
Yeah.
Did you pay attention to what happened to Ronda Rousey and Conor McGregor when they lost, and how the world turned against them? Because obviously they're, they're bigger than you now. They're more famous because they've had longer careers. But if something happened to you, everyone will come.
100%.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Do you think about that?
No, it doesn't bother me because
they'll all say, "Look what happened now, your style, bit you in the butt, all that stuff."
Exactly. It's funny because I remember a guy posted online like, "That style never worked. Look what happened to Anderson Silva. Look what happened to him."
Yep.
So I was like, if I could choose to have any kind of career, it would still be Anderson Silva's one. So regardless of what, look how long of a success he was. I don't understand how people don't get that though.
Yeah.
They're talking about the styles, I'm like, but look how long he was successful before that happened.
Of course.
With that style. But they're just like,
your style though is turned up to 10 though compared to him. I mean, let's be honest. He's not doing what you're doing. No one's ever done what you do.
Yeah.
Do you have great sponsors? Are there I want some major sponsors to be hooked up to now? What's going on?
Well, right now, Bad Boy is probably my biggest sponsor.
Yeah.
You know.
What about mainstream, big time?
Not yet.
How are you not bigger in the UK? Come on, what's going on? Show this man some love. I mean, every major sponsor. I hope that back in the UK, every outlet is covering you.
Yeah.
You're a huge deal.
Yeah, it's getting there. And I think people are with a style like you say, because my style is the way my style is. People struggle to. They are all waiting. They're like, we could sponsor him, but I think the next fight he'll probably.
Okay.
And then the next fight, I don't know how long that would last.
They're not believers.
They're not believers. As much as they enjoy watching it, but they don't want to be associated with it just in case it goes wrong.
When someone sees that you're on the card, and I'm not just saying it because you're here, you have to go out of your way. Because even if something crazy happened against you, it's still a sight to, your style, everything that you do from the walkout, the glasses, that's very rare in sports.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
You're a visionary.
Yeah.
So I say keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing.
Definitely.
July 16th, MVP is back in action. He's fighting Fernando Gonzalez at the O2 Arena. The main event is Kimbo Slice versus James Thompson. Also, Paul Daly versus Josh Koscheck, too. You know Paul?
Oh, yeah.
Paul's the man.
Oh, yeah, he's cool, man.
You like him?
Oh, yeah. We get on. You know, after the American invasion.
Oh, that's right.
We spent a lot of time together. Me, Liam McGeary, Linton Vassell, James Thompson. We spent a lot of time together. So we all like we're so cool now, man.
There's a good UK base in Bellator. Too bad Liam can't fight on that card, right?
100%. It's
he's here. You know that. He lives in this area.
I know.
Okay,
He's Liam's cool, man. He's a wicked character and deserves where he is.
This time next year, are you champion?
I can see that, 100%.
Yeah?
I can see that.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll remember that.
Yeah,
April 25th. What a pleasure this has been, my man. Really.
Pleasure for me as well.
No, seriously, I am such a huge fan of what you're doing. It is a pleasure. I was at the UFC on Friday. The weigh-ins were over, and I ran to a computer to watch you because I said, we got to watch MVP. I mean, you are must-see TV, my friend, and I don't say that just because you're here. I wish you continued success, really.
Definitely. Thank you.
And good luck July 16th.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Any prediction?
Man, he's going to sleep.
For sleep?
He's going to sleep because I don't like when people have to, say certain things about me. I'm going to back up.
Talk smack.
Yeah, there's no need.
All right.
I'm going to back it up.
Okay. There you have it. MVP in the house. Okay. We're going to say goodbye to Michael. We're going to take a quick break. And in a minute, we're going to be joined by Paddy Holohan, who just announced his retirement. Did you hear this?
Yes.
Sad.
I know. It's crazy.
What a shame. We're going to be joined by him. Last guest of the day. So we didn't give you the Rory McDonald interview last time. Can we do that this time, guys? Do we have the Rory interview? Okay, there we go. April 30th, 2011. Rory after he beat Nick Diaz. Actually, let me call an audible there. Let's go with the Paddy Holohan clip. The tea with Paddy Holohan as we get ready for Paddy to be on the show. For now, we say goodbye to MVP. Continued success. Thank you so much. He is the man, and we'll be back right here on the MMA Hour.
Greetings, everyone. Ariel Helwani here in Boston for the big UFC fight night, Conor McGregor versus Dennis Siver fight. And of course, we have some time off while we're here, so we thought that we would come visit the Boston Tea Party Ships and Museum, which is a fantastic location. You can learn a whole lot about the history of the Boston Tea Party and do a lot of cool interactive stuff. You can even drink tea. And then I thought, you know what? I don't want to do this by myself. It's kind of boring to do that and a little lonely. So who better than the tea aficionado of the UFC, the man who loves tea more than anything on this planet, the one and only Paddy the Hooligan Holohan, to join us here today to experience this whole thing. Paddy, how are you?
Absolute pleasure to be here.
Great to see you, my friend.
Pleasure to be here. Who knew at the Boston Tea Party, drinking tea with Ariel Helwani? Well,
what a life.
It never fails to blow my mind.
And of course, Paddy is fighting this Sunday on Fox Sports 1 against Shane Howell. You have a big fight. You're coming back from the first loss of your career, and we thought maybe just 24 hours or so before the weigh-ins, this would be a good way to kind of get you in the mood, get you settled in.
Yes, I feel the vibe already from being in Boston since Sunday, and I'm excited. I'm excited for Sunday to come.
And I know you love tea very much, so I wanted to experience a little tea tasting with you to see why you love this thing. What goes through your mind when you're tasting tea for the first time? So to me, it's an honor, and I thank you for joining us.
Absolute honor to me as well. Let's do this.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go. All right, Paddy, we're here in Abigail's tea room. Look at this. All this tea. This is like Christmas morning, right?
This is pretty cool, yeah. You couldn't have visualized this, could you?
I know it. We have come a long way, and I brought my friend Evan here.
Hello, gentlemen.
How are you, Evan?
Very well. Thank you for being here.
Oh, it's great. It's great to be here. Paddy's a tea enthusiast, an aficionado, if you will.
I heard that about you, sir.
In Ireland, I am the king of tea.
So Evan is going to tell us about all these teas that they have here in Abigail's tea room, and we're going to have a little tasting session.
Yes, we are. What you have before you, gentlemen, are the 5 different types of teas that were thrown overboard during the Boston Tea Party on the evening of December 16th, 1773. There are 2 different types of green teas and 3 black teas, and there is a wide variety of differences between all 5 flavors. The first one we'll sample is called Singlo. Singlo is a very delicate flavored green tea. Now, of course, what makes tea green is at the type of bush that it grows on and the time of the year during which it is picked. Green teas are generally from the higher portions of the bush, which means the leaves are smaller and they are much younger. Please, do sample some if you wish.
Is it a Camilla plant?
Yes, it is actually a Camilla plant, indeed.
Cheers.
Cheers.
What do you think, gentlemen?
Being honest, I wouldn't be a big green tea drinker.
Well, I think you're a more robust man, sir. We'll get to those black teas in a moment, but let's finish the green teas here. This next one is called Young Hyson.
If you don't mind me asking, Paddy, why?
Because I reckon this was the first tea they were thrown off the boat.
I'm not a big fan of Singlo either, but Young Hyson was the favorite tea of 2 very important people in this time period, General George Washington and Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia. Young Hyson tea is picked before April 20th every year, the earliest leaves picked during the tea picking season. And it was so popular in Boston that it was found in almost every tea shop throughout the city in 1773.
Paddy?
That one's kind of like taking a shot, isn't it?
Still not a fan, huh?
No, this
He's a very critical tea drinker.
This is okay.
He is indeed.
Which do you like better so far?
That one was like taking a shot.
A shot?
You know, that kind of, and then that one's just kind of smooth. I drink that if I went to my friend's house and he said, we only have green tea, and I would say, what? We are
well,
friends.
you can sweeten it with sugar or honey if you wish, and that was acceptable back in colonial times as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
green tea was kind of like an upper class thing, wasn't it?
It was, quite upper class. And the lower classes, where I'm from, of course, we would have had more of the black teas. We have Conju over here. Conju's nickname was Kung Fu, and given your line of work, sir, this may be up more of your alley here. The black teas are, of course, picked later in the tea picking season, and they have a much more robust flavor. What do you think of that, gentlemen?
That's going a little bit greeny and black, isn't it?
A little bit, yes. Yeah, it's a bit softer.
How do you feel?
Teas.
Yeah, it's all right.
You all right? I think anything with green in it is not your style.
No, I'm more of a breakfast man. I'm more of a breakfast tea man. Because in Ireland we do drink the highest grade quality tea in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
In the world?
And we drink the more cups, I think it's like pound for pound, as we would know.
Yes, exactly.
In the world.
All right, back on the MMA Hour. How about that? That was a lot of fun. MVP in studio, one of the bright young stars of mixed martial arts. Thank you to him and Bellator for hooking us up with that. That was a lot of fun. Really great getting to know him, and of course Ilir Latifi as well. What a show this has been. Pretty sure our most watched show maybe ever. I mean, unbelievable stuff. And well, let's end on a very high note. Let's end with one of my favorites in the history of this game. What an honor it has been to cover this man. And like I said, not only one of my favorite fighters to cover, just one of the best people I've met in life, period. An amazing human being. You know how I feel about him. Earlier this morning, Paddy Holohan announced, unfortunately, that he has to retire at a young age. It's sudden, it's unexpected, and he was supposed to fight in a couple of weeks in Rotterdam. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen, but he seems to be in great spirits, and he has a long future in this sport. But I really wanted to have him on the program, and I really appreciate him coming on. He joins us right now via the phone. Paddy, are you there?
Hey, how's it going?
Paddy, pleasure to have you on the program. Thank you very much. I know a lot must be going on in your life. If you could just tell us, I mean, we're, 6 or so hours since you made the announcement, 7 maybe. What's life been like since you made this news public?
I haven't been counting myself now.
What's it been like?
I don't know. We've just kind of been in my house. I kind of expected it over the last week. I was in Iceland for a week, and I kind of knew I was trying to sort it back and forward there and put the statement together. And so then when I came back, it was ready time to do it today. So I had to just make that announcement.
When did you find out that this was an issue? When did you know about this rare blood disorder?
Well, when I was 8 years of age, I was diagnosed with it, and it's an extremely rare kind of it's called a factor 13 deficiency. It's like how a clot is sealed after it's formed over a cut. So it's actually not to do with it's after damage. Like, so say if you get cut when the cut is healed, the clot doesn't form properly. So when I was diagnosed at that age, I think it was diagnosed that 1 in 5 million people get it, so it's really rare. So I got a factor replacement for it. So it's kind of like taking a vitamin nearly, like where you replace it.
So you've known about this long before you started MMA. This is a secret that you haven't told anyone close to you?
No, not that I haven't told anybody close to me. It's not really a secret to me. It wasn't as crazy as it sounds. Like I've been sparring, I've been like athletic all of my life. Before I was diagnosed with it, I used to have like bruising and things like that. But then the minute I was diagnosed and I got the treatment for it, I was good again. Like I never really had problems to deal with bruising other like normal people have.
So at what point did it, because you had a career, you were a fighter before the UFC, you know, young, healthy man. At what point do you get the news that this can potentially end your career? That even though you've known about this for well over a decade, this now suddenly makes your career end on the spot?
Well, at the time, not that I didn't disclose it. It ended up I walked into John's gym, and at about 19 years of age, I started training jiu-jitsu. I didn't expect to be going up to the UFC to fight in the main event as it came. So as a process, we went on. I never denied anything. I never hid anything. But then when the UFC found out after an injury in Dublin, they diagnosed it that you wouldn't be able to. When they got other information and weighed it up with their own doctors, that they wouldn't be able to pass me for a medical anymore. So they told me that they were going to have to remove my contract, and it's not their fault. It's not my fault. It's just the way it worked out.
How did they find out? Was it because of USADA doing like more advanced drug tests? I mean, blood tests, I should say. Like, how did they find this out when you fought for them several times in the past?
Because when I got injured in Dublin, I had a surgery in a team of haemophilia doctors were there.
Oh.
When they went back after Dublin, I had hurt my disc again in my back, and I got a scan, and a letter got sent, and it's just the way it came out that way. And Vegas were straight away onto the UFC, took all the precautions that they had to do, and the minute they found out that this was kind of an issue that I had, and I didn't see this as an excess. This is just a normal thing to me. I've been training for 10 years. It's just normal to me. But the UFC took the measures that they had, and they informed me that I wouldn't be able to get past for a fight license. So what else do you do when you can't get a fight license? So I had to retire. And I'm grateful for what I've got to do in the sport. I got to raise with a lot of superstars that came up from the Irish circuit, and I got to kind of do an apprenticeship over a really good time in MMA in Ireland. So I'm not happy. We understand. We understand.
So for the uninformed, what is it about this rare blood disorder that is stopping you from fighting? Like, why can't you, even though you fought with it before, and were willing to do so? What is actually stopping you medically from fighting?
Because there's increased chances of cranium bleeds. So that's what it says on if the diagnosis of it. So it would be a higher percentage of somebody probably to be able to get a bleed.
Okay.
So at that, no doctor is going to pass you fit to be able to fight and say that I clear this guy to fight when he has a higher risk of. It's a fight at the end of the day as well.
So given your line of work, are doctors surprised that you've been okay up until this point?
And well, as I said to you, Ariel, it's 1 in 5 million, so there's not a big case study being done on a thing that rare, you know. So, like, to me, I am the evidence of me. That's what I think. I train. I don't have any issues, any problems. I feel okay. I'm fit, you know. I spar. I've never really had any issues of injuries to do with this. This to me, that's why this never really came to me of like, oh, I have to say this or this big thing. This is like the diabetics say to me. That's what it feels like, you know.
Mm-hmm. Do you have to take any medication or anything like that for it?
Yeah, but I take a medication for it. Like,
sorry, say it again.
I take a medication for it.
Oh,
I take
okay.
a Fibergamin, it's called.
Okay. And so when did you get the official word that they weren't going to, you know, have you on the roster anymore because you can't get cleared? When did you find out this news? How long ago?
I know the process started. I think as soon as the UFC came across it straight away, they rang me straight away and asked me, is there something that you have to disclose? And I straight away I told them I have this, and I got letters from doctors to say that this is what it is, this is what the letters are. I sent them to Vegas. Vegas went over them and done all the precautions that they had to do, and then they informed me that I wouldn't have been able to pass a medical. So this is it. I should have maybe disclosed at the start, but you know what? I didn't, and I took a chance on it. That's as I said. I walked into John's gym, 19, doing jiu-jitsu. I ended up going up, having a fight. You know what happens? It's not like it wasn't back when it all started, like crazy medicals and things like that. You fought.
So given
like
this,
it's much better now these days.
Right.
Like, the medical standard is brilliant in MMA now. So.
Given how sensitive of a topic this is, did someone, like, I'm wondering who told you the news? Like, who gave you that final answer that that you wouldn't be cleared anymore?
Well, I was asked to send over the information about this disorder, and I sent it over, and then Vegas informed me that they would check it through and go through it, and it's just how the process started. Then I don't. You don't know who to be like sending you an email to say this and
right.
This is the way it's going to happen. But the UFC, they handled it like professionally, you know.
Now, have you considered, or did you consider then just going to fight for someone else, like saying, okay, I'm going to leave the UFC, but I'll go fight for a promotion in England and Ireland and Europe, anywhere else? Is that something that you thought of at any point? Oh, did we lose him? Paddy, are you? All right, we're going to call Paddy back. We may have lost him there. Certainly unfortunate news. 27 years old, Paddy Holohan, still going to be a major part of that SBG team. You know, his last fight, in a way, nice that he got that main event after some crazy circumstances with Joe Duffy suffering that concussion and getting pulled at the last minute from that card. He ended up fighting in a fight that was fantastic to watch, and I thought should have garnered a little more attention for one of the best fights of the year. I'm not going to say the best fight of the year, but certainly, I mean, from start to finish, that fight against Luis Smolka, which Smolka won towards the end of the second round, was just a fantastic bout between two great fighters. But we remember July 19, 2004. He set the table for that night that will be talked about until these days are done. I mean, that night in Dublin, where it all started for those young men, he was the first one up. He was the first one up to bat. It came out to that song, 10,000 Hours. And if you haven't seen that mini documentary that the guys over at SevereMMA.com produced about Paddy Holohan and Owen Roddy, it's called 10,000 Hours. It's phenomenal. And it was very fitting that he was the one that started it, Conor McGregor, the one that finished it that night against Diego Brandao. Oh, that to me is top five. You know by now, if you've ever listened to this show or watched the show, the magic in the air that night. Paddy Holohan, Cathal Pendred, Neil Seery, Norman Park, Gunnar Nelson, the honorary Irishman, Conor McGregor, all winning, all in impressive fashion, all great performances. I think that a movie can be made about that night, whether it's a documentary or a feature film. If you follow them from start to finish, if you follow, and it ends that night. It doesn't matter. I had someone, I tweeted this earlier, and I had someone say, well, look at them now. That doesn't matter. How they all started and how it all came together on that night. A lot of them in attendance for UFC 93. I mean, that's something that we haven't really seen since, and I don't know if we'll ever see again, because remember, they all won. They all put on the performances of a lifetime. I mean, it's really hard to recreate that, for the stars to align like that. Pretty amazing. I mean, certainly here in the United States, it didn't have that impact, but there, that's the night Irish MMA, really arrived. It had been around for years before. The likes of Owen Roddy, who never made it to the UFC, and guys like John Kavanagh, who you heard earlier, and I've gotten to learn more about it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm some kind of Irish MMA expert, but I have gone to learn a hell of a lot more and appreciate it more. It was around long before that night, of course. The first UFC event, UFC 93, perhaps you could say it was maybe born or had it, first or second year birthday there, if you know what I'm talking about, if we're going to compare this to a young child. But it all came together that night, and he was a very, very big part of it. A gigantic part of it. He defeated Josh Sampo that night via first-round submission, and that place exploded. There was around 10,000 people there. It was called the O2 at the time, and that place just exploded. It was amazing. And then it kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And by the time Conor beat Brandao and said the famous line to Dan Hardy, who was on the mic that night doing the post-fight interviews, saying, we're not here to take part, we're here to take over. I mean, exploded is not even a word that you can use at that point. Paddy, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here with you.
Okay. I was just curious if you considered, once you found out that your UFC career was over, did you consider continuing your career for another organization, keep on fighting?
Well, as I said, I didn't really understand the excess kind of risks involved in fighting. I didn't sit down and analyze it as I was going through fighting. I'm at more risk than this guy. Am I in my head? I'm just fighting at the end of the day. And to me, as I told you, it was always okay. So I don't know what to do in a situation now. You know what I mean? The UFC tell me that they can't. I can't pass a medical with them. So I don't think we can pass a medical for any organisation, and I don't fancy getting in, that doesn't exist without a medical. So my hands are kind of tied in a way,
Okay. Are you at peace? I mean, can you walk away knowing that you'll never fight again? Especially, I know how disappointed you were after your last fight. Are you at peace with this decision, or do you think it will take some time for you to come to terms with it?
No, I'm not at peace at all. That's what you said. I spent a whole week in Iceland there, and my emotions are going back and forward with it like anybody's would be. I can't believe that I'll never get to make that walk again, and I can't see how I could unless I could find some way of proving that. I don't know, I'm not a doctor.
Are you going to try to find a way, or is this a closed case? Are you going to try to talk to doctors, try to get cleared, or is that impossible?
I talked to doctors. I already asked the doctors for the letters I sent them to Vegas, and the doctors in Vegas said that they couldn't pass it on that grounds, that a doctor wouldn't pass me and say that this guy is medically cleared to fight now, knowing that he had factor XIV deficiency. Okay. That's amazing. So I'm assuming most of these doctors, if you say it's 1 in 5 million, haven't really met people like you before. They're all kind of in the dark about it as well, right? Well, I would be definitely the only one in Ireland. So the people that have been dealing with me for my whole life, they would have more experience with than a lot of people. I don't know how many people would have it in America. I don't know what the scale of people is, but I know that there's one, and that's me in Ireland now, that has that deficiency. So
when did you tell your coach and longtime friend John Kavanagh? When did you inform him of this? Did we lose him again? Oh, there he is.
No, Snow, I have you. I was just getting a charger.
Okay, yeah. You're back.
So it's like, I knew that, like, it being so rare, no one's going to understand it. No one's going to be able to say that's like, even if you said it to the doctor, it's a factor 13 deficiency, they'd say to you, no, it's not. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
No one would hear of it, so like, it's so rare that if we start bringing up like, something that's so rare and people don't understand it, I was like, I'm definitely going to be gone, you know what I mean?
So when did you tell your coach about this?
John, well, I talked to John about it, but I didn't sit down and tell John, as I'm saying. I didn't know that the risks were assessed. I found out when I kind of looked into this, because this became a problem,
Okay.
that it's more serious than I thought, you know? And all along the way, it's just been, this has not bothered me. To me, I'm still able-bodied, but I'm being told with doctors now that this is, you know?
Yeah. And I'm sure at some point you informed him that your career was over, right? Before the news came out?
John?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So what was that? What was that like for you? How difficult was that?
I don't know. I don't know how, like, it doesn't feel real, you know what I mean? It feels like a death area. That's what it feels like. It feels like a death. Like, even the whole last week when I was in Iceland, I was so relaxed, it was so nice and things like that, but it just kind of felt like it's coming back to you in waves of thinking about it, you know, and I'm still training in Iceland and still keeping my head nice and clear, and that's what I will continue to do. It just feels like my hands are tied now I didn't know that this situation with this was as serious as it is.
Okay. So perhaps that's the silver lining. It's great that it was caught and that, nothing serious has happened and that you can continue your life as it was before. John mentioned earlier that you will remain a part of the team, that you will be a coach now, that you're going to be sort of colleagues now. Is that what you want to do? Do you want to, now mentor the young fighters and be a part of the SBG team from a coaching standpoint?
Yeah, but I've always been coaching. To me, as I said, when I came into John's, when I found that place, I was like, sticking there wasn't to go to the UFC for me. It was like, this is a good group of people doing jiu-jitsu, everyone's having fun, everyone's happy. That's how it started for me, and that's very addictive. So it's still that same situation when I'm with the guys and with the new kids coming up and going to new places training, and it's exciting, So that's always what I wanted to do, and it just led to the UFC as well. But I'm not going to stop doing that because I don't be fighting competitive in the UFC anymore.
Mm-hmm. You tweeted last week that you guys were in Iceland as a team for the first time since before that UFC Dublin show, and knowing what you were going through and that maybe the end was coming, and even the stuff that Conor was going through. I mean, what was that like? Did you're kind of in Iceland, secluded from the world. No one's really bothering you. There's not a lot of media there and stuff. Was that a great way to sort of end it for you? I mean, how were your emotions with everything that was going on surrounding you and the team and all that stuff? It was madness here in the United States, and you guys are just sort of tucked away, and you knew something that we didn't even know, so there was even more news to come out of the team. What was that experience like for you this past week in Iceland?
That's easy. That's how Irish people operate. Everyone else is panicking, and we're just chilling.
So that was another day.
There's no need for panic, Like, you just have to look at the facts of the situations, and it's kind of, you have to weigh up your options, and like whatever's going on with other people and that. You don't be sitting around getting involved in that kind of stuff. That's everyone else's business as well,
Mm-hmm. Gosh,
so we're not sitting there emotional discussing this stuff and things like that. Iceland's just a nice chill place. The training is amazing. The food is amazing. And it's a really, really unreal place to train and get away.
I wish I could be like that. I get anxious about everything. I admire you guys for that. It's a beautiful thing.
That's kind of like a frame of mind that we bring to the game. I think that what we did bring.
It's your impact will be felt for a long time. Like I said, that night, when you look back now, is it all kind of worth it? Like, I don't even know how to phrase that, but that night, that first night when you came out and set the table, a night that I think there should be a movie made about that night, what you guys did in July. Like, the fact that you got to experience that, that's what I meant when I asked you, like, are you at peace? You got to experience something that very few people get to experience in their entire life, fighting in front of their people, victorious, setting the table for the night, and the way the night ended was just magical. Is it okay because you got to experience that? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, as always, when we hit the place, we hit it running.
Yeah.
That's what we felt happy. Like, if you look at the consecutive fights that we had, we were putting out fights at a lot of tempo. Like, we were putting out fights, and Ash and Connor and myself and Neil, and for a little nation, we were putting out some of the fights. So I think that we hit the ground running, and it was kind of go, 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 and that was my attitude towards it. Like, it wasn't just like get in and fight now because we had made it through the door in a way,
Yeah, amazing. Just simply amazing. Some people are asking me on Twitter if you're going to do grappling tournaments. You have any interest in that sort of thing? EBI, Metamoris, any of that?
Definitely.
Okay.
Well, definitely. Like, these are all things that I have to kind of sit down and weigh up and sit down with like the people that deal with these, that are experts in this, the blood disorder that we have. So,
right.
Like, I'm sure that there's no headshots and grappling and things like that, but then again, they have to weigh up the options, and if we can get past to do that, 100% they'll be doing grappling forms.
And also curious, because I know how close you are, what was it like when you told your son that you had to retire?
He's killed, he's just really, that was good, wasn't it? Remember this and remember that, and then it's just back to life then for him. Like, it's not a big crazy world for him with cameras and all over here,
Yeah.
He still has a little life, and it stays that way for him as well. So I have a simple life, and I coach in the gym now, and I try and do my own training, and then I fight when fights come up, and that's the way it is. I'll just fill that time. I'll still be training, and I'll still be with the pro team.
Okay, so it goes back to a more simpler life, but I'm glad to hear that you are in relatively good spirits. I mean, over time, it will probably get easier to digest, but I do appreciate you coming on, Paddy, to talk about this. Let's close on these last two questions, if I can. And again, really thank you very much for coming on. How do you want people to remember you? Is there something that you want people to remember you by? The way you fought, the way you handled yourself? If you never fight again, if this is really it, how do you want people to remember you as a fighter?
I went in and tried to play my game, and like to me, fighting is like jigsaw pieces, little bits and little sequences, and I went in always trying to execute sequences that we'd been practicing in the gym that John had been showing me, and the whole team had been working on together, and that's what it's about, doing it in a live atmosphere, and that's what it's always about.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's just like a dash of just scrapping in there as well.
Yes, indeed. And I would be remiss if I didn't ask you, what's your take on this craziness with Conor? Is this going to get resolved or what?
I don't know. No comment.
No comment. Fair enough. We've said enough. Paddy, I appreciate it, my man. Thank you. I meant everything I said. It was truly an honor to get to know you, and I hope to get to see you at many more events in the future. And that time we got to share some tea was great. I have some. I know you don't like the iced tea, but it's the closest I can get. I don't usually drink the tea on my show, but I got some for you. So I raise my glass to you, my friend. You're great, and I wish you the very best, and I hope everything works out okay.
Thank you, Mr. Holohan. Thank you very much. And that compliment at the start, you've met a lot of people, a lot of good people. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll talk to you very soon. All the best to you. And again, thank you for some time here tonight. I know a lot's going on in your life, but I sincerely appreciate it.
We'll figure it out, Ariel. We'll figure it out, won't we?
Okay. There he is. The hooligan, Paddy Holohan. Beautiful stuff. Cheers to him. Okay. Whew, what a show. All right, just a few minutes left. New York Rick, are you still alive? Or have you gone on vacation yet? Yep, I think he's gone. Sleeping. Did he really leave? He's leaving me hanging? Or is he in the bathroom?
Nope.
I mean, this guy already on vacation.
Unfortunately,
What? What's the excuse?
no excuse. My bad. I was just playing around with my thumbs back here.
Yeah, typical. So what do we make of this world? Has anything changed since the top of the show? John Kavanagh told us 51%. That's his guess. I mean, this is madness over here. Has anything changed? I haven't really been on Twitter. I haven't really been talking to people. Can you tell us
No.
anything? Nothing's changed.
No, status quo.
Conor puts out that tweet. UFC says no. I mean, okay, so I've weighed in on it. I've said enough. What do you think of this?
It feels like an exercise in futility.
In terms of what?
Like, I just don't, at this point, I don't really care.
You don't care. You're
No.
turned off.
Yeah.
You say to hell with Conor.
No, I mean, I'm sure he'll return. He marched back and said he's not retired, so therefore I'm led to believe that he will fight again for the UFC at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Dana White says it's not going to happen at UFC 200. I have to believe that he's telling the truth there just because he's been saying it so many times recently.
Adamant.
Very adamant about it. So that's what it is. Conor will fight at some point in the future, and I don't really care when that is right now.
You're over it.
I'm over it.
Okay, let me ask you this. When he retired, did you believe him?
No, of course not.
When Dana said that he was off 200 because of the
Nope.
fact... What? You don't know my question.
Continue.
Were you okay with that?
Oh.
Were you one of those who said, look, everyone has to do it? Aldo came from Brazil. Nunes came from Florida. Edgar came from New Jersey. Blah, 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 blah. I get it. Were you one of those? Like, do you understand where they're coming from?
I understand where they're coming from, but I think that you have to make concessions for Conor McGregor.
You recognize the fact that there are megastars, there are superstars, there are stars, there are players.
Correct.
People
I
get
mean,
special treatment.
Nobody said it better than himself. How many people on that stage made $400 million for the UFC in their last 3 fights?
And so then he comes out and puts out a statement. I'm just curious. I like the timeline.
Yep.
What did you make of it? Was that a good representation of himself? Did he, because some people are saying, yeah, he wanted to do every interview back in the day. Oh, now you lose. You don't want to do interviews. There's the gallery, the peanut gallery. Were you okay with what he said? The Tim and Susie show, blah, 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 blah.
I thought it was the Conor McGregor way of saying what was really, something that happens where people get burnt out. And I think he wanted to look, he hasn't tasted defeat in a while. He wanted to refocus. He has every right to do that. And he's going up against the exact same opponent. He knows the work that needs to be done. He's gauged Nate Diaz once now. And he didn't feel like he was ready. And if he took away time from training, he wasn't going to be prepared. So I think he has every right to do that. Now, certainly, he can't skirt every responsibility. There's a limit to that. But I think he does deserve some extra rope. And in this case, he didn't get it.
Do you feel like the UFC is to blame here in the sense that they created the monster? They let him show up late. They let him dictate things. And now he just went too far. He tried to push like a little kid, right? They tried to push until...
No.
It's
a partnership. And nobody created Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor created Conor McGregor. UFC didn't make him.
No, but did they give him too much leeway?
You're saying did they give him...
did they not put their foot down earlier that led to this?
No.
Yeah, because I think it's funny when people say like, oh, special treatment, this and that. I mean, he has gone above and beyond in many respects. I just want to say for the record, I really do think that all the fighters on this show who I've asked about it are actually nailing it. Like they're not afraid for their jobs or whatever. There is a point on both sides here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They get where Conor's coming from. And by the way, none of them know what he has to deal with because he's all just more popular than them. That's just the fact. And they also get where the UFC is coming from. The UFC is a promotion, and part of being a promotion is to promote. And there's obligations and things of that nature involved. I mean, it's all kind of reasonable. I guess what feels the most unreasonable to me is that they can't come to a middle ground. Like I can't understand this. Who is being the stubborn one here? You know what I mean? Is it Conor for saying he doesn't want to go to Vegas, but he'll go to New York? Is it the UFC who's saying, look, we have this crew booked, come to Vegas and shoot it? You know, it's like, what? You don't even have to do a commercial for this fight. Like, you could do a commercial with stock footage and send. You could send Casey with his small camera to Ireland and get a commercial that will do very well. To Iceland, you could send one to Stockton. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need an elaborate Hollywood set to do this sort of thing. And that's the part that I can't wrap my head around. This fight is 3 months away, and we're not able to come to a conclusion here, like a compromise.
It's very easy to say that in hindsight, but now every time the UFC ramps up production and gives us one of those great commercials where it's clear that they really put time and money into it, everybody's raving about it and can't stop talking about it. So you have to understand their point of view, where they wanted to create that. They wanted to be able to have some really powerful content and something that they wanted him to participate in.
But if they couldn't get it done, was it worth pulling the plug? You know what I mean?
It's not worth pulling the plug. No, certainly not. But
are you surprised that they're still, putting their foot down? And obviously John Jones winning
I'm not.
helps them. Because, if John Jones lost, this whole story would be different, right?
We say that all the time, but I don't know.
What would you have done? OSP versus Cormier? That's not 200. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe if you shock the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
OSP, we talked about how Holly Holm got star power instantly after the Ronda Rousey thing, so...
Though John Jones isn't Ronda Rousey, but I get your point. Are you surprised, though, that they're sticking to their guns?
I'm not surprised, no.
Okay, so then
they have to stick to their guns at this point.
Yeah, at this point. Okay, so we're
too deep.
This is the most important question of them all. Did Conor go to the well one too many times with his last tweet? Clearly, UFC saying this tweet isn't true, that he's back, right? I woke up this morning, the worst way in the world to wake up, by the way, to a gazillion tweets saying, "Wake up, Ariel!" Like, these tweets are being sent at 3 a.m. I'm in La La Land. Wake up, Conor's back. Conor's back. He tweeted this, I think, at 1:46 a.m. Eastern, so technically Monday morning here in the United States, in New York. And for a while, it took the UFC a while to officially comment on it. I put out a tweet that I was told it wasn't true, but did he go to the well one too many times, in the sense that, like, yeah, you retired, you come out of retirement, you say this, you say that. Now you told people you're back, and it wasn't true. Was that a mistake on his part? Does that show desperation? You get what I'm saying?
I don't. Yeah, I do get what you're saying, but no. People are going to eat up everything Conor McGregor does.
Okay. I wondered about that.
Why? Do you feel like he did?
I want to know why he wrote that before, really. But I was like, man, if he's just trying to poke the bear at this point, like,
I think it's putting more pressure. If Conor McGregor has his fans campaigning and saying Conor said he's back on, what's the deal? There's going to be, people are going to take notice, and I think the UFC can't budge, though. I don't think it matters what happens, what Conor McGregor says at this point.
What about this idea of not putting him on in New York? Because that feels like a punishment.
I mean, in terms of what? Are you asking, is that appropriate, or are you asking...
Is that smart, business-wise?
No, of course not.
Right?
Terrible business-wise. But...
does the punishment fit the crime?
There is some truth to the idea, and you were talking about this before, there is some truth to the idea that you can't let Conor McGregor walk all over you. It's just he's a star that's big enough that he can get some leeway, and I have said, that the UFC didn't treat it properly, and they should have given him that leeway. He's earned that. But you can't let him have whatever he wants. And at a certain point, you have to put your foot down. Was this the right point? Probably not, but there's never a good time.
I hate when people keep bringing up the UFC 137 Nick Diaz situation. This is completely different than that.
Not the same.
He didn't give them any notice. You know what I mean? He didn't tell them. He just didn't show up. Remember?
And we're also going past history here. Conor McGregor is a media darling, has done every media thing that they've wanted him to do.
Exactly.
It's a completely different scenario.
Yeah.
This is the one time he asked for something. Or, obviously, I don't know.
I'm sure he's asked for other things.
I'm sure he's asked for other things.
Yeah.
But this seems to be the one time that he asked to not participate in something for the media, because he's done a hell of a lot.
He's done a hell of a lot. Of course, along the way, there's back and forth, and there were rumors of the rift and blah, 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 although no one's really, conceding on whether or not there is, in fact, a rift. Although right now, I mean, it's hard not to think that they're a little disappointed.
No, Dana White has said many times.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Although when you say you're not mad that many times, it kind of feels like you are mad, no?
you're mad.
Yeah.
As Cameron would say.
What about, okay, let me ask you this. What about that press conference? I'm still kind of digesting it all.
Sure.
So Dana White tells Brett Okamoto on Saturday of ESPN that the media was acting weird at the press conference. In fact, I thought it was one of the shining moments for MMA media, and not just myself, all of us asking those questions, because there they are. Look, what I would have done if they want this tip, I would have done a scrum beforehand with the media, not live streamed. Say, here, we're going to address the situation, ask away, we'll talk about it, we'll give you our side. And then at the press conference, you know, Amanda Nunes, Miesha Tate, Frankie Edgar, Jose Aldo, and the rest will be there. And, you know, let's stick to the... So everyone would have gotten their questions out of the way, as opposed to doing it on the live stream and it becoming this spectacle. Instead, they come out with Nate and the empty chair. How are we not supposed to ask about it? And then Dana says that Nate's going to remain on the card. Nate says he's not staying on the card. I mean, to me, that was asking for us to ask about it. I didn't think that we were acting weird. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying, but now is there a thought that that's what they want people to be asking about at this point? We're talking, what day was the press thing?
Friday, before the weigh-in.
So we're talking Friday, right?
Yeah.
At that point, this Conor McGregor thing is completely out of control. Do you maybe not want that to be the topic of conversation? To get more people interested, to get more people to watch it. Now,
I don't think that went the way they thought it was going to go. There's no way. I mean, there's just no way. Dana's starting off that press conference and saying that Nate is going to remain on the card, and then him 5 minutes later saying he's not staying on the card if Conor's not there. They wouldn't have brought him out if they thought that he was going to say, "Where you at, homie? Don't be scared. Don't be a wuss." That's what they thought. He didn't do that. There's no way that was as they planned.
I'm not talking about specifically anybody's responses or anything like that, but the idea that Conor McGregor is a topic of this press conference.
How could they want that? He's not on the card.
Yeah, but it's all good for the UFC.
If it's all good, put him back on the card.
No, well, it's not all good behind the scenes, but it's all good. It's just more attention. Do you think that this TMZ and all this stuff that is stemming from this is bad? I can't think that they feel that way.
No, it's tremendous. The fight is 1,000 times bigger. This fight that no one seemed to want.
So why would we think that they're concerned about?
Because it's not happening. Because they're letting
it's
ego.
going to happen eventually.
Who knows? Dana White said that it's going to be a Conor versus Frankie and Aldo. The Diaz fight is gone.
There'll be just as much excitement for that.
It's not the same. This is UFC 200.
People could not fall over themselves fast enough to complain about this rematch, and now it's suddenly the thing that everybody can't wait to see
because it turned into this.
It's Conor McGregor. It's irrelevant.
I'm not saying that when he comes back. I'm not saying that when he comes back, he's not going to be a big deal. I'm not saying that his star power has gone down. In fact, it's the complete opposite. I mean, on Wednesday of last week, it was absurd how many people were interested in it outside of MMA. I'm just saying, it still doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that he's not staying on the card, even with Jones and DC. I spoke to most of the fighters. I'd say the vast majority of the fighters before and after that press conference who were on that stage. None of them cared. They all had a take. They all thought, yeah, it'd be good. But they all got it. They understood why he wasn't there. They got what he had to say. They sympathized with him. And you think, and she didn't say it, but you think Miesha Tate, who's getting pay-per-view points for the first time, doesn't want Conor McGregor on this card? You think she's saying it's not fair that he's not on the card? She stands to make a hell of a lot more money if he's on the card. More people will watch that card from the prelims to the pay-per-view if he's on that card. So to me, it's like, figure it out, fine him, say whatever you want to say, and just keep him on the card. The fans want it. Nate wants it. Conor wants it. The UFC has always done a tremendous job of giving people what they want. That's been their MO. We make the fights that the world wants.
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's that simple. The long-term implications are greater than that.
I honestly do think it is. I honestly do think it is. You can't. It's not like
they lose if they do that. They lose.
It's not like Rory McDonald can't pull that sort of thing. He's just not that big of a name.
Right. And so what's to stop Conor McGregor from doing this every single time?
Look, there's a partnership, and they need to sit down and say, look, we need to figure this out. Perhaps. Look, I can assure you, and Kavanagh alluded to this, the next time they book a fight, they're going to talk about the press schedule beforehand. It just didn't mesh with his schedule. It didn't mesh. But the next time, they're going to talk about it beforehand and come to an agreement. Conor McGregor wants to make money. This is not good for him. He was going to make a heck of a lot of money because it's 200, because it's the Diaz rematch.
And that's why you have to do this. And that's why you have to do this.
I disagree. I think you're cutting your nose to spite your face.
There is some of that. But long term, you're cutting off something that will continue to happen.
No, we've never seen anyone like him. And the fight game is not fair. Don't give me this fair thing. Life isn't fair. The fight game isn't fair. Was it fair when they put in the Reebok deal and a lot of fighters lost money out of as a result? Was that fair? Was it fair when Karo Parisian was going to get a title shot?
Who's saying it has to be fair? Fair for
Dana
what?
White. That was his main topic.
I thought you were talking about me. I don't think there has to be any fair.
I'm just saying, like, was that fair when Karo Parisian was going to get a title shot and got injured and never got a title shot?
There's no fairness in this.
But that's what they're hanging their hat on.
No, let's be real. That's
the Yoel Romero situation. Was that fair?
We can see through that very easily.
Then what is it? Well, they have to set.
Yeah, they have. Look, it's exactly what you said. Conor McGregor stands to make a lot of money from this fight. If they don't,
and the UFC,
but if they let him get whatever he wants now and continue to let him get whatever he wants, he will continue to do this. There's nothing to stop him.
Yeah. They could have figured it out.
Now, I'm not saying this is the only way they could punish him. I'm just saying that they can't continue to let him do this. There has to be some point where they're stopping. And they chose this point. Is this the right decision? I don't know.
Yeah.
It'll bear itself out.
If he just didn't show up when, like he said, I'm going to be there, and didn't show up, that's one thing. He left them high and dry. But that wasn't the case. So I just feel like the UFC is better than any organization in calling audibles. You know, a guy gets injured, Cormier gets injured. They put together these shows in like 5 minutes. It's insane what they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis because of injuries, fight cancellations, etc. They know better than anyone how to pivot. They could have pivoted. They could have said, okay, we're going to cancel this crew. We're going to do it. And I know it's easier for me. I don't have to deal with that stuff, but they deal with it better than anyone. They are the best at crisis management.
That's the base level of this interaction. What else was happening, though?
Of course. I mean, I'm just going on by now I feel like we know enough.
This has to be, there's clearly indications that this is not just one press event. Let's be real. Let's talk about this openly and not like this one press event thing wasn't the only thing.
No, it had been building. That's why I said he was coming late. There were issues with the contract, him signing the contract late, all this stuff.
So it's not like they're making a stand because of this one thing.
No.
Because of the fairness or any of that.
I'm not saying that.
It's an entire story. And this story was growing out of control. It was getting out of control.
So you think the UFC wins now? Do you think that they seize control once again by taking him off the card?
That money that's not going into his pocket certainly tells a story. It's not going into their pocket either. Don't get me wrong. As I said, it's not a situation where they're going to come out looking like roses, but they're sending a message, and he's getting it. That tweet this morning, as you're saying, for some looks like defeat. Looks like, hey, it's all back. We're buddy, right, guys?
Right.
And you said, did he go one too far? And
right.
Well, then that's the right message, isn't it? Isn't that what the UFC wants people to believe?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, they're refuting it, so we'll see. There's a press conference in New York on Wednesday. All signs point to both Nate and Conor not being there, so it seems like, and especially if Cormier is, and don't get me wrong, Cormier Jones is the main event that I said should have been for, if it wasn't going to be McGregor and Edgar, and if Ronda wasn't on the card, that's the main event. There's no doubt about it. But you wish that there was a way. I mean, could you imagine Cormier Jones 2 and then Nate Conor 3-round fight co-main event? That's 200. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? And the fact that they haven't stripped him yet, but are still pulling him off the card seems a little weird to me as well.
Sure.
Okay, so we talked. Can we just rifle through these as quickly as possible?
Yeah,
John Jones's performance, first question.
Yeah, John Jones's performance. Basically, in summation, did he look rusty? Did it affect him? And was he lucky? And conversely, was DC unlucky not facing John Jones?
I think styles make fights, and I don't know if I can say definitively that Cormier would have beaten him that night. I will say that's the most ordinary John Jones we've ever seen inside the octagon. That's Michael Jordan. He is the Michael Jordan of this sport. That's him scoring like 18. It's like, oh yeah, he had his nice little moments here and there, but it's not the 35 that everyone wants to see. So yeah, the ring rust. I wanted to ask Dominick Cruz about this because it's like everyone is affected by ring rust, but Dominick Cruz, it's amazing. And all the other stuff going on, it clearly affected him. He wasn't the same. He wasn't pulling the trigger, as Brandon Gibson told me. So, yeah, I mean, you got to think if you're DC that, you know, man, I could have had him, but he seems to believe that that's going to be the case. That's the new John, as he called him.
Real quick question, pivoting off this. Do you have a problem with John Jones celebrating the broken arm thing?
I saw someone ask me about that, but I honestly didn't see it. When
Megan O'Leary interviewed him after the fight, she informed him that he likely had a broken arm in the second round, and John Jones said, "Hey, John Jones," and he started dancing. He was proud of his kicks. He was proud of, because he broke it with a kick, he was proud of implementing tools that he had to be able to break somebody's arm. Essentially, he wasn't gloating saying OSP broke his arm. It was more of a thing where he was celebrating the broken arm because what it meant for his striking prowess.
I'm fine with it. I mean, honestly, I haven't seen it, so I don't know exactly, but I'm fine with it.
I'm beyond fine with it. I think it's the most ridiculous thing ever.
Yeah, relax. It's like the MVP thing. Everyone needs to relax.
Okay, we were talking about Mighty Mouse being #1 pound for pound, which I vehemently disagree with. Now, why does Dominick Cruz not get talking?
That's what I asked him, right? Remember? You missed that.
Mighty Mouse.
Cruz should be in that discussion as well. So should Cormier.
Mighty Mouse's last loss is to Cruz.
Yeah.
And Cruz avenged his loss.
Yep.
What are we missing other than time? Now, obviously, time is a factor, but his resume is sterling. Sterling.
It's because he hasn't been around as long, and he hasn't been as active.
If we're talking about Mighty Mouse's #1 pound for pound, moving one weight class up and then meeting the guy who beat you, that certainly doesn't inspire confidence.
Yes, it was 5 years ago, though, but fine. The pound for pound thing is crazy. It's fun barbershop talk. All due respect, I think John Jones is still the number one.
Jones.
Yeah,
it's John Jones.
It's so, what have you done for me lately? And I love the fact that Demetrius Johnson is getting that love. I love it. It's great. I love the fact that people are actually excited about him, giving him his props. It was beautiful. I was so happy for him. But let's look at the resume. Let's look who Jones has defeated. He's still #1 in my opinion. He beat Daniel Cormier, who I think you can make the case for being #2. Daniel Cormier has one loss, has won a heavyweight, could probably be heavyweight champion, and then went down and has only lost once to John Jones.
This is what this tells me. People want to make Mighty Mouse, a pound for pound great, but John Jones is still that guy. Cormier needs more love, and Cruz needs more love.
Yes.
That's what this tells me.
Love for all.
This is not great. This one.
Let's keep rolling,
okay.
keep rolling.
McGregor DS2 or Jones DC2?
Both.
See,
the more the merrier.
That's greedy.
Both.
If it was only one.
There's 3 cards that weekend. Both.
If it's only one.
No.
If it's only one.
Both.
You have to choose.
No, why? Why do I have to choose?
You have to choose. It's not realistic to get them both.
Both. I don't have to choose nothing.
Bad answer. Is Conor fighting or not? Is he going to fight at 200? Your prediction, is it happening at 200? Not after New York.
Right now, we got to this point.
Are you about to say 51-49?
I wanted to, but we got to this point, and I think no. I think they're putting their foot down. I mean, they've had a lot of chances. If Dana would have come out and said, "You know what? We figured it out. This whole thing would be over. No one would be talking about it. We'd be looking back at last week."
I don't think it's too late.
It's not too late, but the fact that they haven't done it at this point, I'm just going to say no.
But I mean, you could let this go on a little bit longer. It's building more buzz. It's getting more.
It is.
There's people who are getting turned off, like myself. But I still think ultimately it's building up more, and you could wait this out a little bit and then.
Yeah, but you don't want to turn off the public, like the soap opera. You know what I mean? Like there's
at
that's
a
what I
certain
said.
point.
Yeah,
at a certain point.
So if it doesn't happen by today, tomorrow, I don't know how you fix it. You know?
Yep.
Especially if John is in. John and DC are in.
Sure.
Where's my text, DC? You're supposed to text me, okay?
Conor McGregor. Doing his own promotion like a Floyd Mayweather or a Fedor.
Yeah.
Do you think he would do well enough? Does Conor McGregor still need the UFC at this point?
I think they need each other.
Yep.
I definitely do. I mean, there aren't any fighters. I mean, he can't just fight on every card, They need each other. They've gone to this point.
And do you think that this is part of the impasse? Like, is this it? That
No.
Conor McGregor thinks he's as big as the promotion and the promotion?
Oh, I mean, that's a different story. But I don't think it's because Conor wants to start his own promotion.
No. but just the idea that he could, and that's what he's kind of banking
I think
on.
there's a lot of ego at play on both ends here. I also do believe that it's like he's thinking, I've done enough, and I'm coming off a loss, and can you just give me this one weekend off? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like he's saying I'm cutting off all media between now and July 9th. He said he would come to New York to do this stuff.
I also believe, I really truly believe that if he had won, he would have done it anyway. I truly believe that.
Well, of course. I mean, he says part of the reason why he needs to go back to the basics is because he lost.
And how fair is that? That has to. I mean, we're talking about fairness. It's completely fair for a guy who just lost to
I hate the word fair. How about reasonable?
Sure. Great word. Reasonable. It's completely reasonable for him to say, I'm facing this guy I just lost to. I know the work that needs to be done. Let me do it.
And again, I'm not cutting off all media. It just, he had this trip book with his team there. You know what I mean?
Sure. Could this be the impetus for a union?
No.
Conor McGregor? Because as we've seen, a lot of fighters aren't banding behind it.
Look, I talked about this last week. Most of the fighters were campaigning for his spot. I mean, this was exhibit 8,467 as to why there will not be a union anytime soon. And I'm not some guy here that's going to, sit and advocate for a union in MMA, because at the end of the day, the fighters don't even seem to care. But Rory McDonald got it right. They need to have each other's backs more often than not, and they never do. And they're not on this one. So this is not the impetus.
The structure is a little different, so it's going to be tougher for a union and to have somebody's back. But I do get it. And I hope that this is at least something that sparks it, if not, getting the ball rolling.
Nah, it's not.
Conor McGregor to the UFC as compared Stone Cold to WWE or Vince McMahon.
This guy watched The Beat last week. It went over all those
jabronis?
Yeah, those jabronis' head. This is why Vince versus Stone Cold was so successful. That was so successful because it was employee versus employer, right? That's why everyone was so captivated by it. We all want to tell our employee at some point, although I'm very happy here at Vox Media. But most people want to tell their employer, boom, one finger discount. Here you go, one finger salute. Stun you. That's what this is. This is so everyone gets, this kind of drama. Oh, there's a rift. Oh, they're not on the same page. Oh, they're fighting. People love that stuff. So that's why if they do figure it out, play this up. The commercial writes itself. All the people talking, all the talking heads. Oh, Conor McGregor's off the card. Conor McGregor's retired. Cut to Iceland. Cut to him hitting the bag. Cut to him sparring. Cut to him in the mountains. Cut to Nate running. Cut to Nate biking in Stockton. That's the commercial. That's why I don't get it. It's not them walking in Las Vegas and facing off like every other commercial. That's not the commercial. This is the commercial. Play this up. You got it in your hand. This fight is 1,000 times bigger. It supersedes UFC 200. It would be a crime to let this go down, and it's not the same at 201. Build it up. Use it to your advantage. Use this to your advantage, the UFC. You're going to make money off of it. What a shame.
Love the concept.
Yes.
The action scenes, the storyboarding needs a little bit of work, but we'll work on it.
It's perfect.
Hitting
You
the
don't see it?
bag? Come on. No.
Whatever.
Hitting the bag?
Yeah, because this is it. It's like talking, stop. And then all you hear is black. Follow me here. You're black. And then you hear.
No. Jeez, you had me up to that point.
No.
That's where you lose it.
Conor
This is
McGregor
not a Jean-Claude
is
Van Damme
back.
movie.
No.
Bad. Okay. Koreshkov versus Henderson. Thoughts on that fight? Surprised by Koreshkov? Surprised by Henderson? What was your take out of that?
It was a beautiful performance by Koreshkov. Good for him. It's clear Benson needs to go down to 155.
I think it was inspiring, the 170 thing, but he's clearly a 155er.
Koreshkov has come a long way since the Askren fight. The best laid plans of mice and men. You know what I'm saying?
Is it going to be fair to him how people are going to view this fight?
Stop with the fair. No more fair.
Are people going to view this fight?
All I'll say is, for some reason, if you look at the history of MMA, every time someone leaves the UFC on their own, I'm not talking cut, I'm not talking no contract like Phil Davis, don't tell me that one, or Josh Thompson, leaves the UFC as a free agent. Dan Henderson going to Strikeforce, Tim Sylvia going to Affliction, Benson Henderson are just a few. Something bad happens. They always lose. It's crazy. It's like there's a voodoo hex on them or something. It's true. Look at history.
What do you think of the new Cain Velasquez? He had a joke at the press conference, and there was a recent tweet. I think it was him sitting with
the best.
Travis Brown in the green room.
Yes, he said something like, "Oh, this is a horrible way." Yeah, he had a joke at the press conference saying, "Dana, I thought no questions were going to be asked towards me." I love it. This finally we're getting to see Cain's personality. I've asked him to come on the show a million times. He doesn't want to come on, but I'll take this Cain, the silent Joker assassin. It's fantastic.
Oh boy, nickname needs a little work.
Yeah.
Paddy Holohan.
Love Paddy.
We just had him. Sum it up. How do you feel about him and this thought? And also, should we be concerned that he was able to hide this for so long and fight?
Yes, a little bit. It is a little concerning, but hey, it shows that the sport is coming a long way. It's evolving. Paddy Holohan was a guy who didn't look maybe like a fighter. He was your typical Irishman, had the strong accent, had an amazing joie de vivre, and almost like fought above his capabilities, and how he fought with everyone on his back that first show after UFC 93, which I consider sort of the first show again, the Dublin show, is something that I'll never forget. He's just a great character. He's taught me a lot about life. I mean, just look over the past years on this show, last couple of years, things that he's taught me about life. Even the way he's handling this, like no tears, it's amazing. So Paddy Holohan in a nutshell is why we love this sport. The characters in this sport. He's great, and I'm happy that he's sticking around in the sport, and the fighters there at SPG are very lucky to have them a part of the team still.
Did you watch EBI?
No.
I watched it. Fantastic. Really good. Fight Pass is the best. They're really putting on great stuff. That was
Look
it.
at you and Sage Northcutt. All right, we're done. So you're gone for 2 weeks. You're leaving us to go on your 8th honeymoon, right? So we're going to see you again May 19th.
You know, that's what happens when you're romantic, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe, Paddy Holohan was teaching you stuff. Maybe I can teach you something about,
Romance, taking time. The people won't allow me. I'm going to Montreal, actually, tomorrow for Passover. I missed the Passover Seder's because I had to be there for the people, to represent the people, the people's champion that I am. I had to be there.
Wife, and I love her, and I'll see her.
There's a give and take. You're leaving us high and dry, but that's okay. The train moves along. We live to fight another day. We'll be here next week. I'll be coming back from Montreal. Now, I kind of hope that nothing big happens, to be honest. Now, here I am going to jinx it at this New York press conference because I will not be there. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. Have a good trip.
I will miss the people. Thank you. Thank you. I will
You
miss
won't
you
miss
all.
us.
I
No,
will
you won't miss us.
Stop it. Stop it. I will miss them all.
Just say goodbye.
Bye, people.
I hate goodbyes. All right, you can hit my music. Went a little over today. What is going to happen? Honestly, what is going to happen in the next 7 days? Every time we say goodbye, I think, all right, I have a pretty good read on how crazy this sport is, and, we've kind of seen and done it all. Could we have predicted 7 days ago that Conor McGregor, healthy Conor McGregor, would be off UFC 200, that Nate Diaz would show up to this press conference saying it's Conor or bust for me? Could we have predicted all of this? Really? I couldn't have. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to make of it all. Maybe I do need a vacation. It's just madness. John Jones showing up the way, the way he looked against OSP. Who predicted that? We all thought he was going to win in like one round. OSP fighting 5 rounds with a broken arm. Sage Northcutt battling Mursa with a huge smile on his face. What is going on in this world? I don't know how to make sense of it. I hope that we helped a little bit. Certainly tried. What a show it has been. Perhaps our most watched show ever. Thank you very much to John Kavanagh. What a great man. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you very much to the great Dominick Cruz for coming on. Can't wait for UFC 199. Thank you very much to Daniel Cormier and his belts. Even the King of the Cage one. Appreciate him coming on as well. How about Ilir Latifi in studio? Got to learn more about the sledgehammer. Maybe he doesn't want me to call him the sledgehammer, but you get the point. How about MVP in studio? Must-see TV MVP. July 16th, back for Bellator, and happy trails to the one and only Paddy Holohan. Appreciate him coming on as well. Back next week, same time and place. Hopefully nothing crazy happens to you now and then. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.